Hearthstone's best of the best gather to crown a champion. From the Masters Tour Spring Championship, our two finalists dominated the competition.
Oh, he just killed him! He just killed him! Wait, is that enough with the verse riff? No shot!
It is.
Oh, because the verse riff costs twice!
Swing.
He's already got one loaded in there! WeQ is going to be your Masters Tour Spring Champion.
From the Masters Tour Summer Championship, two titans emerged.
If you're a Game of RPG fan, you have just hit the nuts! Maxi, the new young god of Hearthstone,
Taking home the title of Masters Tour Summer Champion.
From the regional leaderboards, 8 of the world's finest players fought through the ranks and came out on top. From China, 4 of the country's most elite players join in the fight for Hearthstone supremacy. A $500,000 prize pool provided by Blizzard and NetEase Thunderfire is on the line, along with a chance to etch their name into the history of Hearthstone. 16 players compete, but only one can become the 2024 Hearthstone World Champion.
Hello everybody and welcome to the final day of the 2024 Hearthstone World Championship. My name is TJ, I'm joined by Sottle to help me kick off the show. Sottle, last day, $500,000 on the line. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I honestly feel like I should sit this one out. I haven't opened the show for the last 2 days, and I feel like when you also come into my voice at the top of the show, that's an awful lot of Sottle going on in the first 3 minutes of the broadcast.
It's quite jarring, I will say.
It is. Yeah.
Though we had many years where when I worked at Blizzard, I did the voiceovers in the studio, and then I also opened every show. So there was a full year there where it was my voice into my voice, and it never gets not weird. I'll tell you that.
But did you get the triple threat where you were doing the read, but then it was also your voice yelling about the players winning, and then also it was you at the top of the show? Because that's what we got today. Yeah.
Nope. I've cast two finals, and they were a long time ago. I think we all kind of know that my you can agree, I can agree, most people can agree. My style doesn't really fit finals. I'm more of a a late night 3-hour match kind of person. Everybody's left and I'm by myself, that kind of vibe. Not so much a finals, but enough of that, Sottle. I got to keep you on track in this show open.
Sure.
We're at the World Championship, and we started with 16, but Sottle, today we're down to 8.
We are down to 8. We have had 2 full days, cutting the field in half. We are now down to a top 8 bracket of the 8 best performing players. A lot of heartbreak that we've seen already, a lot of triumph, a lot of fantastic play, a lot of nerves rearing their ugly head, getting us to what I think is a super interesting top 8 overall, with a good mix of regions thrown in as well. We do have the likes of McBanterFace representing Americas. Of course, the China players have done very well. I think most people in the know expected that to happen, and then the usual European contingent showing up as well. They will be playing Conquest, just as they have been on the first 2 days. I think this is a particularly interesting Conquest tournament because the lineups have been so varied. People have been very willing to push the boat out a bit on target strategies, with hyper control coming in, with hyper aggro coming in. Lots of lineups tilted one way or the other towards the extreme ends of the spectrum, which is super interesting.
Yeah, and we've been playing with Hearthstone's newest expansion, The Great Dark Beyond. We have seen, this is always the case with the kind of the final expansion of a given Hearthstone year, where you kind of see a lot of old decks that get slightly revamped with some new cards, but we've also seen some new strategies pop up with cards from the newest expansion. Starship. There's been some tech thrown in there where Starship makes a big difference, and also just adding new cards to some strategies like Cycle Rogue, or adding Starship package to Cycle Rogue. We've seen a few players do, which I think has been pretty cool. And of course, the prize pool just by making it to this final day, to this championship Sunday. Every player that you'll see compete today is guaranteed at least $30,000, which is it's a lot for playing Hearthstone. But players have been working towards this goal of the World Championship all year long.
Yeah, these are some large numbers, larger numbers than we have seen in recent times as well. As part of the celebration of China re-entering Hearthstone, their servers being reactivated, we have had that little increased prize pool, which is lovely to see. $500,000 in total on the line. And yeah, even the players that we saw hit the road yesterday, they've got $15,000 in their pocket, which I'm sure in the moment yesterday is small consolation, but you know, when their rent or their mortgage is taken care of for a little while after the fact, I'm sure they're feeling a little bit better about the year's work that they've put into it. So tons on the line here, but primarily, of course, people are hunting down an invitation to that elite club of Hearthstone World Champions, which it becomes a little less exclusive every year as one more name is added to the ranks. But I don't think any of those names has really dragged down the average quality of the player that is in that kind of Hall of Fame group.
No, not at all. The Hearthstone level of play has increased over time as players have, you know, the game has just been optimized. Players are putting in more time, but at the time of winning World Championship, every World Champion has been top tier. But taking a look at the weekend schedule, mostly sort of a recap of the schedule. We started with 16 players. On Friday and Saturday, we played through two dual elimination groups of 4. 2 players emerged from each of those groups to give us our top 8. And today we will play fully through that top 8 single elimination bracket. We'll see every match, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then ultimately crown a champion at the end of today. But taking a look at some highlights from the first couple days. Furyhunter, felt like Furyhunter played a lot of Hearthstone on those first couple days. We got to see some very quick games that were over, you know, turn 5, turn 6, that took all but 10 minutes. And we also got to see some really long ones that went, you know, capping off the day yesterday in our final series with a match that took nearly 3 hours. So it's been a lot of variation in terms of what we've seen so far this weekend.
You saw there Jarla just barely getting over the line in that Nailbiter versus Gamer RVG, where both of them took it to the absolute limit. And then a little recap there of what for me might have been the individual game of the tournament, with MeSmile finding a way to win the unwinnable matchup. Something,
you sure?
TJ, that,
you sure
that
this wasn't?
Well, so if Rekvam had won that game, then yes, that would have been by far the game of the tournament. But I think MeSmile actually finding his way out with the rags and the board clears that he put together at the end to push all that damage just about takes it for me. But I didn't have the front row seat that you had, TJ, for that epic encounter.
It could have made a highlight. Well, no, you couldn't have made a highlight package. It would have been the same turn over and over again. But you saw at the end there, nearly 900 armor from Yanming and 59 available mana in that fatigue battle versus Rekvam's Rainbow Death Knight. And it's just Yanming doing the same turn over and over again for about 25 turns, I think, was the ultimate. I don't know how close we were to turn timer on that game. Rekvam stayed in for quite a while, but the rest of that series was also quite good. It came down to a Game 5. Game 5 was a little bit anticlimactic, but ultimately Yanming went through with that control lineup. And we do have the double control lineups on opposite sides of the bracket with both ProYun and Yanming making it through. We'll see now. Their groups in particular, their matchups were very like swarm board based, aggro focused. There was some like the Rainbow Death Knight we saw thrown in there from Rekvam, but I'm curious to see how those control lineups will fare as we move forward with a more expanded field of decks now that we're in the top 8.
Yeah, in some ways expanded, but in some ways also limited, because a lot of that aggro has been chewed out by some of the hard control that we have. So now we do have to see the control decks going up against a slightly different range of decks. But we are here in particular not just to bring you into the show, but also to provide you with insight and entertainment, hopefully, at least one of the two, during our first series of the day between Yuansu and McBanterFace. This is looking to be a very, very good one indeed. Looks like both players are locking in the Shaman for their first games, if those portraits are to be believed. But what do we have going on with the rest of the lineups here, TJ?
Very different. We have the Cycle Rogue, which is kind of the crossover, but all the other archetypes differ. Even the Shamans with McBanterFace going with the big Shaman. But looking at Yuansu, I guess this is considered the more aggressive lineup in the field with Discover Hunter, Swarm Shaman, the Attack Demon Hunter, and the Cycle Rogue, which is one of the lineups that I think I would have expected the most. I actually didn't expect much Death Knight or Paladin, and we've seen more of that, especially more of that have success in the groups. Favorite card, Sonya Water Dancer, and Rogue in the lineup. Check, check.
Story checks out beautifully. Yeah, we see here from Yuansu is going with the Swarm Shaman. The Chinese players have been going with that Weapons Attendant tech that we've seen here, highlighted as a key card just for the sake of uniqueness. Just finding that extra ability to... basically a third copy of Horn of the Windlord, making sure that you can guarantee having it in there, because... we've seen it be very, very crucial. I think 3 or 4 games already in this World Championship. There has been board control lost, or like a big clear come out, like a Tarslick fan or a spell damage fan turn coming out from a rogue, or a big board clear coming down from one of the control decks, and then boom, it's just the burst damage from having the weapon in hand that pushes that last bit over the line to get the Shamans the wins. And Shaman wins have been a little bit difficult to come by. The win rate of the two power classes, you would say, coming into this, Rogue and Shaman, have been lower than you would expect. Group D, I believe yesterday, Rogue had a positive win rate. Group C, Shaman had a positive win rate. Outside of that, neither of those classes have had a positive win rate in any of the 4 group stages coming into this one. So clearly, some of these target strategies have been very effective so far.
Yeah, and those are the 2 decks that players probably expected to be brought the most, and it makes sense that in Conquest that those are the decks that tend to struggle a little bit more. But take a look at McBanterFace's big Shaman, quite different. We've seen a mixed bag from this deck, but the plan or the game plan of Hagatha the Fabled and Cliff Dive with the Frosty decor to kind of put a stop to those more aggressive decks. If you can find that curve, it against these more aggressive lineups can be very powerful. It actually does have quite a bit of tools to fight in that early game. But it is, there's been those Barnes-esque decks that we've seen. We have a couple with Dungar Druid and with Big Shaman, where if you have a couple of those key big minions that find their way into the opening hand before you can get that Cliff Dive down, then you could struggle not being able to find the exact tool that you need for a given situation on your power turn. We'll see. It's how the cards play.
The reverse of that is also true, though, because you also have a couple of worse hits in your deck, like the Incendious, for example. You don't want to pull off Cliff Dive, but yeah. It's such a powerful cards in the right order deck, because if you hit the Fairy Tale Forest early, you can click the Fairy Tale Forest a couple of times. That pulls the bad hits from the Cliff Dive out of your deck so that you then have them in your hand. You can then load up potentially the Nabundo on board to be able to get the Death Rattle, to get the portal to open. So when you cast your first Cliff Dive, you then have infinite Cliff Dive for basically the rest of the game. You've got the bad cards out of your deck, so you only hit the good cards, and those good cards have stayed in your deck. But you will notice there are an awful lot of clauses in the scenario that I am describing, and many or all of those things can go wrong during a game.
Yeah, most of the time we see the middle of that.
Yeah.
The average. We don't want the outliers. We want to see those hard-fought games, especially on the final day of a World Championship. And here's the first game: Shaman versus Shaman, Swarm Shaman for Yuansu, and the big shaman from McBanterFace, MC Banterface, dropping the beats in his DJ studio.
Hunter Ace's favorite rapper, MC Banterface.
Yep. Your favorite rapper's favorite rapper.
The one man to ever defeat Kendrick Lamar in a battle, MC Banterface.
And Yuansu, nothing to really work with here. Just a pop-up book on one, double cliffside, and the weapons attendant in hand. So McBanterFace has doesn't know it, but has some freedom in this early game. Not seeing attack minions right off the bat. Could just feel like is in a position to pass, but coin sigil of skydiving could also be on the table here.
I think with so many 2-mana options lined up, this does make sense. Also allows him to interact with fairly well with most 2-mana plays that his opponent would drop here, but really bad opening from Yuansu, which is surprising because a certain luminary, one of the great minds of modern Hearthstone, I'm fairly sure told me that Shaman doesn't draw bad hands.
Wait, which mind?
Is
that Neil's mind?
Lorinda Bond?
Okay, yeah.
That
sounds like something that comes from Neil's mind.
Yeah.
This with the Ultimagma, this could also be if you expect Trusty Companion on 2 to pull out like Backstage Bouncer. That would be a way to deal with that. So coin makes a lot of sense. And now, I mean, do you want to? Greedy partner with not active, got to put stuff on the board, I think, and Yuansu's going to do just that.
Yeah, I think this is just fine, because even if your opponent was to play their own sigil here, you know, you trade through their 0/1 frogs, they'd get initiative potentially with their own 1/1s, but you'd then have Malted Magma in hand to follow this up, so you wouldn't really be particularly afraid, I don't think, of them having control of the situation with their own sigil charging. Like, even if they then had Hosen to follow that up, and they trade all of their 1/1s, they VT their 1/1s over yours, you still have Malted Magma in hand to be able to deal with that afterwards. So I think just taking the initiative made the most sense here for that.
Yeah. Alright, we got Cliff Dive and Frosty Decor. I think it's Cliff Dive.
Good card. Yep.
Yeah.
Pick the good card.
Well, they're both good cards. Oh, is that a Trusty Companion? Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well.
Just... yeah, I think you have to, with the way this hand's going, wait till you can actually get more value off the Trusty Companion, actually pull a minion from the deck. If you just Trusty Companion, the greedy partner, just to hit face for 2 more, that's not particularly good. And he wants to keep the board under control, so McBanterFace doesn't have a number of attacks to slow down the swarm. Yeah, I think this is a good time to overload. Still has the Skirting Death in hand to be able to go next turn to capitalize. Or to still have a decently playable card with the overload.
This hand is not getting any better, is it?
Nah. I mean, Greedy Partner with a 2-drop, that could unlock Ethereal Oracle if it's picked up, right? But other than that, not much going on. And McBanterFace, nothing to react to, so just gonna totem. I think you're pretty happy about that, honestly.
High octane stuff here to kick things off on day 3 of the Hearthstone World Championships.
Is that 3 totems in these first 4 turns from both players? Alright, does have Hosen with... Oh, nope. I was going to say double cliffside next turn, but single cliffside going in next turn. Actually, weapons attendant is with the double cliffside. It's actually a lot.
It is a lot, yeah. And I think having seen the triangulation get played and the spell taken from triangulation not get played, you might just want to have this weapon lined up. Although there's no muck pools in play, right? So the chances of anything from cliff dive hanging around are limited. It would be some kind of cookie outcome specifically that would make that happen.
Yeah. And I mean, with this weapon and the double cliffside, the damage from hand potential with Thrall Skip into Bloodlust is pretty massive. The Frosty Decor armor is going to help, but McBanterFace always has to keep that in mind. And I think maybe that's exactly what McBanterFace is doing right now is if I play something that doesn't interact with this board, like Incendius or his own horn, do I die?
No, I don't think so. So 12 showing, you'd have another 4 is 16, and there'd be 5 minions getting bloodlusted for another 15, so that's 31?
31, yeah. The thing about it is, though, like if you're not pulling a Walking Mountain from the deck, and Yuansu just kind of leaves this as is, doesn't feel like it's under pressure, that 31 is always going to be there, and that is 31.
Well, I guess we get to find out whether I counted properly.
Nah, you counted properly. I double checked. I didn't actually, but I just have that much faith in you.
Always a dangerous idea.
Yeah. Now, if there was one more mana available, Yuansu would have it with Trusted Companion, because that'd be 33.
There's no way he can find... What? Wait, can he? He can get one more minion. Yeah, no, he can get one more minion because he can exhaust the other board.
Oh, so it's 34.
First, which means this is enough. Yeah, so it's 34.
See, I trusted you. Yeah, 34 damage. Even with a poor start, Shaman, maybe Neil was right.
There's no such thing as a bad Shaman hand.
Yeah. I mean, the weapons attendant there, I think, is like the big card. Because if that was just a horn, that game looks a lot differently. You're missing damage. You know, you would have one extra board space for a cliffside, but that would not have been enough for lethal damage there. So well played by Yuansu. The reset on the cliff dive from the weapon attack to be able to use the same one so that it destroys the location and opens up a spot for the second one to make one more board space. That was very good spot on the sequencing from Yuansu. It takes game one with a pretty poor, I would say, Shaman hand and is able to make it back. And I don't even want to say that McBanterFace's hand was particularly weak. And honestly, it just didn't line up well. Like if there was more minions on the board there, McBanterFace could have just cliff dived, pulled out a Walking Mountain, and cleared the board and healed back up with the armor.
Yeah,
that's one of the downsides of cliffside is that it's reactive, right? You can't really proactively use cliffside because they just go back. So it just said, you know what, you don't have it, or if you do, you don't spot it, and he had it. So.
Yeah, and you can get as granular there as you really want to, right? Because, yeah, the weapons attendant was fantastic, like singularly game-winning in that situation. You can compare it to like, okay, what if he had the weapon? But you can also then argue, well, the one card it would never have been is another weapon, because it's not like you're cutting one for the other in your deck, right? If you want to look at it that way. But also, the fact that the 6-mana card was stuck in his hand the entire time could be argued as a reason why he had zero pressure from the beginning of the game. How would the game have looked if he'd just been able to curve out a little bit more effectively? Probably better for BanterFace, right?
Exactly.
With that hand that he had.
Yeah,
just as you were talking about. So yeah, really, really interesting stuff.
I mean, McBanterFace was like, play stuff. Come on.
Please play Sigil. I have 3 Malted Magmas in my hand.
Yeah.
Let me use them.
Yep. All right. Well, moving over to Discover Hunter for Yuansu and the Lanessa Paladin for McBanterFace. And this is the more value-centric, control-y style of Discover Hunter from Yuansu that we've seen from many of the Chinese players that runs the Astral Vigilant to be able to replay the Rengar Scout, the Double Scarab Keychain, the Mixologists, as well as like Star Power, Ceaseless Expanse in sort of the top end. So gameplay can still be similar. You just don't get off to as quick a starts because you're not playing like the 1-drops and 2-drops, as many like aggressive 1-drops, 2-drops. But the mid to late stages are more smooth and, like I said, more value-centric.
Yeah, important note on Mixologist is, even though the interface is the same, it's not actually a discover. It doesn't use the word discover on the card. It's not discover 2 spells and combine them into a 1-cost potion. It's just craft a 1-cost potion. So it doesn't have that, incredible synergy with the deck. But I do still like it as a card because something Discover Hunter can struggle with is just your opponent goes 1, 2, 3. And if you haven't gone like Slither Spear Bananas in response to that, which this deck can't do because it's cut those cards, it's quite bad at killing minions, right? Like, we see, Yuansu has gone as far as putting a Star Power into the deck because it can just struggle with board clears that little bit until it gets to Ceaseless Expanse, and then it can just play Ceaseless Expanse forever if given enough time to do so with the Fizzle. But yeah, I like the Mixologist just for that little bit of extra early board control that you can get together. And obviously you can get your potion into your Naga and then discover the potion from your Naga to duplicate it that way if you really want to go down that route.
Yes. So it does have synergy.
Yes.
Well, I didn't see the first one. Oh, that was the first one.
That was the first one.
Oh.
You
Look away for a
dummy.
second. Forget where you are. Alright, Robocaller. What is it right now?
So, Ground Explosive. It looks like 8, 7, and 1?
Oh, jeez. 9? I think it's a 9. 9, 7, and 1.
Could be a 9. Yeah, it could be.
So... not much. Well... Amethyst. Divine Brew. Yeah. It's not really any other place. Just pull the cards out of your deck. Maybe.
Yeah, not the best deck at spending mana effectively in the early turns. Yeah, 9, 7, and 1. You nailed it. You passed the eye test.
I would hope these giant monitors are good for something.
Mm.
So now Yuansu knows,
PS?
should know what's in hand, or at least a mixture of, knows Ziliax, Amethyst, and like Second Miracle Salesman or Divine Brew in hand.
Right.
So.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This
But Banter did get to pick apart a nice bit of information there as well. Obviously activated the explosive, and then using the snake oil in the way he did. Firstly, cleared out some hand space, which can be a factor with this deck when you're generating so many coins and playing Robocaller, but then also had a quick test for Ice Trap without testing for Rat Trap specifically. So he's getting good information as to what he's up against now.
Yeah. Okay, Oracle picked up. I feel like that's a pretty good draw. Hand space is the concern at the moment. Hand space and Rat Trap.
Yeah, also still bait and switch to think about as well in this spot, right? That hasn't been tested for.
So he has narrowed down to Rat Trap, bait and switch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not bargain bin. It's not hidden meaning. It's not Ice Trap. So now he knows.
Yep. Which makes things awkward, because he really wants to clear hand space. And because of that Rat Trap, it changes the game plan to just go for Castle.
Yeah. Just double trades the Sandcastle. Doesn't want to swing his weapon at it because the coin would overdraw him.
Yep.
So just going to swing the damage face instead and just kind of set up a semi-lethal push here already.
Yeah.
Very nice.
There's a lot of damage
I like it.
put on early. I mean,
One thing I have noticed with the Chinese players playing this deck is, like, even in spots where I feel like, okay, we're really under pressure here, like, enough discovering and duplicating cards, like, we have to just do aggressive things and fight for board. They just immediately just, yep, reset my scout, play the scout, get more value. They're absolutely singularly dedicated to milking everything possible out of this deck. Yep, there you go. More scout revives. Ooh, okay.
My instinct was like Amethyst draw, but then he'd be at a full hand again. And he'd have to play into the Rat Trap.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's just accept the Rat Trap as is.
How enigmatic.
How much damage is this now?
11, I think.
3, 6, 11. Can you get one Divine Brew for attacking as well? Oh, your face is frozen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just the old managers and glow stick.
And glow sticks, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to activate El Rato.
Looming Horizon, coin beam? No. Okay, just putting stuff in the way. It's fine. That's a tough turn.
It is.
Because first you have to decide, okay, am I playing into Rat Trap 100%? With the way the hand was, yes, you're playing into Rat Trap 100%. All right, how do I want to deal with it? Do I want to cycle through my deck? Do I have enough damage or close to enough damage? Can I try and go for a pop-up here? Do I want to spend coins? Right, there's a lot going on, so a very tough turn. And then there's
you can even like do I want to control my opponent? Like you can play coins first, activate the Rat Trap, and then like Ethereal Oracle shoot, O Manager and glow sticks at the rat just to clear it out and get it off board. There's a lot of ways to go about it.
Oh wow, okay, the Grifta. I mean, this could be big. Restore deal 6. He's getting real close because this is 2 copies. I think there's a scout still on board.
There is.
Okay, it does go for the restore. It also fills up the hand. which is a big thing. If Lanessa is burned here, I struggle to see a way McBanterFace wins.
My hand is too full.
I mean, Grifta is also pretty big, I suppose. There's Beam in hand with very close to a full board, so that's a lot of clear. But now McBanterFace knows that chip damage not really super relevant in this case, so we'll need to try and set up for the OTK with Lanessa. Needs to find Lanessa first is the big thing.
Yeah, I think that was the other option on the previous turn, right? It was when I think that was the other attractive option, at least. We talked about how there were a lot of options. Was just slamming the amateurs, taking the draw 2 minions, hoping one of those is Lanessa. Yes, you then overdraw one on the following turn, but if one of the cards you draw is Lanessa, you then have a cheap Lanessa, spell damage, coins, O-managers, etc. to go off on the following turn. And if your Oracle plus coin then draws you a glow stick, you have lethal on the following turn, right? Most likely. But yeah, this way, sticking it out for a slightly longer game. And I think this does speak to the mentality of this version of the deck that the Chinese players have predominantly brought. Where, like I say, they do just keep on fishing for value. They try and commit to long games. And you saw there even with the Grifter pick, right? The two polarized options offered, 6 damage or heal 12. Yuansu was just like, nope, heal 12. We're in this for the long haul. If the game keeps going, I win.
Yep. And it's true. Yuansu at this point can continuously build up boards. Or disruption. Or both. Tide Pool Pupil has Tide Forge Traps. Alien Encounters Bird Watching. Okay. And goes for the traps.
So much disruption. Rats and ice, I would imagine. Is that hidden meaning? Look like a hidden meaning.
I mean, can get whatever secrets.
Bait and switch, hidden meaning. Okay. Five damage into a divine shield feels awful.
Oh, apologies. I sold another Discover. Does fill up the hand. $22 damage on the other side of the board. With Grifta gone and a full board to block Agrimar. Nothing on the board can die by trading into Amethyst. Amethyst is the only play, I think.
I think so too.
And then Oracle? Nope, Mixologist. I was thinking Oracle and Nessa.
No. One or the other, and you might still have a game, right? Like, okay, you hit Lanessa, your eyes light up, you're in business. But at least if you hit Oracle, you can Oracle activate it for the other Prismatic, and then maybe you're still in the game. Not happening this turn, but it gives you a plan, right? Live this turn, clear the next turn, try and go from there. This is not it.
Oh, is that lethal? If he had held on to that? I don't think so, right?
Held on to a what, sorry?
If his hand wasn't full and he'd been able to get the Parallax Cannon, because he could have Star Powered, which clears off the Amethyst, and then Parallax Cannon. Let's see if he's 5 damage off here. Yeah, it was lethal. The parallax cannon was lethal.
Nice.
Oh, jeez. That's why he made that reaction.
Yeah, you see him laughing to himself now as well.
Yeah.
Just take all the rest of the secrets now. Sure, have an explosive trap. Why not? Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
So-
last turn of the game, very likely. Makes sense.
Yeah. I don't think McBanterFace really has any options here. Yeah, I'll do it. Can heal for...
Brutal game for Banter.
Yeah, can heal for, what, like 12? Because one of the Ziliacs will get frozen, and then the amulet heals for 6.
Yeah. You heal for more just with amulet and glow sticks, right? If you want to go about it that way. I mean, that's selling your future in terms of a win condition.
Yeah.
Short version, this sucks. You died. It's awkward because like a few turns ago, so I think it was turn 6, with the choice to purposefully reject a coin from the metal detector in order to not overdraw. And then there's been a couple of turns since then where like you couldn't coin Ziliacs, or you couldn't coin Amethyst, something like that. Like you were always just slightly short of the mana that you needed. All of those things would have activated Rat Trap in those instances, because I think there's been a Rat Trap in play basically every turn of the game, or at least an alleged Rat Trap. But yeah, I think Banter's just struggled with the minion hits, just no Lanessa, no tutor of Lanessa off of the Amethyst. But then also has just had slight mana problems just because of hand size issues, which is a persistent problem with this deck.
I think just with the deal 3, that's enough. Yep. Deal 3, trade over to 3 attack. The 2 attack goes in, and then there's... Oh no, there's 10 left.
Well, you can't trade the Ziliacs, right? Which, oh no, you can. It would live. Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking just trade the 3/3.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that thing could attack over there. Yeah.
And then pop the Divine Shield with a 2 attack, and then there's 10 damage. Even if there's a Lanessa draw off the top, I just don't think it's...
Tracking. Scarab keychain for 1 damage? No? Okay.
Yeah, no board space.
Yeah, true.
And just play the Ice Trap to finish the turn. Okay. Doesn't get to choose. I think roped out. I don't know if he got to choose, actually. Okay, it did get Ice Trap. And freezing. Alright, so it did get the choice.
Ah!
Hey!
Lanessa jump scare.
Oh, McBanterFace could do so much here. Oh my goodness.
Somehow is still
He's
alive
still
in this game of
alive.
Hearthstone.
He's
though.
still alive. Oh,
Inexplicably.
oh, jeez.
Banter sticking around.
All right, so now we need the second Oracle. Which is 22. Still not enough damage. It would have to be like Oracle into Beam to clear up enough of the board.
Deal 2 to everything, gain 4. Yeah, dream scenario, I guess. It's attacks are going in though.
Quickly.
Suddenly, Banter has like a whole, almost a full game's worth of health to play with again.
I just, McBanterFace is just gonna have to find a way to get like incendious damage to end this game.
Yep.
Yeah, don't forget to discover. Draws beam.
It does draw beam.
I mean, there's infinite ice traps. It's...
Yeah, there's so many ice traps here that the individual copies of ice trap that we see in hand probably never actually get played.
Yeah.
If anything, Yuansu may have a problem here where his hand just eventually fills with ice traps.
He's got to get rid of the scout. I feel like he's got enough. He's got another scout in hand. So it's got to be what? Mixologist, deal 2, deal 3, deal 2?
I'm telling you, man, these Chinese players, there's never enough scout.
Yeah, it was that game 4, deal 2. That'll pull beam.
How much damage? 3.
11 damage.
11 in total.
Just no damage in hand. I mean, do you go for Scarab?
Ah!
You find damage from Scarab?
Victory.
Oh, okay. Agmar, yep. And that'll do it.
Yuansu having a little giggle to himself. It was a very weird game. It's like Banter looked dead for about the last 15 minutes and was just slowly falling over for that entire time.
Yeah. There was a couple paths to victory, but they all stemmed from the Amethyst drawing the right cards, and it drew the wrong cards at that stage. There was also the turn, the turn where the Living Horizon was played, where there was the Rat Trap up, and McBanterFace was trying to decide, do I play the Rat Trap? But I think Amethyst might have been a good call in that situation to at least get the information of what minions you were going to draw from the Amethyst. But ultimately, McBanterFace just was on the back foot too much, and I mean, once this version of the Discover Hunter gets to this point in the game, I mean, it's so hard to do anything. Every turn is a headache because you're having to think about all these secrets and interact with them, and just fought like every turn is a puzzle. It's tough, and McBanterFace just didn't have the pieces to be able to survive there.
Yeah, second time, by the way, and I think it may have been Yuansu that it was on day 1, where there was an instance where he took the secrets that were just impossible to proc in order to force Banter to go through the rhythm of like, oh, okay, is it like he took bait and switch and an explosive or something like that, or bait and switch and hidden meaning in a situation where like probably ice trap or rat trap was more immediately beneficial, but he knows the opponent's going to test for those anyway, so he's like, oh, fine, you know, like I'll just have the benefit of all of those things and cause my opponent to troll. And you saw how effective that was for a little while. Of course, it then didn't matter at the end of the game because he just had 5 secrets in play every turn for the rest of the game. It just became somewhat irrelevant. But yeah, pretty torturous game for McBanterFace overall.
Yeah, the best strategy for Titanforge traps is just to literally randomly pick secrets.
It's like Q order.
Exactly. You randomly pick secrets, you get the benefit of all of them.
Oh no! When you are 0-2 down, facing up what should be a decent matchup for you, going second, the first thing you don't want to see is Sock Puppet Slither Spear on turn 1. The second thing you don't want to see is Spirit of the freaking Team coming down. And there you see the nod, almost the OFC nod coming out from McBanterFace there. Sometimes it's just not your day.
Yeah. So Miracle Salesman does put something on the board and replaces itself in the hand for the Living Horizon purposes. What I'm scared about is there's already a cane in hand.
Ooh, tough crowd.
Yeah, just tough crowd. Actually, Paraglide could also be fine. Alright.
That's so silly.
I don't need any cards.
He's just, like, basically what he did on turn 3 was play a 2-1. That's the sum total of his turn. And it's still winning. That's how good this start is. Very silly.
Desert sun strengthens my ways.
Same again, please. Okay. Well, Mishap is fine.
Nah, CCG.
You're a gamer.
It's a 4/4.
You have to deal with it, right? You can't cane, because then the following turn you just lose your cane, and then suddenly the taunt is very real again.
Yeah, the only problem with Mishap is no, I guess it's fine. Yeah, you use your health.
It's fine, right?
Keep around the sock puppet. Yeah. Good. 3. Okay, Divine Brew could be very good as this game progresses. Options are essentially Living Horizon, Miracle Salesman, or Grifta, at least in my opinion. Mixologist and try and get Resurrect is another option, but
Yeah.
like deal 3 Resurrect.
The desert sun strengthens my ways.
Ghost solves any
I like having the extra minions in play. Okay. So that Paraglide would have come in handy, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
That's where that tough crowd would have come in handy.
Alright, you know what I'm saying? The cane is too important of a card to play just as tempo. Maybe?
Yeah. You can.
Oh, okay. Forget what I said.
The only other turn I could really look at there was you play Patches, you give it Rush with 3 like you don't activate the finale, you just give it Rush. Bump the Divine Shield, play the Quick Pick. You have 3 attack going into the 4/6, but then you have to trade in your Sock Puppet to deal the rest. But at least that way you have Quick Pick preloaded, and you've got 3 or 4 draws over the next 2 turns to find meta or whatever else you need to end the game from that point.
Yep.
It looked okay, but okay was about where it ended.
We got a okay turn here. You can go Koino Manager, kill off the cane, and then Glow Stick down the Sock Puppet. And then, like Mixologist, try and find a good potion. Oh no, never mind. Can't do that.
You need to squeeze a Divine
you
Brew
need
in
to
there as
squeeze
well.
a Divine Brew in there, yep. So Divine Brew, this more cleanly kills off, and then you can hold on to the coin. This is much better.
Yep. Skills patches, coin mixy. No, just gonna go Divine Brew instead. Sure. Yeah, this allows coin Amatus the next turn, which is probably the right way of going about it now that the cane is gone.
Yeah.
Yep, don't need that one. Just keep one coin in hand. Seems good. And it looks like the Banter may have climbed the impossible hill, beaten the impossible star. But, huh?
Wanted to actually
Okay,
put damage into this.
If you're going to hero power, fine. But like attacking the divine shield with your weapon, hot coals would then do 3, which is the same amount of attack that you had anyway. But yes, using the hero power gave you 1 more attack. The downside then being you didn't get to see your draw first before you played the hot coals. But
yeah,
sure.
Coin Amethyst still feeling like a good play.
I will not forsake you.
Let's draw some minions. Oh, no, give. Oh, okay.
6-4.
I mean, Amethyst probably not dying. So.
No.
Ooh, acupuncture though. Gotta put down that Spirit of the Tomb to make this 2 damage really stick.
yeah. Why does the team get played first? What? That can't be the right order.
This 2 is bigger.
My 2 goes to 11.
I know there's a way.
Cheese.
Be reborn
Not
in my
cheese.
image.
Shaken or stirred.
So first pick was 4 armor, and then I don't know.
Look, if there's one thing I've learned,
Draw a
TJ,
card.
it's in situations like this, you should deal as much damage to the Demon Hunter's face as possible.
Move quickly.
No one can accuse me of not learning from past events.
Yeah, I think Resurrect is off the table because it's just a 50-50. Yeah, deal 3, gain 4. Amethyst is so big.
I know there's a way.
I'm not sure you do.
See? I want my 2 to be bigger!
Nice. Immunity. Scammed. Love to see it.
I think this is lethal. You can trade in, get a holy spell, or almost guaranteed, and then yep, Lanessa, Divine Brew, and Glowstone.
Easy.
Easy peasy. All right, McBanterFace stays alive in the series. Yuansu's still up 2-1, but momentum is shifting to the hands of McBanterFace.
Indeed, 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 indeed. And you saw almost a look of resignation across his face as he saw the opponent go perfect 1 into perfect 2 with the attack DH. Really one of the most polarized decks in terms of, you know, where its win rate is contained. It is a trap, that way of thinking that some people do fall into. Like, a deck that's 60% win rate is 60% win rate. It doesn't matter if that win rate is you win 100% of the time when you go 1 into 2 and 0% of the time when you don't. It's still 60% win rate, you know? That still makes it one of the best decks in the game. You just have to do that. It's just a matter of being able to keep a cool head, find the tools to beat that start, and luckily, yeah, Banter was right to bemoan the start that he faced up against, but honestly his hand was excellent too for what he had to go up against on the other side. Able to get the Salesman down to contest early, which is the perfect card because it does not make your Living Horizons more expensive, having access to the 2 Living Horizons themselves, and still lots of options that never really ended up getting used. Mixologist for Resurrect, as you were talking about, was a fantastic option at some points that game, which, you know, didn't really end up having to pan out just because he was able to gain control very, very effectively.
Yeah, and there's some things Yuansu could have played differently. I'm not saying that played it incorrectly, but the aggressive use of the cane, there was pressure, but like not that much pressure. The argument is, okay, well, what else does he do? Start drawing cards with quick pick, take a little bit of damage, and then decide, I suppose. But with the tempo cane, never really got close for lethal damage, especially after the Amethyst got down. So I don't know. It's a tough, very tough situation, and you got to make the call. Okay, spend my mana efficiently and push damage, and then hope I find a way to deal with this Living Horizon afterwards, or hold it, take a bunch of damage, potentially shut off Acupuncture as lethal option, but be able to get through taunts if there's more where that came from. So tough call, but now we're going into the Demon Hunter last deck that Yuansu needs to get across, so we're going to keep seeing that, and the Shaman from McBanterFace. So looking for ways to deal with the board in the early game, and also looking for ways to capitalize on the mid game once that board is dealt with. Yogg's leaving, Horn's leaving. So it's an argument of the other two, but it's going to be a full toss. Need ways to deal with the other stuff.
Skirting Death, okay.
On the coin again.
On the coin again, yeah, but no Turn the Tides, no Magma. Okay. Yeah, you see a slight nod coming out from Banter, feeling ever so slightly better about his life now.
And the Muck Pools.
Patches the first has been drawn.
Okay, you pretty much don't have a turn next turn if you turn the tides. Currently, also coin could be a big deal, but how threatening is the sing-along buddy with no sock puppet?
Yeah, not that bad.
Not
I think it's fine.
that bad, because then you at least know that like one of Yuansu's mana is going to hero power, and that's only 1 extra damage.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Fairy Tale Forest.
Fairy Tale.
Yeah. So
I was leaning towards just hero power and evolve it.
Oh, Hackathon 3. Oh nope, sock puppet.
Ah!
Sock puppet's fine. There's turn of tides available.
Any argument to fire off one of these Taste of Chaos?
Actually,
Yuansu says no.
Yep. Nope. Alright. This one's gonna be tough. There's no way to balance back the life total.
Yeah, second patch is drawn. I was going to add after the previous turn, it's very, very important that one of those stays in the deck, at the very least. You don't want to draw any of them, but drawing both is so much worse than drawing one. Particularly in an aggro matchup like this. Battlefiend, Hero Power, Taste of Chaos. Gotta start turning these into real cards. Mm-hmm. Take 5, dummy. Gotta be Hagatha. Gotta be Hagatha and take it. It does not feel good, but you have no other option here. Hits one of each. It's probably the good outcome. I mean, double Decor might actually end up being better right now with double Walking Fountain.
Yeah, I
to
would
be perfectly honest.
Double Nomelia and double Walking Mountain.
Oh no! What is this hand? Yuansu just can't even finale. What has happened here?
Going down swinging is quite good though for the deal with Frosty Decor.
It is. But any like genuinely playable hand, Banter would have exploded by now. I think. Like this has been pretty bad from Yuansu.
Yeah. So for Cliff Dive we have Nabundo, Cookie. Yogg.
Yeah, Yogg obviously is the potential good one, but also potential disaster. Golganeth is fantastic just for the heal, yeah.
Yeah. At this point you want Golganeth, Yogg. And then hope that Yogg spells help you.
Yeah, it depends, right? Because you might be in one of those spots where, you know, if you like have Frosty Decor minions in the way, and then you also get to Cliff Dive, you almost wouldn't click Yogg just because of the potential of net negative. It's not like Yuansu's going to have a massive board that needs clearing, right? That's not going to happen from here, I don't think.
Yeah. You evolve the slime, I think.
It doesn't get better going into a 6. Yep. Yep. You do it, I agree with you, because you don't really have anything else to use those charges on over the course of the game. But yeah, 5/5 into a 6 drop does not get much better on average.
Yeah. Oracle. That's Oracle, right? The process of elimination.
Yes, yes
Okay,
it is. Yeah.
God dang signature cards. But there's 2 finale cards, no way to finale. Like these Frosty Decor minions, you kind of want to just deal with them right now.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, there's not a great way. No, there is. You just Hero Power going down swinging.
Taste.
And then Hero Power going down swinging Taste, yeah.
Enough time.
Wait.
Huh? What happened?
Doesn't want to give him the armor?
Ooh, okay. Just going Metamorphosis and not allowing the armor minions to die. Very interesting. It's weird. Like, it's a little weird because you're only allowing 4 armor because you would still get to swing face after clearing the taunts if you did it the other way. So you're not playing around 8 armor, you're playing around 4 armor, which is a little worse.
Praise
But sure,
be the
I
Yogg,
get it.
though. Yogg's gonna kill off the Frosty Decors.
The first time in history, you are clicking Yogg begging for it to kill your own board.
Trust. And then they get replaced by Cookie.
True.
Just snipe them.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Oh!
Oh!
Nope.
Me? Not me.
Oh!
No. Okay.
Ugh. Arana.
I mean, giddy up.
My true potential.
Oh, it's lethal. Turn the tide skirting death. It's lethal.
It is lethal, yeah. Turn the Tide's gonna do it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what a weird game. So, respect to Yuansu for that play.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So I don't know either, but like respect for spotting it. You know, like I'm not gonna kill him.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think we should be in the business of be like, wow, you saw a play. Like, you have to see the good play. Anyone can see a play, but I'm not convinced that that's the right one, right? So I am right? Like, if you clear both of them, which you could, because hero power on going down swinging gives you 4 attacks, so you just clear out both of the taunts.
Yep.
You then also get to swing face at the end of the turn.
Yes.
So all you're doing is giving them 4 armor. And your exchange for that is that you die in 2 turns. Because you're leaving up their entire board. Because you leave the 5/3 alive as well. Or the 5/2 or whatever it ends up being. Because that would have died to your other method of doing it. Hero power first, then going down swinging, and then you Taste of Chaos, the 5/1 at the end.
Yes.
So it's a clear board. So you then probably have 3 or 4 more turns from that point. So if you find Metamorphosis from Taste of Chaos, don't you just then have like infinite damage over the course of the game anyway? Like, why are you so concerned about doing it in 2 turns? Like, it just doesn't seem right to me. Seems like you put a clock on yourself that didn't need to exist.
One other thing is, we knew that Walking Mountain couldn't come from Cliff Dive.
That is a good point.
He did not, so he was limiting board space and also clearing off his own minion and not having something in play. So, like, from his perspective, if it's very likely that Cliff Dive is there. Alternatively, like the 2 scenarios that he expects, the other slime is Cliff Dive. I leave a minion up, he Cliff Dives in Walking Mountains and heals. Scenario 2, I gave him full board space to be able to slime and Frosty Decor a second time. So his play limits the board space so he can't slime Frosty Decor number 2, and he kills off his own minion while not giving him armor to prevent Cliff Dive from healing anything.
But you can still hero power first, then trade in your minion, then play going down swinging, which still takes your minion off the board, so there is still no target left on the board.
Still,
for the Cliff Dive at the end of it.
So
then there's still nothing for the Walking Fountain to rush into at the end of it. You still have a Metamorphosis in your hand if that's the outcome. Your opponent has 4 more health, but you have no clock. I agree. Second Frosty Decor is worse if you go with the line that I'm suggesting. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
But that is counting on your opponent hitting double 5s, which is, one specific outcome of the 4 that you can get.
In that case, would really love to play to your other suggestion of trade off the minion. Still hero power, going down swinging, give him the 4 armor, go into an empty board, completely empty board, and your opponent's on 15, you have meta in hand, their Cliff Dive is basically nothing. If they hit double 5 and have second Frosty Decor, more power to them, Then you still are in the same line, but there's only 9 damage on board instead of, whatever it would have ended up being. So
Right.
A lot of lines for that game. Seemed very simple, but now we're in a game 5. And it's Rogue for McBanterFace. First, the Demon Hunter. Can McBanterFace do the first sweep on the coin 3 times in a row? And Sock Puppet comes out. Okay, this is the deck, though, that coin can be okay.
It can. I mean, it's the deck that is weakest against attack DH in general. It has to be said at first. So you absolutely do not want the deck you're weak to be. Oh no! No! We refuse. We absolutely refuse. This hand is too strong. Put it away.
Needs a prep. If McBanterFace gets a prep, we're in business. So, quick pick. You got to take this damage for one more turn.
Yeah,
right?
you do. It looks that way to me too.
And then you have 3 draws for a prep, in which case you can go Oracle, Tarslick, Prep Fan of Knives. And clear off this early board, and then just hope. Dig for treasure.
Meta, no good right now. But a very useful card to have in the back pocket one turn.
He's like, oh, it's one of those games, huh?
McBanterFace with a face absolutely covered in banter right now. Okay.
Backstab.
Consolation prize for the prep, for sure.
Yeah, Oracle backstab. Right? Or do we draw first with the quick pick? And there's also the back.
True arcane magic.
Okay, backstab immediate damage.
How enigmatic.
Step is great.
Or coin breakdance.
Yeah, I think you want the mana discount. Step also, I mean, not in this order, but Step would also allow you to coin Tarslick instead if you wanted to, just to make sure you don't take 1,000,000 from the sock puppet again next time.
Yeah. Well, coin breakdance also deals with the sock puppet.
You just want the mana though. You want it to cost 1. You don't want it to cost 3. You just really want to. You just really want to play it again next time. I think this is right. No spell yet, right? The Desperado is still just a Bloodfen Raptor. So, giddy up Metamorphosis, I guess? It's 13.
I guess.
13 of the damage you need, right? Like, 2 metas and it activates the Desperado as well. It's looking very Grifter or bust. So are we now diverting to dig for treasure? I guess you can still do that with the Oracle. There's no reason.
Oracle fan first.
Witness true arcane
Okay,
magic.
we'll dig for treasure. Fine.
Yeah, I think the dig is the card that's always getting played because you need Grifter now. You just need it. So the minion shooter is the #1 priority. So now prep Doobie. Working on that same theory. Which of these cards looks the most like getting Grifter in my hand?
Choose soon.
Oh, prep dig for treasure! Come on! No! heartbreaking for McBanterFace, still alive temporarily. That Kane might have something to say about that, though. That is the last remaining piece of damage needed over the course of 2 turns.
So it's got to be Kane off the top.
Grifter off the top, you mean, right?
Oh, yeah. Grift off the top. Sorry. I was looking at the Kane when I said that. Monkey see, monkey do, you know?
Yeah, full Ron Burgundy moment. It's okay. It happens to all of us.
Okay. No.
No. It's rare. It's rare that Sonya appears. And
you
like,
can't
well,
just draw
sucks,
Sonya
but...
and win the game. No. And there you go. McBanterFace giving us the salute. Put up a good fight after being down 2-0, but Yuansu is going to take the victory, move on to the semifinals. Took 3 tries with the Demon Hunter, but eventually got the opening, and Rogue deck just taking a little bit too much time to get to the key cards in that matchup, and you got 3 chances to draw. Well, okay, I was going to say you got 3 chances to draw the good Demon Hunter hand, but they just got progressively better, right? The first game it was like, okay. Second game was like, oh, a little better, and the third game was like, yep, that's the stuff.
Yeah, two very good draws, one pretty bad draw for the Demon Hunter, but having 3 bites of the cherry with any deck is going to make you primarily favored in the series. I think Yuansu and, in general, the Chinese players as a whole have been very impressive. Multifaceted ways in this tournament as well. I think they've been super interesting with the lineups that they brought. They've been on point with the plays. Like, yeah, you know, TJ and I sit and have a debate about whether we agree with one of Yuansu's lines, but if we sit here and agree with everything that a player does for an entire series, that's pretty rare to see in a series of Hearthstone. But I think in general, you can start to see now there are a lot of China players making their way through to this top 8 and very possibly through to top 4. And I think you have to kind of time rewind back a year. You can see it now, right? Yuansu already through. Yanming waiting for a spot in top 4. ProYun there as well, looking for a spot in top 4. That is a very possible final involving 2 Chinese players. And I think you have to time walk back a year to the point where China were just playing regular tournaments in a way the rest of the world were not. And it just finally honed their steel to the point where they just had sharper minds for a tournament strategy than the rest of the world do, who are primarily ladder grinders at this point. And even with the significant time off from major tournaments that China was enforced in taking, it really feels like they haven't missed a beat in getting back into this.
No, it hasn't. You know, I love these types of, matches where we do have the luxury to just be able to really talk about one play for 5 minutes, right? That's, and it's not bogged down by. We love the silliness and stuff to have series like that where both players are misplaying and not playing optimally, and it leads to these clown fiestas. Those are entertaining, but it's cool when we get to this top level of play. Every single point of damage and micro decision matters. Very cool stuff, but. Enough of that for Salvo and I. We have plenty more Hearthstone. That's just our first match of the final day of the World Championship here. We have 6 more to go. 3 more quarterfinals, 2 semifinals, and ultimately the finals where we will crown a champion. So Salvo and I are done for now. We are going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone action continues right after this.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championships. We are getting ready to get into the second match of our top 8, and to take you through that action, I'm Don, joined by Lorinda. How you doing, Lorinda?
Yeah, I'm doing good, spurred on by that first match, which is pretty exciting, with that attempted reverse sweep there by McBanterFace just falling short. This one might be a little bit slower for those who were here late last night. We're seeing Yanming's Warrior and Warlock in action potentially, but this time around he's up against somebody with a much more aggressive lineup, Dawn, and I think, don't know if you agree with me, that he might be able to might be up against a lot more trouble this time than he was against maybe Vecna.
Yeah, definitely agree. These lineups are very different, almost opposites in what we're going to see here. Let's take a look at Hemlock first here. The lineup of the hand buff Paladin, the attack Demon Hunter, Swarm Shaman, and that Dungar Druid, which I think the Dungar Druid is what we're going to be seeing first here, but pretty aggressive lineup overall.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to, do you think Shaman beats Rogue? And if you do, this is the anti-Rogue lineup. If you don't believe that, then it's 3 decks that can beat Rogue and 1 that can't. So it just depends how you see that matchup. I'm still on the Shaman bandwagon for that one. But yeah, the Dungar Druid, a deck that I think fewer people may have brought than possibly should have brought, just because it either does its thing or it doesn't. A lot of the time there is, especially in the mirror, quite a lot of complicated play with it, but usually against things that aren't the mirror, either your deck does its thing or it does not.
Yeah, it's definitely been a deck that we've talked a little bit about throughout the weekend. Not quite as much as the Shaman and Rogues, I would say. But looking over at Yanming's here, first world appearance, bringing in the Discover Hunter, the Armor Warlock, Cycle Rogue, and Control Warrior. Much more control-heavy, slower lineup. And just as a reminder as well, that Discover Hunter, all of the Chinese players kind of have that slower, more value-oriented Discover Hunter, as opposed to the more aggressive, low-curve one that we've seen from some of the other players.
Yeah, but just because it's control against aggro, I still feel that Hemlock might be okay. I think these control decks are very good against the anti-aggro decks, the sort of thing that McBanterFace we've just seen playing was playing. But I do think that this deck, some of these decks are a little tiny bit slow against aggro. Not too slow, then it's not they can't win. I just think that Hemlock has the slight edge going into this this matchup. This Infinite Warrior we saw last night, working out why it was called Infinite Warrior, because he got up to 900 armor. A thrilling experience for all concerned, I think.
Yeah, it was definitely an experience for everyone, that's for sure. Not quite the series I was expecting when we first went in, but it was definitely exciting to watch. So we'll see if that's something that he can repeat here in this first game as we get into it with Hemlock again on this Dungar Druid and Yanming on this Control Warrior.
Yeah, just one thing before we get into the action about Yanming as well, just from the stats that we put up. He was rank 1 4 times on the EU server in recent times. You know, when they didn't have access to the Chinese server, Yanming just came to the Europe server and murdered everybody there as well. So, for me, one of the favourites for this tournament, if this lineup can hang on.
Yeah, personally, I've always been a fan of Hemlock, so this is definitely going to be an interesting series to watch here. We see the mulligans coming out as Hemlock getting to start with a cactus construct.
Yeah, but none of that early ramp that you really need. There is the crystal cluster, there is things you can do with coin, but first of all, no early plays for making those monstrous 8 and 9 plays on turns 4 and 5. And really the cactus construct will push some damage, but it's not what this matchup is about. Hemlock wants to get this done really early.
And some interesting choices here. The Bunny Stomper, Kobold Geomancer, or Drink Server. Going for the Drink Server here.
Okay. I don't know which particular drink you may have in mind, but they're all pretty powerful, and if you've got nothing else to do, I guess. Let's see if this ramp goes into the hand. This is where, like, Druid players know what they're doing. I would spend an hour there trying to work out, well, do I have to coin this to try and get lucky on my next turn, or do I have to save this coin and innovate for attempt a crystal cluster? He knows he needs to save. His chance of hitting it. Ramp is not that high.
Yeah. And still not getting closer with the Yogg being pulled into hand here, but Revelation gonna draw a card. Still no ramp.
No. And allowing Yanming to get set up in this early game. That's a lot of armor represented right there. Okay.
What to do?
Not a lot going on here. Does Hemlock just want to play the pennant just to discover something? Get a little bit closer to that
sure.
ramp?
I think you have to crystal cluster, don't you? I am assuming that is Innovate, the 4th card along.
Sure
Just got to
is.
get it done, I think. And then at least next turn you can play one of your 8s and try and do something. Also, you know, having an 8/8 in front of this 2/6 will kill it sooner rather than later, which is what you want to happen. Because it's going to get so much armor ready.
And more from the Needle Rock Totem as well.
Okay. Very little doing for Hemlock here. Didn't learn from Rekram last night, who just got all of the ramp straight away on his Druid game. He wasn't so lucky in some of the others.
What to do?
Just... Do you want to go looking for a Dunga, or do you just want to play an 8-drop? It's a tough choice.
What to do?
I think personally you want to go looking for a Dungar, but the problem is if you miss and you start picking up other things, then your Dungar becomes less useful, and you don't have any tempo on the board, and you're scared Yanming's going to start gaining absolutely millions of armor.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces going on here. Hemlock still trying to figure out what he wants to do, but I'm gonna go for a health drink here, clear up that Razor Fen, and yeah, not allow additional armor to be gained here from Yanming.
Okay.
Take it a little slower.
Yep. Just calculating that's just too much armor. He wasn't willing to let that happen. It was going to represent sort of another 15 or so in the next few turns. Number precisely calculated and not just, you know, pulled straight out of thin air. But about that much.
Yanming does have the Fizzle and Zola in hand, so you can start getting that infinite when he chooses to.
It's getting there, right? He already has the Ceaseless and the Sleep, so that's some of the bits you want in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get to it. And then tidy it up later. Yeah, it's not a bad one, is it? Got the Blade Storm in there as well, Slam. Okay. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hemlock's decisions are just getting harder and harder. He's got to actually start doing something soon. You're playing big things really early to kill people quickly. And he hasn't played a big thing yet, and it's turn 7.
Yeah, turn 7, 9 mana available. Finally seeing a Splitting Space Rock come down. 1 big minion. It is going to be a little bit obnoxious for Yanming to deal with, just because of the repetitive board state that it creates. But again, there are the Blade Storm and Aftershocks that you mentioned. There's a Slam to deal with some of the smaller things, and lots of removal once this Ceaseless gets cheapened enough as well.
Yeah, there's Gift as well later on. There's the Aftershock for the later parts of the rocks. So also it's only 8 damage. Like, you know, he's on 46, so it's not an emergency to instantly tidy it up if he doesn't want to, doesn't have to. There's a card. That'll help. Hostile Invader has made me swear at warriors many times. I don't really swear, I just say how wonderful and lovely their deck is, but... Just push in. You're not going to kill me, I'm going to kill you. Wear that 5.
Alright, well, on 10 mana now, Hemlock does have more options. Doesn't seem like the necessary Yogg, but I'm not sure what Hemlock wants to get out of A&R at this point. Just mana refresh and play another Splitting Rock?
Yeah, you get
Start
some
getting some stuff on board?
You? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I like that. Exactly what you said. I don't think it's the only play, looking around, but it seems like you're doing so little. Let's do it now, because later on we're still hoping for Dungar. Although Dungar now no longer draws a 10, and also obviously he's no longer that good a card anyway. There is still Space Rock, Horse, and Ziliax if he does get the players of Dungar, so work for now.
Well, the second Splitting Rock's already in hand, right? So
Yeah.
the Ziliax does get to pick up and discover that Dungar at this point.
Represents a lot of damage, the Dungar, actually, because there's the Stargraze is guaranteed. I just call them space things, because you get one or the other, and they're both from space. Of course, you know, I'm great like that.
Does fit the space-themed expansion. Certainly
does. Yep.
All forms of life will be planetary decimation.
So it is guaranteed to be those 3, I believe, which is Ziliax. I don't know what the name of the horse is. Thunderbringer, there we go. And Stargrazer. Which isn't the most intimidating board ever, but you can push the immediate 8, which is tempting as well. I know Hemlock has a plan for the late game, but there's no Kill Jaden or anything in this deck, so... I mean, there isn't usually, but just double check that there isn't here.
For Yanming.
No,
Or
for Hemlock.
For Hemlock,
Oh,
yeah.
Yanming's fine. Yanming's got everything he needs, I think.
With the ETC in hand, which does have Kill Jaden, Boom Boss, Thogran, and Sleep Under the Stars.
So he can go as long as you want, right? He's fine.
Keep it together. Keep it together.
Okay. Hey, look, saying you just used a lot of stuff to blow one of these up. Let's see how you deal with another one. Yanming down to 10 cards already, though, Dawn. He's going to start doing that nonsense pretty soon.
Yeah, pretty soon. Just has to find that actual photograph. Snapshots.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what does he do until that point? How does he manage this board state that Hemlock has been threatening?
This is what I was wondering if he'd do. It's like, what he wants to do, I think, is just make space, right? His hand relies on being able to sort of view the photos, open them, do it again. I think there were 6 cards in that photo, if memory serves. Might have been 7, so he needs to just dump things from his hand. He's got 53 armor, or 53 health, effectively. He's got a little bit of time. He's just going to get rid of the expensive stuff, I think. Because he's not under any real significant pressure.
What to do?
And one kind of interesting interaction with all of these splitting rocks and all of these rocks that have been dying repeatedly is it's just discounting that ceaseless expanse even faster as well.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I thought he was a bit low. Yeah. Actually just helping your opponent do the thing they're trying to do. What can you do about it? You have to play the game.
Time waits for no one.
Well, final Sea Breeze Chalice helps clean up the Ziliax a little bit. Hemlock can push a little bit more damage here. Gets that attack from the Stargrazer, chipping away at some of the armor. But as you mentioned, pretty soon Yanming is going to be able to start going infinite, but still no snapshot.
No snapshot. There's nothing in the horse. He's seen the 2 space rocks, so he knows the most that's in the horse is 1 Stargrazer. He might just be tempted to ceaseless here. I'm sure there'll be other things on his mind on top of that, because, you know, he will optimize the turn, but just getting rid of most of this, being on 37, I don't think he's going to be under great threat. Okay. He's going to wait. Unsure which way he wants to.
And going for Sleep Under the Stars out of that ETC. 2 snapshots in the deck now. We did see this in the series yesterday as well. There was multiple snapshots that were just repeatedly being played. Very similar in the cards that they had, but slightly different in what options it did give Yanming.
Just needs to roar, right? +2 to everything, bang. He's tidied it all up anyway.
Okay, Hemlock can just play the Yogg and steal this Ceaseless Expanse now.
Yep. Yeah, make Yanming answer that. That's a lot to answer. Or just kill it and then, sure.
Yeah.
So I spent the last few turns saying that Yanming has a lot of time. He doesn't have a lot of time anymore.
Yeah, not finding the snapshots is gonna hurt his infinite plan. Hemlock has been able to play out repeated boards even through Yanming's clearing.
Yeah, it looked like he was down to the last sort of bits, but he's got so much mana now that now he's found the snapshot dawn. Looks like he's going to actually be able to
Find
get
one of
another
them.
board.
Clear up some hand space with the safety goggles first.
Checking what the card is he's going to burn if he snapshots. I didn't snapshot it like I should have done. So I don't know. But he knows.
I have seen creation,
Finds the ceaseless.
and I will bring destruction.
No
Actually,
fizzle in
can
that
he?
one.
Yeah, can he even go infinite now at this point because the fizzle is gone?
Depends on this. No, I don't think he can. I feel like he can't. Could be wrong, but I feel like he can't. I'm not sure about the second snapshot. Maybe this was a snapshot without the fizzle, but there was the Zola in there, so this was... No, that was the snapshot without it. Okay, I think.
Well, Hemlock could just play the second hydration station, kind of refill the board yet again. Has to kind of think through after seeing that snapshot played, though, what resources Yanming has for removal.
He may know. He probably does know what was in the snapshot. He probably recorded the cards as they got played, so he'll have some idea what he's up against, I think.
Time waits for no one.
I'm waiting for Yogg into attendees. That's going to be great. As the last resource on either side. He's up to 66 effective health himself, but he's coming in for 13.
Yeah. Been able to push a lot of pressure here, setting Yanming down to 17 now, removing all of that armor. I thought we were looking at potentially tons of armor here, but actually Hemlock on the Druid is the one with all the armor at this point.
Yeah. Funny how that works out sometimes. I mean, definitely not entirely sure of his best course of action. I'm certainly not. He'll be pleased to have got rid of that second hydration station, so he knows now that things are going to come in a bit slower. And they need to. He's so low on health.
Yeah. Yanming has been able to clear a lot of these threats repeatedly, though, from Hemlock. And yeah, without things like the Tendies potentially high-rolling some stuff, Hemlock might start to actually run out of threats of his own.
He really might, yeah. It was a function of that very slow start, I think. Like turn 8 just cleared your warrior opponent's like board of little things that Yanming just put out there. Like the threat wasn't to kill him, the threat was to gain so much armor that he'd get to the late game, and Hemlock took the decision there to clear them up, which was almost certainly the right decision because it made so much armor, but it slowed him down so much. Dungar didn't appear until inconveniently late at turn 10. At least a 10 mana turn.
Oh, now the ham coming into hand for Yanming too. If there is any more threats left in the deck, that ham can help clear those up.
I believe there's 0 minions left. We've seen the 2 Titans, we've seen the 4 space things, and we've seen the horse and the Ziliax. So I think there's nothing left.
And the single card of Yogg in hand for Hemlock has been sitting there for quite a while now, so Yanming might have the read that that is something like the Yogg, another threat. But yeah, gonna get the info that there is no minions left in the deck for him to eat here.
Yeah. You know what that means?
It's Yogg time.
He's emptying his hand out. You know what that means, for sure. Here we go!
All right, Tendrils.
Let's play some Hearthstone.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Kill a minion. Yes. It's so silly. I love it. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, now
Okay.
we've got a ham. Hemlock's checking the deck list to see what he's going to get to eat with his ham. Plenty of
There
cheese
still
by
is
the
that-
look of that. Sorry, Dawn.
No, you're good. That second snapshot still in hand or in the deck as well, right? There it is.
Yes.
6
still
cards
there
in
you
that
go.
one.
Forms of life will be brought.
These just make me laugh. He's going to get all the way up to 10 as well. Go on, 1-1. You can do it. I'm not biased, mate. I really don't mind who wins this match at all. I'm just rooting for the underdog, which is the 1-1. That fight. Okay. He's generate some nonsense here. Needs to not draw 7 cards. That would be bad. Oh my
A
goodness.
N'Zoth.
Oh.
1 mana N'Zoth. And Hemlock has tons of mana to work with as well. Started the turn with 16 mana.
Well, the Space Rocks have Death Rattle, right?
Time waits for no one.
Yeah.
So that's some stuff.
We do what the living cannot.
Oh yeah. Painful first. It's more. Great. We're ahead by 6 armor. It's a great time for everyone.
I'm almost out of cards.
All right. Yanming can remove some of this board, clear up some hand space for this other snapshot.
Yeah, not interesting to play the Alloy Advisor first to get 1 million armor.
I think, doesn't this snapshot have, does it have a Razor Fin in it? No, it doesn't. It has another Alloy Advisor.
Yeah. So he is all fizzled out.
I'm almost out of cards.
Definitely not going to see the infinite this turn, but we are seeing what feels like an infinite amount of tendrils.
Atmosphere.
Yeah. 1 left. He might just chill now and say, you know what? Ceaseless this, or they're just going to hit you for 8 and stuff. He's got to double check that he's comfortable, there's no fizzle. He'll probably check that like 8 million times because it's so important.
Wonder.
Thanks, game.
Wanna blow something up?
We just chilling? We're just chilling.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah.
Just gotta gain armor, right? So we are chilling. Sure, just playing the... That's fine as well. But not in a hurry for the N'Zoth. So I think he realises that the N'Zoth's just going to get it done if he can get rid of this last expanse. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, there's not much removal left. We do see an Aftershocks and the Ceaseless Expanse for Yanming. Yeah, I think that's why also the Crystal Cluster got held back as well.
Uh-huh. Yeah, some 3/7s waiting to happen.
Yeah, that Hemlock had created a board. It wasn't like the most threatening board, so getting to see some of that cleared up with removal certainly has to feel good for Hemlock, though. Just get some of that out of the way, get that removal gone, and then can follow up and see what else happens with this Tendril.
Yeah, let's see what happens. This might be massive. Doesn't need to stick a lot, but he needs... That's perfect.
Dwarf Planet. Maybe the first time Dwarf Planet has ever been used.
I concede.
Oh.
Okay, well, we see Hemlock give it up there. Yanming gonna take that first game.
Are we misunderstanding N'Zoth, or did he just straight up think there was a fizzle in hand, so conceded?
That's what it feels like.
Ouch. I'm going with ouch. I might be wrong, and if I'm
Yeah.
calling it wrong, I'm sorry, but I'm going with that's an ouch. Wow. Okay then. It's 1-0 to Yanming.
Well, that does mean that Control Warrior is out of the way. It has the win, so we're not going to see the Warrior any longer here in this series. We do still have for Yanming the Discover Hunter and the Cycle Rogue. And I'm definitely interested to hear your thoughts here. I think we talked about it a little bit before that first game, but I feel like for Yanming, the Cycle Rogue might actually be kind of a weak point in this lineup because of Hemlock having that kind of anti-rogue lineup himself.
Yeah, I think that, you know, for all that last game's excitement, that the Rogue here is still the big deal. Hemlock's lineup, very powerful into Rogue. Again, Shaman versus Rogue, if you think it's 50-50, cool, good for you. But the rest of it is very anti-Rogue. The Hunter, I feel the deck is very good, but it is a bit hit and miss. Sometimes you just don't get the 2/5. Sometimes you just get run over by your opponent. So I think this is still very much anyone's game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see as well. The Hunter, I think, for Yanming as well. We've talked a lot about kind of this difference between these Discover Hunters, and a lot of these Chinese players have brought this more slow, value-oriented Discover Hunter. So I'm very curious to kind of see how this Discover Hunter plays out, and if Yanming kind of plays it very similarly to how we just saw Yuansu play it in the first top 8 match.
Yeah. So I'm still just double checking my my N'Zoths here, honestly. Yeah, I don't understand why the N'Zoth just wasn't put into play, but again, he must have thought there was a fizzle. I'm sorry to keep on about that, but it's such a massive moment. I've only ever seen one time that I can clearly remember where a player has conceded what felt like a one game, and that was a one game. That's when Navi conceded to a Leroy that was played, because he assumed there was a power overwhelming in hand when there wasn't. But
Yeah.
the good thing for him is he doesn't know.
Yet.
It's not like you miss a lethal and then you realise it 5 minutes later and it
Yeah.
bothers you for the rest of the day. He's not going to know until the match is over.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it ends up impacting the overall result of the whole series. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm not sure what else we can add to that we haven't already touched on, but it did very much feel like he he was kind
I
of
must
winning that
protect
game and
the
then
wild.
conceded to something that he assumed was in hand that actually wasn't. But we are jumping into game number 2 here. Hemlock still on that Druid, and Yanming now over on the Cycle Rogue.
Yeah, and this is a very good matchup for the Druid, largely because the Rogue just doesn't put you under any pressure. We've said it's about do nothing, ramp a bit, do nothing, lol, here's my 9 or 8 drop, and win the game. The Rogue struggles to deal with a board that is made from the Dungar, and it struggles to put the pressure on to stop them from doing the Dungar stuff. It's not certain, but it just means like the Druid has time to play those pendants, which last game we saw was a bit of an issue because he had to deal with the fact his opponent was going to gain a million armor if he did nothing.
Hemlock does have for the turn 3 the Malfurion's gift for some ramp, so at least finding a little bit of earlier ramp this time around.
Yeah, the Rogue can't ask for a much better hand than this, to be honest. He's able to
Second
just
Malfurion's
play the
gift.
Oracle, right?
Yeah.
Witness.
Oh, and even picks up the Shadow Step as well.
Magic.
Yeah, it looks good. Into Coin Pirate being the plan for next turn. We've talked about getting that Pirate down early. When you're under pressure from some of the more aggressive decks, sometimes you just don't have the time, and you end up playing the Fan next turn instead so you don't die. But here, yeah, Coin, draw 2 cards, play Pirate, play something else. And the Rogue's in this game.
Hemlock has an option here, trying to decide between the Stargrazer, ANR, and Ziliax. Which one he wants to pick up.
So I don't think it's Ziliax, because what are you killing with it? You're not taking the damage, etc. He has to work out if he thinks he's going to get to 10 and use all the power of ANR, fill your hand up, or if you need something more immediate to get the Stargrazer down and just try and kill Yanming with it.
Time waits for no one.
And he can play that next turn if he wants.
Yeah.
I'd take the 8, but I understand why he's thinking so long.
Opts for the ANR.
How enigmatic.
So he played the turn mix with it, which means that he can play the ANR next turn and fill his hand up. And then find all that good stuff.
Yeah. Has the hydration station waiting in the wings as well. Here's that Scoundrel coming down that you mentioned, getting this down nice and early on turn 4.
Yeah, absolutely perfect, especially when you've drawn cards with the Oracle as well. There's a lot ready to happen in Yanming's hand with the Sonya loaded. So much card draw with the second Oracle, the fans, etc. ready to go as well. Little Pirate ready to go. There's not much missing here for the Rogue in terms of either making giants or just going for combos. But if Hemlock decides to fill his hand, there won't be much missing for him either after this turn. He didn't want to think this turn. Silly Thunderbringer.
Do you like the Thunderbringer more here or the ANR?
I like the ANR more. I just want to fill my hand up, get a Dungar for next turn, and off I go. But he doesn't. And the reason I like the ANR more is because I can play the Thunderbringer soon anyway. You can play the ANR soon anyway on the same turn, but the ANR is more powerful immediately. And you can't necessarily kill the Thunderbringer yourself, which I think might be a problem. He decided he's got the resources to clear everything up, so he's going to take that while he can. Has the advantage that empties his hand out as well.
Still no giants, but lots of removal here.
Yeah. Getting the extra one drop, getting the extra Sonya back. All that good stuff.
And even gets to push a little bit of damage to face.
Yeah, it's nice as well. Always nice to have a grifter out. And there's nothing exciting to do here at all. The reason to play the Thunderbringer, I guess, last term is because, you know, in a world where you get nothing, you get to play your hydration station. You don't want to do that though, do you?
I mean, is it that terrible here? It feels fine to me.
Okay.
I think you just get out a couple more things, force Yanming to continue to answer the board. You've already seen both break dances, so even if there is giants at this point, you saw a lot of the removal, so it still just creates a board that Yanming has to deal with. But Hemlock actually opting to just clear off Yanming's board, keep all of these rocks as a board here.
Yeah, he's seen at least one fan.
Now
What's the card draw here? There is an Oracle, isn't there? So
how long can you hold your
Yanming sees a turn here, I think. So many free cards. When I'm doing this, I just don't have the time mentally to make everything a free card, but yeah, Yanming's doing everything precisely, double dubious, so why not?
Yeah, very interesting as well. I think some of the time where we've seen dubious being played, it's actually really important for clearing off minions. In this case, not so much. It actually really is Yanming just using this for card draw. And saying, sure, I'll end up clearing off some of your 1/1s with the dubious combo there. That's fine.
So many things happened that turn, as they always do with Rogue.
There's the Grifta coming into hand. Second Scoundrel as well.
And he gets there with the Sonya at the end as well. Obviously didn't get greedy with the Giants, which is what, you know, the deck feels like you're supposed to do. No, just keep doing Sonya things. Shakes his head, there's a 0 mana Giant in hand at the end of the turn and 10 cards.
Nope. This ANR is still sitting in hand for Hemlock. Can come out this turn. It's one of those innervates.
I feel like it might need to. Like it's a bit of an emergency. You're facing too much damage. You might have to do both things here, just to get the 5/5.
Yeah.
And here again, get the Thunderbringer as well. And heal your mana. Honestly, what I mean.
Heal your mana. We need to put that on a t-shirt.
Okay, sounds perfect. I'll wear it in shame.
Well, the Stargrazer allows some armor gain there as well.
Check if there's an Incendious play. Don't think there is. Could get to the position where he does 5 to everything with Incendious without bouncing it. And that does clear a large chunk of board. Including the 5 to face, there's 28. That puts down to 23.
Everything is a melting point.
Okay.
Too soon.
God, that 75 seconds went quick. I'm still staring at the board from how clear it is.
Yeah.
There we go, just found it.
True arcane magic. How enigmatic.
Trying to make sure the
Wait.
splitting things don't split is the plan here.
Yeah. Alright, drawing those eruptions.
And of course it is 10 damage with the Oracle instead of 5. Well. Now the eruption should be back. There you go.
Almost out of cards. I'm out of cards.
Okay.
Somebody dies here.
Alright. Frost Lotus Seedling can draw. What does Hemlock want to draw here?
Well, unfortunately he only has the 10 mana, right? So,
Yeah.
but he can heal. Can he live if he kills an 8/8? Like, there's no more Incendious things.
Oh, not enough mana to play the hydration station.
You got this, hipster. You're fine. You got this.
Okay,
Stick up.
stick up.
Serpent. I think Heatwave can clear both giants, right? So. Serpent, one giant, trade into another giant, hope they don't have blasters.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, hope that Grifta doesn't find damage to close it out. It's a lot of hoping,
It is a lot of hoping. Hoping and coping. That's how we play this game.
but it's what Hemlock has to do. Doesn't have any other options at this point.
Yeah.
Sometimes your opponent doesn't have it or doesn't find it, and the hope is all you have.
I mean, there isn't a lot to have. He knows there's no bounce for the Incendious. That's the key thing. There's plenty of other nasty things going on, but you summed it up. It's that Grifter is the big deal, I think, unless I'm missing something obvious.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirates.
How
Okay.
long can you hold you?
Now this is treasure.
Yep, make a trade, sure. Clear up some board space here. Alright, I'm gonna just go for Ziliax, not even worry about Grifta yet, just get some healing, heal back up to 20. Still gonna have a little bit of fatigue, but Hemlock only had one card in hand and was top decking at this point. A lot of threats already gone.
Yep. Draw into hydration seems like the obvious order of things here.
What to do?
Yeah, this play was good actually from Yanming. Obviously, it just stops him from losing for a long time. We've still got the Griff to play if needed. Protects the Sonya.
Time waits for no one.
All right, well, the rope is burning. Hemlock's going to have to make some sort of decision here.
I'm wondering if he's scared of hitting the taunts, so that the Thunderbringer can't draw the other taunt, so he doesn't want to just hit it with a seedling. I think that might be the point here. If he was to draw the final taunt, that would be catastrophic.
All right, Yanming can just kind of do whatever he wants at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, fatigue's annoying for him, but yes.
This one's a tribute. Everything is a melting point.
He's going to do the cover artist win here with the Dubious. With the Oracle in play, that's 10 more damage to face. That is going to be game number 2 for Yanming.
Almost out of cards.
Well, I mentioned I was potentially a little bit worried for Yanming's rogue in this lineup, but it did some rogue things. He played it very well, made some really good choices, especially at the end there, I think, and it got through.
Yeah,
Stunguard
Hemlock
Druid suffering a bit.
took the tough decision, right? Whether to play the ANR, whether to play the Thunderbringer, and ended up the whole game not having much stuff in hand. So, yeah, 2-0 down, and Yanming looking good for it, I think, at this point.
Well, see there,
Just
Hemlock.
wasn't the hand he was looking for, which again, which is why I would have gone for ANR, fill my hand, and then do things, because you can't give Rogue infinite time. But I'm sure he saw a future that just didn't turn out happening, and if it had happened, we'd have said he was great. So you make these decisions and live and die by them. But Yanming, as we see the Insidious doing its work with the cover artist, cleaning up the Druid there, who never got into that game at all, I don't feel.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the Druid struggled a bit. I think in both games felt like it kind of struggled. The first game was a little bit better, but that second game for sure definitely seemed like it was struggling quite a bit there. But that just leaves Yanming with this kind of slower, more value-oriented Discover Hunter left. How do you feel about this Discover Hunter in particular going into the rest of Hemlock's lineup?
I feel like it's one of those decks, especially into this lineup as it happens, that is like 48% against everything. You can't bring decks that are 50% plus against everything. That's not how bringing 4 decks lineup works usually. You have to have some concession somewhere. But you get 3 goes at it. Like, you take 48% 3 times. It's basically 3 flips. But personally, I feel it's slightly weaker than the decks it's up against, but I do think he'll get it done because it's good enough, it's close enough, and the deck does sometimes have just some monstrous draws as well built into its foundations. So I think Yanming's a massive favourite here. But we'll see. As the games get ticked off one by one, I'm sure if that starts to happen, Yanming will get nervous.
Yeah. All right, well, we are jumping into this game number 3 here. Again, Yanming on that Discover Hunter and Hemlock on the Druid once again. See if this Druid can get it done.
Yeah, this time around, Cactus Construct a far better card. I don't know if you keep it, but you've got nothing to really fight off. So you probably get rid of all 3 here. Innovate's interesting as well. But I like looking for the hard ramp cards and nothing else.
Yeah, I guess for me, I feel like Construct could be something to contest some early, like, Rengari Scouts.
Yep. You actually go for Seedling as well, Which makes sense, right? If you're going to keep the construct, keeping the seedling so you get the 2 cards off it later is sensible. You've got your first 2 plays planned out. Hello.
Inventomatic, Dirty Rat, or Fanboy?
Time waits for no one.
Well, I think your fanboy's going to get to attack. Let's go fanboy into fanboy. Get a little more damage down. Everybody looks at the dirty rat automatically. It's not that. Telling you, yeah. Excuse me. So yeah, going to clearly go for the trying to get some damage in early.
And now
encounters is interesting.
Does Yanming still actually just want to play Rangari Scout here? That seems...
If he plays it, he coins out the Glacial Shard, right? And just says it's still
Yeah.
on the board.
Has to kind of go for both if he wants to do it that way.
Into bird watching, into alien encounters, being 4 with only 3 mana, so this feels more sensible.
Well, you talked about some ramp for Hemlock. There is the potential of innervating and going Malfurion's Gift into some ramp. Not a lot of follow-up for that, though. I guess the Lotus Seedling.
Yeah, I agree.
Gives you a little bit of drop.
There's no reason ramping, right? If you're going to play a 3 on 4 mana turn, you might as well just do the ramp on the 3 mana turn and hold on to your innovate.
Yeah. Ooh. Going for that Tide Pull Pupil with that alien encounters in hand. Seems solid.
Yep. Yeah, the second alien encounters in particular, right, is going to be 0, almost for sure. The scout people getting encounters, oh my goodness. It's begun, Dawn. Prepare for aliens.
Speaking of beginning, the ramp is now beginning for Hemlock.
Yep. Finally started picking it up. And you can see here this scout being held here for the tide pool now.
Exarch Nael picked up.
Yeah, massive deal, right? Such a huge win rate card.
Okay. Crystal Cluster for next turn.
And this fixes the curve. This allows him to, once again, miss on Dungar, but this allows him to set up what he is going to do on the turn after the Crystal Cluster by using the coin here, because he can still use it next turn anyway.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
And now the fun begins. Double checking the pupil repeatedly to make sure.
Yeah.
Because we've all done it, right, Dawn? We just, you know, you're going to put one more spell in the pupil, then the alien, and suddenly there's 3 spells in there, and the alien's still in hand, and you're like, how did that happen? Why are you doing this to me, game?
Sure, we've all done it, but I don't want to see these players do it.
Oh, I don't want to, no, but that's why he's checking. That's how you don't do it, is by actually looking where your cards are at.
Yeah. Well, now it is going to be filled there.
Yeah.
Got the alien encounters in. And the Tidepole Pupil did get the buff from the birdwatching as well, so not a small body.
I found a sea urchin.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So many alien encounters.
It's arranged there's so many of them into the shape of Orion to see if that can attack.
Fighting.
2-5's a good shape against Yogg as well. There's Dungar though. Hemlock wants to do this.
I'm gonna start with A&R.
Actually, I take that back. They're not too good against Yogg because the bumps on the board already and the 5-5 that's out.
Picture the adventure of a life.
We'll be fine here.
Yogg, Ziliax, and Thunderbringer. All right.
That's a lot of stuff. Like, if you Yogg and make them all attack, something might survive, but you've got a Ziliax and a 2-2 to attack with, as long as Yogg doesn't, Yogg. There might be some scraps need picking off after this.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah. He's still madness.
So silly. Okay.
Yeah, Noyotron.
You sound very happy to see a Noyotron.
I think it's actually a really cool pick in this scenario where Yanming is going to want to play these repeated alien encounters. It just actually is very annoying. It's living up to its namesake.
It is a very well named card, I'll hand you that for sure. Are we at the legendary stage, do you think? Got a lot of damage to get away with here. Okay, the sensible option.
Our souls are scattered across the universe. I shall meet you.
There is so much of this to take care of right now. The worst looking star power in the history of star powers over there.
I shall meet you.
Now who's annoyed by the Noyotron though? Do we want to get rid of our own Dungar? Can we find a lethal? Any questions here? Get rid of the Dungar, get the 8 attack in play. Or is that a space rock? It's a space rock.
No, that's Stargrazer. In Hemlock's
cool.
hand? Yeah.
Yeah. 8. Oh no. He would have liked to kill something with that. He appreciates the board space, I'm sure, but yeah.
I mean, you know, Neil, you did ask for the Dungar to be removed. There you have it.
Yeah. Didn't say how. There we go. And this is why he yogged first, right? If he had killed off some of the aliens, he may have been able to just win the game. There's so much damage there.
These could belong to a brand new species.
Right. Here's even more value.
Yeah, but it needs to be
Yanming going
good.
for all these trackings. Yeah. All right. How about some 0 mana trackings?
Sure.
Hmm.
Agreed. Okay. It's a lot of Zilii.
ceaseless.
Okay. Can't cost that much.
Still, yeah, still quite expensive.
Quickly.
Yeah, I guess 23 is quite a lot. So a lot of damage. Excuse me. Yeah. That's what I thought.
Hemlock's on the board. Got a point. Not out of it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been in these positions many times the last couple of years. Well, one of the most consistent performers since we switched to ladder qualifications, or at least one of the most consistent appearances. So he'll be in here many times, but has got it to do from 2-1. These games feel a little bit scrappy at times as well. Yanming doing what Soto was talking about, just getting a load of cards over and over.
Yeah, definitely really interested in getting that value. We saw repeated discounts and just going for cheap stuff to continue discovering even more.
Yeah, right to the death. Just ended up with a handful of stuff.
Yeah, don't know what he was hoping to find at that point, but he was trying to find it.
It did get to the point, though, where if he survived one more turn, those ceaselesses, he's going to have 3 of them, and they weren't going to cost much at all pretty soon. But just couldn't quite get to that spot. But that value was so much that it looked like it might turn it around. But there was a lot on the other side. When Druid does its thing, it's hard to beat.
Yeah. It took 3 games to get there this time around, but that does leave Hemlock with the Hand Buff Paladin and the Swarm Shaman into Yanming's Discover Hunter here. How do you feel about these remaining matchups for Hemlock?
I will
I like.
with honor.
So I think the Shaman matchup is favoured for him. I think the Paladin matchup's almost 50-50, but I think in the hands of a good player, the Hunter will time their traps and their encounters better than the Paladin can do exciting things. So I think I'm leaning Yanming here if you're putting me on the spot, but it's going to be a close one still.
Yeah, and the alien encounters are just going to be some obnoxious roadblocks for something, especially for something like this Hand Buff Paladin.
Right.
Where there's really not going as wide as the Shaman necessarily will. There's not a lot of rush potential. So really gonna rely on trying to actually stick a couple of buffed up minions, and those alien encounters gonna make things a little bit difficult.
Yeah, 1 deck hand, 1 Leroy is the charge there that I can see. Also is playing 2 copies of Razor Scale. They'll be there for the rogues, but they can mess around with the encounters a little bit if used correctly or used well. So there's that to look out for in this matchup.
We saw Yanming go for the coin into forging this traps, and now going for some secrets here. Freezing trap, ice trap, or explosive.
Excuse me again.
Looked like, was that the explosive and bait and switch?
I thought it was. I'm trying to work out why, but we've seen this before. It's like, well, if you're going to play around the other ones anyway, here you go. The beta switch will be incredibly important, joking aside. Explosive clears this one off the board. Beta switch with alien encounters in hand will buff it up to a very chunky minion indeed. So, very annoying for Hemlock to have to deal with already.
Yeah, and also for Yanming, getting those alien encounters out and buffed before any buffs are really happening for Hemlock seems pretty significant as well.
Yeah. It is interesting that he's willing to just, kill 1 minion, but that's 1 health saved, I guess. Ice Trap's useless, there's hardly any spells, if any, in the deck.
I am really interested that the Neophyte didn't come out there.
It's a good point, yeah. So that indicates that he's looking for a turn in the future where he just wants to push it through. If he gets the opportunity, you know, set up deckhand, set up stuff. If he has the deckhand
Sure.
and the buff in hand, so maybe he just waits for a moment, play deckhand outfit tailor the turn after the Neophyte, where give Yanming a bit of a headache playing those encounters.
And this is certainly not the spot you want to be in as the hand buff paladin here for Hemlock.
Yeah, it's really not. Like, having to swing into things to stop yourself from dying and to buff the minions that are going to stop you from dying is a very big nuisance indeed.
And now Yanming picks up the Agromar for a potential turn 6. The Glacial Shard for freezing and preventing even more buffs here. And it gets buffed on its own from the bird watching as well.
No, that's a really good point. I think that quite often it's easy to forget those buffs on the bird watching do so much damage when you're in a position like Yanming is just pushing damage at the moment. There's 11 on the board, and Hemlock's going to have to use up his cat to stay alive potentially.
Our souls are scattered across the universe.
Yanming assessing that the 1 damage potential for next turn is worth the late game sacrifice here and getting back one of his Draenei's. If Grifter finds 6 damage, there's 12 on the board, your opponent's on 18, that means something.
And the Tigress plushie only at 4 attack as well, not enough to clear off one of these alien encounters, taunt minions, and not able to attack and swing in. Not enough mana to play something like the Grime Street Outfitter first and to buff up that Tigress plushie either. Could still go for it, just play the Tigress plushie and the 1/1 just to clear up, get a little bit of healing, but still seems like it's a little slow.
Yeah, he knows he has to stop something here though there, so he throws what he can out onto the board, saving his win condition cards and his plushie for a buffed turn. So Grifter stealing the 3/3 only pushes 15, it's not enough, so no lethal available.
These could belong to a brand new species.
We go for the Rangari Scout into Grifta here.
I could.
Take control of an enemy. All right.
Represents so much damage, though, those 2 amulets, plus the hero power next turn. So we'll see Yanming calculate or count, whatever word you want to use, very carefully here, regarding maybe having a next turn lethal.
I know this was mentioned, I think, in part of yesterday's broadcast. Potentially could have been the first day as well. These days strung together. But something very significant about Grifta as well is the fact that the opponent gets a much weaker version of the card, so they know what's in hand. They know what's waiting on the other side. And so Hemlock knows.
Yeah, that complete information is very useful. And the card's actually quite useful sometimes as well. There's been times where I've had to hold back on a Grifter because I'm not going to like the outcome.
Move quickly.
But now Hemlock has to play the whole game knowing that at any point, if he doesn't kill Yanming, Yanming can come back the other way for that amount of damage.
None can stand against
The Agromar just coming down here on turn 6.
Yeah.
our adversaries will know our rage.
Push it down.
The Razor Scale coming into hand could be a little bit interesting with these amulets.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't gotten much chance to actually talk about some of the tech cards in these hand buff paladins specifically. But something?
No, absolutely, yeah. Especially with the alien encounters as 0, they'll become 2, for instance.
I wonder.
The dilemma for Hemlock here is, you can't really let this stay on the board, but then
Yeah.
you really want to keep those 3 cards in hand that are threatening so much later on. Yeah.
You're gonna love the way you look.
Yep. Gonna play out that Razor Scale as well. Just make those amulets a little bit more costly.
If he was to steal the 5-5 and the 7-7 here and swing with everything, press hero power, that's just 19 damage. That's how careful Hemlock has to be for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
And with a pupil in hand, there may be a turn where he can steal. Yanming can steal 3 things in one turn.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
picking up that
he just-
Exarch Nael.
He just took a second to think, hang on, I've got 2 amulets. Will there be a situation where I can play the Scout and the Tidepool, blah, blah, blah. But there's already a Scout in the
Lush lands and clear skies. This could be our
1-2
home.
anyway. So all of that was
Nope. Things have slowed down a little bit, giving Hemlock a little bit more time here to actually kind of take this slightly more passive turn, although the Magatha is decently buffed at a 7-7 here, so does create a bit of pressure. Another outfit Taylor picked up for that charge minion.
Uh-huh. Just constantly counting double
Yeah.
amulet, triple amulet. It's like 26 or 27 at the moment. You to steal everything on the other side. Hemlock having to trade because of that. It's making his life so hard. Alright, value turn. So much value.
The amount of times we've seen the hero power into tracking into more discoveries is
Right.
so many times over the course of this entire weekend. There it is, first amulet, stealing the plushie.
I actually wondered there if he was going to Glacial Shard the 2 big minions and just tracking again, get a load of value and set up like a lot of his own attack on board with Hemlock's minions being frozen for a turn and Hemlock's minions representing so much damage going back the other way. You know, if Hemlock doesn't make more minions to follow those up, then he's not going to be winning anyway. Is the point, I think. These amulets can be saved for better targets rather than just damage. They can be saved for amateurs, for instance. You can just burn one of the abilities.
Hemlock's face being frozen means that the second Painter's Virtue doesn't get any value this turn as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Yanming has really slowed Hemlock down here. And Hemlock's kind of cornered, right? Again, I've said it every turn, but it's the driving factor of the whole thing. Everything he does, he knows can be stolen, so he's got to have weak turns. But if he has weak turns, he's going to die. So he's treading this really, really fine line.
Start with that Discover. Is it going to be another tracking? There's already tracking in hand. It's more tracking. I shouldn't doubt it at this point.
Like, it just feels like you don't need to tracking, right? It feels like, yeah, why would you tracking there? But we've seen the strategy from the players of this deck is to just get all your value, get all your stuff, get the hand you want.
Okay, another Tidepool Pupil. Or more value with another Rengari Scout.
Do you need to ask at this point? Honestly.
I know. Alright. Eruption's going in the deck.
Yeah, and they're going to get buffed. The Ziliax again, I'm going back to those amulets because that's what I'm going to do now for the rest of this game. But Ziliax will buff the things that are stolen from the amulets. There's an extra 3 damage represented. I feel for Hemlock here.
Yeah, Yanming has so many options as well. Like, we can see there's this discounted Ceaseless Expanse. There's 3 amulets that are going to steal minions. There's the Star Power. Just so much clear potential. Plus, not even to mention the eruptions that just went in the deck as well.
Yeah, and Hemlock has to deal with that. Like, this can't just sit there making those eruptions gigantic. It's something that Hemlock has to deal with. But again, if he plays amateurs, he's going to lose his amateurs.
Yeah.
He's going to be eaten.
I will not forsake.
Definitely feels like a very uphill battle here for Hemlock.
Yeah. I don't want to write it off because the Paladin is capable of making some absolute monstrous minions and attacks with Leroy, the Tailor, and the Deckhand, and he still has 2 of those in hand already.
Just as a reminder for the ETC for Yanming here, the ETC has Armor Vendor, Photographer Fizzle, and Eridar Brute. In case you want to fizzle this hand and have even more Ceaseless Expanses and Removal and Steal.
I wonder if he's just thinking, you know what would be good right now? A 15-15. That feels like a good card.
These could belong to a brand new species.
Alright, first
Just
eruption.
clear up instead.
Sure.
Just keep discovering cards.
Fizzle. It's the Fizzle.
Of course it is. Oh. There we go. We got the 15-15 in the end.
And I will bring destruction.
He's so patient with these decks. Like, there's several plays that have been likely winning, but he wants to definitely win, so he just takes his time. That's why he does so well.
How much damage does Hemlock have here with these buffs?
I think the deckhand is quite buffed, but I don't think that the artist and the plushie are. Did that look like a 7? That looked like a 7. The deckhand, I think.
Yeah, not quite buffed enough.
So,
Let me think.
you were showing us that? Yeah, 5 on the artist, 2 on the plushie, and 7 on the deckhand, I think, with the attack values. Sounds a lot.
Let's move quickly.
So I think if there's no more taunts, Hemlock hasn't seen the alien encounters for quite a while. A lot of steals and stuff going on with like the amulets. So is that 2-turn setup for lethal?
Aren't we just stealing the 2 big cards now that I said Hemlock had to not walk into for the whole game and then just hit him in the head with them?
Yeah.
He just finally lost concentration for a turn, and yeah, that's the end of that game. 3-1 to Yanming. And a deserved winner, I feel.
Yeah, played very well throughout those games. Knew exactly what he was looking for in each game, in each matchup. Played very, very well and had a clear path on what he wanted to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Hemlock in that last game was just so struggling to tread that fine line between putting attack on the board and trying to win the game, and realizing that anytime he overput attack on the board, he was just dead to these amulets. And in the end, I either forgot or had to hope that one of the amulets wasn't taken from the tide pool, because one of those amulets was an unknown card in theory. And the little nod there, I think he did know. I think he just was under the impression I'm not winning. If Yanming took the extra amulet, I can't win the game anyway, so I'm just going to play as if he didn't take it. I think that's how he played that last turn.
Yeah, it was really kind of getting down to the wire for Hemlock on how he actually ended up winning that game. And I think he just tried to set up, from what it looked like, he was trying to set up the buffs there to set up for a potential next turn lethal, and just in that way, like you said, kind of hope my opponent didn't do the good thing. And of course, they did do the good thing. But that does mean that Yanming does take that series and is going to move into the semifinals to face off versus Yuansu.
Yeah, so a Chinese player guaranteed to be in the finals. I think we had several years in a row where we're talking about China versus Europe. Maybe we're going to be in that spot again is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Still only halfway through our initial top 8 matches here, though, for the day. So we still have tons of Hearthstone action in this top 8. It's been very exciting so far. There are some matches that you certainly don't want to miss coming up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're getting ready to continue our top 8 matches here. I'm Raven and joining me is Edelweiss. We've got another great matchup coming up, no doubt. We have ProYun versus Furyhunter. And honestly, I think the big question now is, are we going to see another player from China make it into that top 4? Because they've been having an incredible run so far. Oh, hang on. Edelweiss is coming back in a second. I can hear you all the time. Yeah, apparently he's still muted, so I'll just keep talking while you sort out. Anyway, we do have ProYun versus Furyhunter, and in terms of the well, it's going to be pretty interesting because we do have the sort of extreme control side of lineup with ProYun's lineup there, and then Furyhunter running way more of the aggro stuff. I think you're back now.
Okay, check.
Hey, there we
go.
Well, I could hear you anyway, so I'm just going to presume it's correct. But yeah, I was just saying about the lineup differences between the two players is quite stark.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for us on the caster side of things, we're a little biased and maybe hoping that we won't have 2 armor warlocks and armor warriors at the end of the bracket. I think 1 is plenty for us, but it has certainly shown itself to be a powerful lineup into what everyone else is bringing in, and something that only really the Chinese players had eyes on.
Yeah, and honestly, this deck we're looking at is going to be queued up first from ProYun. It looks to be, at least for me, the star of the show, which is the Armor Warlock, with the with the main win condition. Guess what? Being armor, and then ended up going into the wheel later on from the ETC ban managers. So pretty cool deck. As we can obviously see, it's not been banned out, so that Fury believes they can either let it take a win or run over it with the decks that he does have. And checking out this lineup, much more aggro based from Furyhunter here.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's just sort of figuring like, well, if they don't find the starship piece for armor, then there's not, the deck kind of just doesn't do its thing, right? Warrior has all kinds of ways of gaining armor, but the Warlock just has this one card that it repeats over and over. So I understand wanting to maybe give that one a shot at trying to beat it.
Just try and prey on it a little bit. We do see Furyhunter going to be queuing the Hunter first, though, and I think there's been a good amount of discussion about these various builds of Discover Hunter. Furyhunter's playing the again like a different one, like the more aggressive version, with the Slither Spears in there, the Mantle Shapers, Bananas, and so on, as well as, quite importantly, in cards that I think have done some work this weekend, the Cult Neophytes in there as well. What do you make of the strength of this build from Furyhunter? Like, is a deck that's known for its like late game and sort of just endless generation, which is Discover Hunter, is it aggro enough to get the job done here?
It certainly can be. I mean, with those 5/5s that discounting on all your spell casts, the great design work that is alien counters enables sort of both strategies, right? You get multiple high health taunt minions, which is great defensively, but it's also great to protect your 5/5s, to give you these wide boards to buff with Observer of Myths. So it really is enabling kind of both strategies of play. And I think it comes down to, in the aggressive strategies, are you able to kind of hit your curve early enough and then transition into this sort of discover late game? Because if you have the early boards and they get cleared and then you don't have Niall or you don't have that refill, you're struggling a little bit more. There aren't quite the same sort of tools to recover.
Yeah, 100%. And we can see the bans as well. Druid gone from Fury and the Warrior banned out from ProYun. I feel like it was always going to be Warlock or Warrior, and I guess Fury said, I just don't want to play against the Warrior, no chance, so we'll give it a go against the Warlock. If it wins, it wins, because Fury's really built this lineup to prey on decks that are not Armor Warlock and Control Warrior, of course. I do think in this specific matchup, of course, with the Hunter versus a Warlock, Fury may well be relying or hoping for the Grifter Steel Amulet, right? Because we've seen it, I think, yesterday or the day before. All the matches are melded into one. No, there was no day before. Yes, there was. Yeah, what am I talking about? I'm getting lost. All these long matches are going into one for me. It's just one long day of Hearthstone. But the amulets being able to use to steal those defense crystals if they're not actually, at least killed on the turn they're played, which is something that Furyhunter could be aiming for to almost steal a win condition away from ProYun here.
Definitely. I mean, the warrior, if you saw it last night, right? That's not something I would want to play against. So if I'm picking between which of these two to ban, at least I'll take the deck that can wheel to win in 5 turns after they've gained enough armor.
Yeah. For your own, mental stability, I guess, to not have to sit and watch the warrior do all that. That was definitely an interesting game or two. Here, though, both players kind of got what they're looking for, right? Crystal being kept there for ProYun, but also Grifter for Furyhunter. It'll be very interesting to see what he can do if he can kind of get this Grifter to work in the way he wants. Obviously, just stealing the crystals doesn't just mean an auto win, but it massively helps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're exactly right. That's what Fury's going to be looking for before the crystal can get krakened or anything like that. Typically, the Warlock does want to give it reborn first, but in a matchup like this, you might just be throwing it out on curve.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will depend on the opening. I think if Fury was going, Slither Spear, bananas, blah, 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 right? Going like hyper aggro opening, we could see the crystal, but ProYun will only really want to put this down, as you mentioned, if it can be destroyed on any given turn, like on the exact same turn it's played. So he might actually be able to get away with this because Fury has a decent opening, but not exactly the full-on face opening.
Yeah, relying on this Scarab for the curve. I'm always a big fan of picking Flint from those discovers, but Wandmaker does make the most sense as something Fury can just play onto. There's decent 1-cost spells in Hunter, and I guess going for the bird watching anyways. Called Neophyte, perhaps?
Yeah, it's tricky because with the Grifter in hand, Tide Pool's pretty attractive, right? Because it means you can kind of not throw away, but more liberally use an amulet.
Sure. Yeah. And then Wandmaker, 1-cost spell, maybe you even get the Hunter Gift, which sort of counts as 2 spells for you. Although tracking is probably the one that Fury wants to see the most. Second bird watching. Let's see. I feel like it's either Wandmaker and see what you get, or just scout bird watching.
You don't pick the one, see?
Sure.
Yeah, I think normally the longer you hold on to Scout, the better, right? Because you can guarantee repeat use. So although it can be good early game, I think if there's better or other decent options that turn, I do like holding on to Rengari.
Yeah, until you can at least get sort of 2 discovers out of it. It's usually where I feel pretty good. But we see here the, what is it, Slippery Slope? Is that what it's called in ProYun's hand? This double frost card that then lets you have runes on your Warlock. I think that a lot of the stats for Armor Warlock are still based on earlier builds of the deck, which didn't have some of these Death Knight cards for freezing, and were, much more around like having a cube, sort of more stuff to go even further all in on the Archetype Defense Crystal. But having played a bit of this version of the deck myself, going, I think, 8-2 on ladder, I think there's a pretty marked difference between having these frost spells, these freezing effects in the deck, and not. Things like you can have the Fellstring Harp equipped and freeze 3 of your opponent's minions. It heals you instead of you taking the damage. And then you Slippery Slope something else, and you're just drawing 5 cards.
Yeah, that's the whole deck, right? Just trying to negate some of the damage whilst they're stalling. So we'll see what Furyhunter's going to plan here. Oh, it looks like just going for Grifter. Not going to wait for the Rengari. I guess it's not so bad because you can get the amulet in the Tide Pool, right? And then go Rengari Tide Pool and go that way.
Yeah.
May as well spend the 4 mana now while it's a bit of tempo.
Yeah, the difference sort of between Grifta in Hunter versus the Rogues is that you only get the 1 shot, right? Rogue, you can bounce the Grifta and try and get the amulet you want. Hunter, you can get a lot of the same amulet, but that's it.
We did just see the Exodar get burnt as well, so although, not the end of the world for ProYun, it removes that, or at least in my experience, it sort of removes the truly silly armor numbers, right? If you don't get the Exodar to sort of go all over again.
Right, a lot of what you want to do is either, in time of need, gain armor equal double of your starship, which, if you've had 2 Arcanite Defense Crystals die, tends to be 16 armor. Pretty good swing against an aggressive deck. Or in slower matchups, as you say, you take get them back as 1 costs. That's where you use your second of the, Reborn Pirate, the Buccaneer, to play out the 1 cost, just get an even larger.
Yeah, I think generally, as long as you aren't just likely to just die on the Exodar, for the follow-up, I think you always want those 1-coster versions of the ship because of the ways it can destroy the parts, the crystals as well. You normally get stacking quite a few, so you can actually then just throw those out. They obviously will gain armor and taunt when they're played, but you're 100% right. The Reborns and everything are super strong. It's a strange one as well, isn't it? Because we're only 5 turns into the game, but this already feels like it's going a bit too slow for Fury, right?
Oh,
it feels
absolutely.
like, they should be under a lot more pressure than 28 right now and only having like a 1-1-2-3 on the board. Like, it's not that bad, but it's not great either. I think Fury would have liked to put the foot down a little bit harder this game.
Yeah, I mean, it maybe wouldn't be that bad if you were on one of the other Discover Hunters, but you're a deck with Slither Spear and Bananas, so you would have much rather liked to start with those in the first couple of turns, rather than Scarab and a few Discovers. Oh.
Well, that's something, isn't it? It might still end up just being Agramar this turn. It's definitely okay to have in the back pocket.
Well, he does know that the board clear was bounced, right? So, in that sense, there could be incentives to start using Bananas to get things out of range. But...
This does a similar job, right? Because like, Agramar's out of range, right? And you get to get the weapon equipped. Probably not going to go for the taunt this turn because of obviously knowing that there's AoE damage coming likely. So yeah, I like this. Just maximum damage, go face. Basically 15 damage locked into a weapon at this point. If Agramar lives, there's some extra upside of like card draw potentially, or some extra minions. But in this matchup at this rate, Furyhunter will just want to deal max damage.
Yeah, and seeing, the lists, you might almost expect Agramar is, never going to work for you again because it can get frozen out or whatever. Even if it's at 7 health, a little bit more awkward for the Warlock to clear, they're just always going to be able to freeze it to buy more time.
And there are options right now with what, like 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's a lot. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure what the tide pool's up to. But there are worlds where this is just a ton of damage from hand, right? With like Amulet, Tide Pool with Rengari into Amulet.
Yeah.
This is a ton of damage here from Fury. I'm not 100% sure if the tide pool is on 1 or 2. Probably another reason why they didn't go for the bananas as well, right? Because then that would mess with the tide pool and you'd have to like throw out the amulet that turn instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, there's the crystal with the reborn. And if this was on 2 tide pool, this is 1 off, right? I think.
Let's see, 8 armor comes out.
Well, I was thinking without even just don't
Sure.
trade.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
if you just go the amulets, but I'm not 100% sure actually, because I don't think I did the Slither Spear mass. But surely you don't trade this, right? For lethal anyway.
I think you're 1 mana off. Right?
Yeah, for the hero power.
Yeah.
This might still be okay, honestly. In terms of just setting up at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it does get rid of this.
As long as you
Also-
can chunk down enough of the armor to make up for the fact that you punched through.
Yeah.
Another pupil.
Oh, but is it? Oh, okay, went pupil. I guess it's more amulets, right? If they use the first one to generate amulets, then it can fill the second one. Yeah, this is good, For a second, though, I was just staring at Neophyte, because Neophyte, but I don't actually think it's necessarily needed, especially with the Exodar gone, right? Like, Fury knows that's been burnt away, which means that there's no, none of those shenanigans gonna get played out anyway. This is a really good setup.
And apart from Slither Spear, and everything can survive through table flip.
Yeah, also 5 from the... Oh, well, there is freeze available still. That's obviously will have to be worked into the mana.
Yeah, it only freezes 1. ProYun would
Still
really
the weapon
like
swinging for 5, right? Like, that's still
Yeah,
very
yeah.
significant. Yeah.
ProYun would very much like to have Soul Freeze right about now.
Yeah.
But this allows for... See it? There it is, domino effect.
I think that... Wait, 4, 5...
So the 3/3 buffs the observer. You can, let's see, you scout for the pupils, get your deal 6s.
You get 2, and then can go again for the 3rd one. It's enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, and the
It'll be
pupils.
exact with mana-wise at least, and get the extra 6 damage.
The pupils are also huge, which we didn't realize, so they're buffing the observer.
Yeah, true. Yeah, tons of damage there from Fury, and a good game 1. Again, that it looked like it was a little bit slow, but again, I think one of the issues that we sort of discussed with the Warlock is it needs to that initial, X amount of turns to even have the mana to be able to start doing the cool things with the crystals. Obviously, we saw the Exodar burnt as well, even though the game did accelerate past that point, I think. But yeah, Furyhunter found the gap there, and straight away we saw, going for the Grifter early, didn't get the steal, but did get the damage, and then just worked the whole game plan around cycling damage. Got hold of the second tide pool, ordered and sort of organized the spell usage perfectly, as far as I can tell at least. So the first tide pool was set up, the second one got set up for the turn after. It was all looking good. So yeah, huge game 1 there for Fury, getting the Hunter over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think definitely seeing the Warrior last night, but also just sort of taking a look at the weaknesses. This is where you can exploit, as you talked about. So really kind of excited to see that there is a chink in the armor, right? Because you know, it's always interesting when you can see some back and forth between the lineups, and you know, Hunter is probably the deck with the most new cards, actually, between Alien Encounters, the Rangari Scout, Niall, Ceaseless Expanse, and some of them. But it's really, I think, gratifying to see the Discover package able to do so well.
For sure. It's one of the times, like, this does happen obviously now and again, but through a lot of expansions end up enhancing already pre-existing sort of decks, whereas I do feel like Hunter feels new with these sort of ways you can go with it. Yes, there's been slower Hunters in the past, of course, but I don't think it's ever quite been like this, where Hunter's like, I can't even hold all my cards, which has definitely been a rarity in Hunter since it came out. So yeah, really good style there. Furyhunter going for the more aggressive version of it, and was paying off, right? Some of those cards, like some of those options that Furyhunter had and decided to put into this deck paid off. We literally saw them get played to win that game. So Fury currently leading 1-0. Can he actually make it to the top 4 and stop basically China having all the fun so far? So we'll see how this goes. Furyhunter on the aggro lineup, jumping into this Demon Hunter, which for me, I've done a few sessions playing this deck and it never felt that good, but then again, I'm not Furyhunter, so what do I know?
Well, it can definitely get going very quickly. I do think this is actually more the pirate version, right, as opposed to the full attack Demon Hunter. You know, you got the sigils, of course.
Oh, sure, of course.
Also,
yeah, it's not. Yeah. I got mixed up. It's not the attack Demon Hunter, is it? This
Yeah,
is a little bit better for me.
very, very easy to get them mixed up. You know, they both are running a Rana and a package of burn. And
I definitely just glanced at the list, saw a few cards, and was like, yeah, it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, done that a few times, but here, double Brain Masseuse is quite the opener.
As well.
And Hosen, so...
I mean, these are just good cards. I think that's my analysis done. These are the good cards.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, we're not using the coin just yet. I don't know. It was tempting to maybe just get them both down. Let me double check. I don't think ProYun's list has wing welding.
I don't think it does.
No, it does not.
See,
so that is a difference between ProYun's Warlock and I believe Yanming's, where Yanming has a copy of. Oh no, was it not Yanming? It's the other person with Warlock. there are 3 Warlocks, right?
Let me check.
Yeah, sorry. I guess. Well, maybe there's no more wing weldings left. It can be hard to keep track of all the lists, but were there wing welding in the list, Brain Masseuse can be risky because you leave it around until turn 4, you wing welding a Ceaseless Expanse and deal, 90 some damage to your opponent. That is kind of the cheesy way that a Warlock can sometimes win this matchup, but otherwise, a 2/4 is a very powerful early minion.
Yeah, do you think this coin was held onto just to go coin cliffside and then go the light hose and then have hero power available on the follow-up? Because with the sort of order Fury's gone in here, this looks like it could set up pretty nicely into just going for a quick location.
Quite possibly, and I think he's happy to see the domino effect used here then. This sort of required drawing out a bunch of removal, so it just kind of gives him options, still having the coin, and it wasn't doing that much for him to speed things along. So now he can, as you say, coin the cliffside, get that rolling, and then have Hero Power Hosen on the following turn to summon even more pirates and
It's interesting now
the
though,
nice
because
buff.
with the pirate just coming out naturally and seeing removal, is there ever a reason to just play the Hosen now? It's really tricky because you want max value, but now it feels like the longer you're holding the coin, the worse the coin's gonna get. So it's really tricky. It's interesting how these summoned pirates can actually change things. But yeah, it's gonna go for coin cliff side, sticking with plan A, I think, here for Furyhunter.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. If you just hose in there, take the value trade, you're sort of denying your opponent a minion to eat with Eat the Imp. You are setting up a 4 health minion, which is out of range of table flip, and you already saw the natural domino effect. The other one is in the ETC. So then you could save the coin to location and coin out a hero power the following turn for a big swing then. But I think in most instances, this feels sort of the more comfortable.
Oh, and just hero power and just kind of pass through that turn after the card draw, of course. I mean, it's just about as good as it's going to really get, isn't it? I think Furyhunter's now considering Sigil because, again, it's a good card to set up for more pressure going forward, but do you not just want this Hosen just on board now, get the damage through while you've got it?
I think so. You can then Sigil, at a later time with the Adrenaline Fiend as the payoff, right? I feel like you constantly, with the Pirate Demon Hunter, just trying to set up to have at least one payoff for all these pirates.
Yeah, this just feels very efficient, doesn't it?
Setting ProYun to 14, and table flip clears everything but the Hosen, and you have information that there's going to be more to use that with the last activation of Cliffside, so this might be an instance where he actually chooses to freeze the board rather than clear it right away.
Oh, it's very scary though, isn't it?
I mean, he could sort of freeze 3 of the pirates and Fellfire the Hosen.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at then. I think that's probably as good as you're gonna get. Because as you said, it is an awkward position because you know that very easily the location can just be re-procced, right? Freeze face and draw.
Interesting. Yeah, so here we go. So that then re-discounts, and the Glacial Shard freezing face means the location stays closed. So the Hosen doesn't get more value.
Gets Glacial Shard there as well to be able to freeze out this. Okay, well that went pretty well, I would say.
Yeah.
Furyhunter does have the Sigil to sort of build up for next turn to go again. Of course, it's very likely the Hosen's going to be gone by then, but still, it's applying some more pressure. But ProYun did a really good job there to sort of dig his way out of that really, really awkward situation.
And that, I think, is just sort of the flexibility you have with all these freeze effects. You've got Glacial Shard, the Soul Freezes, and the Slippery Slopes. And it just gives you a lot more options, a lot more ways of churning through your deck, playing these cheap cards, because you do so desperately need to find Arcanite Defense Crystal, typically alongside Brittlebone Buccaneer.
A tricky one as well is, I'm guessing Fury's going to make the trade here with the 1-1, but it must be at least a little bit tempting to go phase, because surely he's assuming the Hosen's gone anyway next turn. So I do wonder if they're just 2 damage to face at this point in the game. If they're going to use mana to remove the Hosen, then maybe that's the reason to make the trade, right? Make them spend mana on removing that so they're not progressing their own game plan.
Yeah.
Really tricky.
Well, and it puts ProYun in this position of having to choose between Brittlebone Buccaneer, play Arcanite Defense Crystal, or removing the Hosen.
Right. I'd be so tempted to go Crystal just to get them rolling. Because ProYun's not on like 5 health, right? You know, it's like 14's an okay amount, maybe enough to survive, especially if you're getting the Reborn Crystal through. Like, what would be the absolute worst case scenario? It would just be Kayn, right? Like, Kayn would be the disaster for this play.
Yeah. Well, this kind
taking best of both worlds.
Yeah, this sort of splits the difference. You don't get the Reborn on the Crystal, but you at least get one played.
Yeah, no, and I think having 2 crystals in hand really helps ProYun out here, right? It's not like, well, if this goes down, I might not draw the other crystal for the foreseeable future, and then that's going to be a bit awkward. Yeah, not too bad at all here. I have a quick pick for Furyhunter as well, so can draw some additional.
That does mean he has to kill off all his pirates to get this attack boost, which is, you know, less than ideal.
It's a significant amount of damage, though. He's going to peel more than the armor that they gave to ProYun away. So at least going to keep, you know, keep some level of pressure.
An interesting choosing to attack with that other pirate second. It means he didn't get one of the attack on his for himself. I don't know if that was just sort of accidental missequencing, or if there was a world where he might have traded with that other. Yeah, even then you trade with the pirate first, because you still gain the attack regardless of where the pirate is.
Yeah, I think it was probably a pivot into wanting to see the card draw before making a decision, and then if the card draw ends up being pointless, then the decision looks weird, right? To do it in that order. But I think Fury might have just been very focused on draw the card, see the card, then carry on with the rest of the turn, right?
Yeah.
Some hot calls here, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of armor, though.
It is. It definitely is. But I don't really think there's a way around it, right? Unless, like, that draw was... Again, though, I was going to say, unless that draw was Kayn, but it's still not lethal, right? So...
True arcane
Playing the distributor in case Patch's pirates are picked up.
How enigmatic.
Okay.
Nice.
Pyra, acupuncture as well.
The problem here is, you know, what do you do to just activate ship, right?
Yeah, yeah. Draw Kayn. That's the answer for Fury, I think.
Like, you launch the starship, and then your options are soul freeze some things. Honestly, you could even reverb your own ship.
To just go full armor?
The argument there would be if there was some kind of burnout involving another hot coals, that then the ships will guaranteed die to the hot coals, so you'll...
Yeah, you gain the armor, but don't soak the attacks, right? They just go down.
But you've got Sargeras coming down the following turn.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I'd be down to reverb, honestly.
I don't think he's gonna do it.
I'd be down though. I'd be happy. Yeah, I think Soulfire might be Soul Freeze. Sorry, Soulfire. What year is it? Might be a little bit more likely here, just to freeze out.
No, oh, he does go for it.
Okay. Fury's like, okay, right. Bye ships. That's something. Metal pickup
but
as well.
It's so much armor though.
Oh, but you stick in the minions. It feels kind of big.
So
it's easy because we can see that the minions would just have to smack their head into the taunt, right? But this is, it's something, especially with their Oracle as well in hand. Like, that's still a lot of juice. It's not like Furyhunter's tapped out here.
Yeah, it's sort of saying I think my armor gain can outpace your damage.
Another acupuncture. Another
Oh, that's a lot of parachutes. Another acupuncture.
It's lethal, right?
Oh,
That's lethal.
Because the
Yeah,
armor
double
happens
Oracle.
second. Yeah, this is the weakness of armor versus life gain, right? It doesn't matter how much armor you gain if you are just dead first. And so, wow, Fury just grinning at the results there. Ending with, 30, 40 some armor, but 0 hit points doesn't save you.
Huge, and I'll tell you what, that reaction is someone who knew they had to make something happen, right? There had to be a bit of a long shot. I think there were maybe a couple of outs, depending on at what point he did things in that turn. But yeah, he basically had to have a bit of a long shot, and it paid off. And just like that, Furyhunter currently leading this match 2-0. Are we on a world 2024 record of the fastest match ever if Furyhunter can win this next one? Because it certainly feels like it. But what a win, like almost stolen a win from that game, because when you've got the 2 ships with effectively what feels like countless armor at this point, just get negated so hard by the double acupuncture and the hot coals. Look at that, 36 armor just didn't matter. Wow.
And I want to highlight as well that the acupuncture was drawn off of a parachute. So Ethereal Oracle draws specifically spells, but if you hit a parachute, there's no guarantee that the follow-up is going to be a spell.
Just a card, right?
So, yeah, exactly. So quite fortunate in the end there to come away with double acupuncture, and he needed both of them to
also
put
the
ProYun to
spell
0.
damage from the oracles as well helped massively, because obviously both of them were stuck. So just a really big win there for Fury, and now it means Fury only has this Swarm Shaman left over to get the job done. And oof, I don't know, I wasn't expecting this, I'll be honest. I mean, I didn't really have like a massive favorite going either way, because the matchups are just so strange, with the Warlock and such. But Fury leading 2-0 this quickly is looking very good for him indeed. Maybe this is the year that Fury gets it done. We'll have to find out. But ProYun deciding to take a break from the Warlock for a minute here, jump over to the Rogue, and maybe just relax a little bit in this matchup versus the Shaman.
It's always interesting to me when I see players queue up a deck after being down 2-0. Because often there's a position where you can queue up either what you think is your best matchup, right? Your deck that's going to go the greatest and kind of recover a little bit, get some momentum going. And then there's this option, which maybe he feels differently about the matchup, but one could argue this would be his hardest deck to get over the finish line.
It's one of the things I used to absolutely love about Blaze in the European Grandmasters. Like, Blaze would just insta-rip the worst matchup 3 times in a row and then lose. And just no messing about. It's just, this is the matchup this is the deck I have to win with. So I'm just going to queue it until it wins. If it doesn't win, I've lost the match. If it does win, great, we'll play. And it would just relentlessly queue the worst deck out of the lineup. And it was, I used to appreciate it. I used to enjoy it with those long EU Grandmasters days back in the day. But back in this one, Furyhunter getting off to a solid start. Got the patches, got Sigil, got an Oracle, got a Gorgon. Like, this is looking very good opening for him here.
And perhaps most notable of all, best way to capitalize on all those good draws is this Cult Neophyte for a pivotal turn where you need to protect your stuff. Has the most impact against Rogue.
Yeah, 100%. Especially because with this order now, there's a world where turn 4 is Cheese Neophyte, right? Which is then the Cheese minions will be like big enough, you'd hope, to be dangerous, and back them with the Neophyte on turn 4. There's also just Patch's Sigil next turn as well. There's just options upon options here for Fury. Obviously, depending on how ProYun reacts to this push, because even 5 damage right now on these 2 minions is something that needs to be looked at, right? You don't really want to just be taking the damage for nothing.
Yeah, and not a whole lot to do here for ProYun. Giants are not something you want in the opener. Glacial Shard is a unusual addition to the deck list, and one that feels kind of middling here.
Is it ever worth to just Glacial Shard and then Hero Power and set up a potential Fan of Knives?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot of other options.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll see where Furyhunter wants to land, because again, on the opposite problem for Furyhunter, Furyhunter has quite a lot of options here right now. It'll be whether he wants to go super wide right this second or set up for a huge turn next turn. Looks like he's going to go for the setup with the Sigil and Patches. Probably going to just go face here, knowing that this Elemental will trade. ProYun is not going to like not trade with this, very likely anyway. So take the damage to the face. Next turn, there's not only going to be the Pirates to trade away a board if required, but also the option of Cult Neophyte Cheese.
And it's going to be the Grifter coming down. Draw 3, probably the one that ProYun is most interested in here. You know, we're not at any point of trying to end the game with deal 6.
It's like you really are optimistic with that deal 6 there.
Yeah. I would effectively be the same one that he gives the opponent, which is deal 6 to a minion.
Yeah. Now thinking about if Shadow Step is going to be valuable here. If Shadow Step does come down, I'm going to imagine not on the Grifter, then the weapon can go into the Patches at least, so the weapon's not wasted.
Right. Yeah,
I
it
wouldn't
does
hate it, because I'm not really sure what the Shadow Step's going to do unless you absolutely god drawing something next turn, right? I like using cards when you have them.
Yeah, I mean, basically this is the only reason not to, is
Yeah.
that you can actually clear off 3/3. Although, if you're expecting to Tarslick Fan the following turn, you know, maybe better to just get the extra freeze in while you can.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's Gift as well, wow.
Yeah, I mean, nice to just know that you have it. And
yeah, it's just locked, loaded, ready to go whenever, right? Whenever's convenient.
I almost wonder if it's just, you know, some trades to get rid of the Grifter, just so you can set up the bigger minions of Cheese plus Neophyte.
Yeah, the Cheese on 3 now, I believe. Yeah, 3 costs, yeah. Yeah, let's analyze the Cheese first. Okay.
Just, you know, see if you can get any rush.
Yeah, now with the Neophyte makes sense. I wonder if the rest is going face, though. Probably not, with just how the trades work out, but always tempted.
Well, and you'd hate to give your opponent the outright of, well, although I suppose Neophyte it doesn't matter, but the potential to, you know, make a trade and then break dance, trade that into something else.
Well, there's the big clear. Furyhunter is now equipped with a rock, which is always helpful.
But also Oracle Sigil,
Yes.
sort of right on time.
Now with the bouncer as well, again, not really on curve, but close, but the Sigil's going to guarantee a target for the bouncer next turn if Furyhunter wants.
And parachutes are exactly what he wants to hit.
Yeah. Because it's like, well, you've just seen Tarslick Fan. Do you have it again? Right? Or at least Fan of Knives again. There is going to be a backstab dagger swing if ProYun wants to be able to at least take out the Oracle. But I think Furyhunter's goal now is just keep making minions until some of them stick. Game. Right? Like, that's got to be the plan right now.
Yeah. But actually, this, I think, is where the Giants come down, because between that draw 3 and dubious purchase, you're getting pretty close. The gear shift will trade one of them away.
There's no break dance as well, though, either, is there?
Not yet.
Yeah, just because we can see that even if the Giants come down, there is Horn available for Fury. You know, just to spend one turn batting the Giants away, and then going from there. So it'll be very interesting how ProYun approaches this. It's going to go for that Oracle backstab, makes sense, make it a clean trade there. Get the backstab out of the hand, draw some additional cards. Oh, okay, well there's Breakdance.
Yeah.
Much better scenario now that Breakdance can be played, of course.
Yeah, Gear Shift did end up shuffling one of them in. So it is, in the end, still just 2 giants, which does sort of force Fury into using the weapon.
Yeah, pretty good turn there for ProYun. Pulled it out the back there, but again, it's just relentless pressure. Sigil of skydiving, the weapon could come down this turn. There's an... Wait a minute.
Is that just...
Okay.
It's not enough, right? It's 4 each, so 16?
Yeah, and then the rock can't be used, right?
Right.
Because there's just not enough mana.
What? Grift is gone. Do you just push the 16? Say, you have 16, I have 16, you're at 3, I have a rock. What are you going to do?
I wasn't looking at that, but I am now. I was looking at just equip weapon, deal with the 8/8s, and then you've got weapon for next turn. But I definitely don't hate your approach here because, yeah, I'm trying to think, is there a punish? I can't think, yeah, I think Fury's completely with you here. I actually can't think of what the punish would be. He's just going to send it. I think you're completely right. Like, you're not going to die from 28 with just a 16 on board. I'm racking my brains to think if there's something that ProYun can do.
So, if you Incendious and then Oracle, they deal 2. I think going for a lethal was really the only option. If there's 5, you can get them each to do 2 damage. You got 16, but it's not. It's still not enough, even if you draw all the eruptions.
Right.
Grifta is really the only card that we.
Yeah, that could cause trouble, right? But there was no Shadow Step or anything, was there, earlier on? Because ProYun needed the minion on board to actually soak some damage, right? And pull the damage away from Fury. But yeah, I think you were completely right with a really good call there. I wasn't even looking at Bloodlust, and Furyhunter, arms are raised, thinking, hang on a minute, I don't think there's anything else if this is all you're going to do. Draw some cards and hope.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Am I missing something?
That's what happens though, right? You think, you go, oh, well, there's nothing they can do. Then they start doing stuff and you're like, wait, is there nothing they can do? you definitely question yourself. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. And I think Furyhunter knows it. I don't see another way out here. And with a swift rock to the dome, the most basic of weapons, Furyhunter is going to book his spot in the semi-finals. Fantastic match, and honestly, what a way to start your day, Edelweiss, right? If you are Furyhunter, rock up 3-0, let's go, move on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think freeing up a potential control matchup finals for us casters, so we thank him for that. But yeah, quite the matchup. Perhaps the fastest we'll have all day. We can't predict the future, but just able to seal it up there, and that's how you want to start things off. Keep yourself loose, relaxed for the rest of the day.
And I think that spot from you, honestly, was really good. I was not even looking at the Bloodlust, just because, as we were saying, it's like, oh, we'll just keep, making minions until the Bloodlust is it, and then you go, right? Rogue not exactly known for its taunts, so you're probably fine. But the recognition of just going, hang on a minute, Grifter's gone because it wasn't able to be cycled or breakdance or whatever that you normally sort of expect in a lot of these Rogue matchups, because it had to be sort of played out for tempo and then used to sort of try and defend against the push from Furyhunter. That's gone out the window. And once that's gone, it seemingly Rogue is very susceptible to just a rock to the face, and it got the job done exactly. So help with a few of those parachutes for the Pirates. Furyhunter, they're sitting in the semi-finals now, will be awaiting his opponent, which is going to be the next match, MeSmile versus Jarla. I'm very excited to see what the rest of this day looks like, I advise.
Yeah, you say just a rock to the face, but those rocks hit harder than asteroids.
True, yeah. True. I'm still just going to decide that a rock is the same as an asteroid in my book, so it is what it is. But yeah, without further ado, we will keep a pace with the day. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up that final top 8 match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We have one more quarterfinal to go, and it's going to be between Jarla and MeSmile. No Chinese player in this one for the first time today. That's how dominant they have been so far in this tournament. With me is going to be Sottle, who's going to talk us through this one. Sottle, who do you favour in this one?
Yeah, tough call. I think viewing the series after bans is important, as it always will be. Jarla, breaking a little bit out of character, has quite an aggressive lineup overall. His most grindy deck is the Pipsy Paladin, which has been banned from the series. Whereas on MeSmile's side, similar story, does have the Hunter and Shaman combo, and it is the more aggressive version of Hunter with the Vicious Slither Spear and the Sneaky Snakes, as opposed to the Infinite Value version that we've seen before. But has a really fantastic anti-aggro deck in Death Knight, which has, of course, been banned by Jarla. So I think it leaves us with a pretty even matchup 3 versus 3 overall. We can take a little bit of a closer look at MeSmile here, talking about that lineup. There is Starships, of course, in his Rogue as well, providing the additional X factor, which maybe is just the final tick in Jarla's favour, because it allows just maybe that little bit of room to get under the Rogue a bit more than the standard version.
Looks like he's opening up with the Hunter, though. I like you say, this is about as fast as the Hunter goes. I think there is a version without the Titan as well, but realistically for 99% of people, this is about as quick as you build. You look for that Observer. If there's an Observer in there, you're looking to kill your opponent sometimes, but still has that massive value engine as well, still has the alien encounters, and that allows it to play in many different ways. Put some pressure on, set up some defense, do pretty much whatever it likes, in my opinion.
Yeah, before there was kind of these two definitive splits. This Discover Hunter was quite often referred to as Toolbox Hunter, and it played a lot more kind of variation in cards, a few more tech choices, a few more situational cards, just with the idea that, you know, you can go fishing in your deck with tracking and tracking effects so often that having this big range of tools is a good idea. Moving on, of course, refocusing on Jarla, we have to highlight that quote once again. I can play fast if I want to. Also, I'm a big noob. Never was a truer word spoken based on his performance in his first on-stream series of the day yesterday when he played. One of the most catastrophic errors in World Championship history, not just by him, but the combination of him and Gamer RBG on successive turns will, I think, send that one down in history. But Jarla has proved that he is the most coolest of heads, the oldest of all pros. Just immediately readjusting. And if you'd have watched him then in the next series that he played on stream, you'd have had no idea that happened, right? Absolutely none. He refocused, he got a clean win, and then he held up the 3 fingers, 3 more to go, referring to the series that he would have to play today. Past had gone, full focus on the future. And that's why Jarla has been a phenomenal top-level Hearthstone player throughout not just Europe, but the entire world for the best part of a decade.
Yeah, didn't he even rope the first turn, like, pretty much on purpose the next game, just to get himself back into the scene of things? Like, yeah, I'm just going to do this now. And it was a real...
sure did.
2.9 count of a rope as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jarla, I think going back 2 or 3 years, was like, there's a name every year you say. It's been Gabby, it's been Furyhunter. I think Jarla was the name going back 3 or 4 years ago. In 2020, when he lost to Glory in the finals. That was the year I think a lot of us thought Jarla was going to take it. He actually beat Glory in the groups 3-0 that year as well. So that's how close he came to being a world champion.
Yeah, we talk about this. We've had this conversation recently where you hear this idea a lot that, you know, Hearthstone world champions in a high variance game you've consistently output, like, the best player in the world has won the world championships this year. That's happened so often. What the heck? And I do think there's an amount of reverse engineering in that, because I think there was a year where Furyhunter was the best player in the world and he didn't win the world championship. I think there was a year that Jarla was the best player in the world and he didn't win the world championship. I think there was a year where Deaddraw was the best player in the world and he couldn't even get into Grandmasters in the first place. So there is a lot of working backwards and recency bias by, like, you watch someone win the world championship and you're like, wow, what a player that person is, you know. But still, Jarla absolutely top tier over time, and I think that's what really should be celebrated in card games. Like, yes, world champions are fantastic. We're here to crown one today. We will hype it up to no end and beyond. But when you are consistently there or thereabouts for the best part of a decade, like Jarla has been, that's a true Hall of Famer in Hearthstone to me.
Yeah, and I think he took down 5 consecutive Grandmasters semi-finals or better. Like, that was the top 16 players. The latter seasons in particular were the top 16 players. Earlier on, not quite so much, I guess. And he was constantly in the top 4 of those. And he won 2 of them, I believe. So, yeah, absolutely ridiculous consistency. Something like a 60... This is from memory. I think it was a 61% win rate across all those matches against those players for 5 seasons. It was ridiculous. But we've got a Hearthstone game, Sottle. We've got a Druid taking on a Hunter. How do you see this one?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, the push-pull is there, but it's not like this is, as we talked about before, it's not like this is the slower version of the deck with Ceaseless Expanse and that can generate infinite removal and loop fizzle snapshots to be able to deal with lots of boards. Basically create a very similar game to the one that we saw conceded in very strange circumstances of Druid versus Warrior in a previous series. Because this is the more aggressive version of the Hunter, it really is just aggro, try and get under the Dungar as quickly as possible, try and get under the turns before the Unkiliacs can come down, before Yogg can clear the board, before the big taunts come. Because I think with this version of the deck, if Druid stabilizes, decent health total, lands a couple of taunts, maybe plays a hydration station, even with the level of toolbox that we've been talking about, I do think you're going to struggle to get back into the game from that.
Yeah, there's the XR. You have 2 of them, though. Oh dear. Might be tempted to just put a couple of Slither Spears down and try and hit the Druid in the head. Yeah. This is free as well, because it helps you get your mantle down next turn if you want.
Yeah, I like this, honestly. 2 Spider Tank Slither Spears as opposed to the 1 Spider Tank Exarch. Obviously, Exarch would have been slightly bigger if you'd have taken it off the bird watching there, but I think this is very effective. I think we have seen, and maybe a point of criticism, like honestly I think what the Chinese players have done with Hunter throughout this tournament has been largely correct, but there has been the theme of sometimes where you just look at their hand and like, you have 9 cards in your hand already. Have you considered spending some of them as opposed to just pressing tracking over and over again? And I think in this instance, MeSmile just recognizing his win condition is going to be Slither Spears and hit rather than tons of discovering from the XR.
Now, if you trust your opponent not to have an innovate here, you can just go observe a Slither Spear hit into Neophyte on turn, going into the Druid's turn 6, which means they can't do anything, and kill them with Mantle Shaper Ziliax. There's just that there. Do you think they have got the innovate, then innovating out Crystal Cluster's pretty horrible for you? Observer and Slither Spear just looks massive.
It is. It is just the play. Also, you've broken down the logic of disrupting the ramp accurately, and I think you are right to do so. But there's also the simple version of, would you like to add whatever that was, 8 power to this board or not? And I think the answer to that question is yes, I would like to.
Yes, please. And then next turn, Neophyte Ziliax is next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with the gain of the armor there, MeSmile now has to count the 2 turns whether no, it's just that. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. Everything's okay. Still Neophyte Ziliax.
Jarla is going to take his sweet old time here, considering this this trail mix.
Time waits for no one.
The reason being, there's not a great payoff for 9 right now.
And he can actually kill a 2-1 if he doesn't do it, and if it gets disrupted, it's not over, but it's horrific.
Mm-hmm. Don't mind it. Hero power this turn, pendant trail mix next turn. Theoretically, obviously, we know that is not going to be the play. But in Jarla's head, it seems like a very worthwhile plan. does disrupt the Ziliak's turn on the other side a little bit as well, which is certainly worth something.
Has allowed this now, though. Not so scared of the neophyte with the top deck Slither Spear, allowing MeSmile to do some spell stuff for the Mantle Shaper and for the Ziliacs. Take the snakes.
Gotta be sneaky snakes, right? Yeah, it's too strong.
They're too big, right, with the Observer as well. It's just... They're not just 1/1s anymore.
Nope.
And what does swipe even do here in the world where you get swiped? Like, just not really that much, is it? Not enough with the Ziliacs in hand.
Is it enough? No, yeah, you'd leave up. 14 still showing, yeah, you're dead on board to swipe. Even
the
without
Mantle Shaper
the
buffs them a bit more as well. The Ziliacs doesn't. The Ziliacs and the Observer don't work well together, like you would think they might.
Well, it depends on the size.
So
of
yeah,
the
the late
observer if you're
game
playing
Ziliacs,
the Ziliacs. Yeah. But that Neophyte is a heartbreaker. I think Jarla made the right call with the last 2 mana on the previous turn. This did seem like the right way to go about it. Try and find that Dungar from the Pendant on this turn. Get a nice heal. Try and stabilize. Or be it a swipe turn if necessary, but I would imagine that the Pendant ends up healing for about as much as the swipe would have taken off the board anyway.
Yeah, nothing was getting there with Trail Mix, so that's a sign that it was the right thing. Like, the Neophyte was doing that anyway, he probably worked that out. He's going to do the swipe, because he hasn't had time to count it, I guess.
It's not yeah, this is dead on board, right? It is dead on board. 12. Oh, no, it's 1 off dead on
Technically
board.
it's 40.
Okay, fine,
Yeah.
fine, yeah, fine.
No one's going to believe this.
All right, fine, have it your way, Jarla. You can play
Unless your
one
opponent
more
might just
turn of
concede.
Hearthstone.
You know,
I mean, that
might-
is
they
a
might
win
just give up.
condition. That is a good point, yeah, actually. If you just play one more turn, your opponent might randomly concede a 1 game. That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Unbelievable. But yeah, MeSmile off to a nice 1-0 lead there. The Hunter deck queuing into Druid was nice for him, I think. I think that was its better matchup, but still got his Starship Rogue and his Shaman to come.
Yeah, 1-0 to MeSmile, of course. Jarla will be hoping to turn it around in a matter of minutes, as he's well known for, as a certain Manchester team have just recently achieved.
The scenes. Oh my goodness. But yeah,
you've not seen it.
No, I hadn't seen it. It's amazing.
Okay.
It's incredible. This is only Jarla's second ever match against an Americas region player at World Championships. There's a stat.
That sounds fake. I believe you, but that does sound incredible.
I triple checked
Oh, no,
it. I might be wrong.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, no, I've realised how that can be true. It's because America's players don't make it to the World Championships, do they? So, like, yeah, I guess that makes sense, actually, now that you lay it out there. You're right, that's fair.
More incredibly, the first one was yesterday against Gamer. I was getting all excited with the stats, which is why I had to bring this stat up. I'm like, yeah, he's never played against an American at Worlds, then he just plays Gamer. Lowers himself down to the Americas region level and plays like that. It explains so much.
It does, actually, yeah. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe he's just a very chameleonic player, right? He matches the level of whatever he plays against, and when it comes up to Americas, he just drags down to America's level.
I still
get so much hate by this, but like people from the Americas, Hearthstone fans from the Americas, get so shook by my level of hatred for competitive America's Hearthstone. How dare this guy be employed when all he does is mock 1/3 of the competitors? Yeah, no.
And I imagine this might be wrong. I can't speak for you, but I'm going to throw it out there. You probably speak to McBanterFace more than nearly any other Hearthstone player if you count Twitch chats as well.
Yeah, no, that is probably true.
So that's kind of amusing to me as well. And obviously I still support the Americas region, having passed them for so long back in the day.
Yeah.
That being said, I am a massive Jarla fan. I'm also a massive Fury fan, so I can't lose. This bottom half of the draw is just going my way, whatever happens.
Very good. Back on the Druid once again for Jarla, facing down another aggressive deck. And I do think this is a big sticking point for Jarla's deck. Obviously, we were fortunate enough to grab an interview with Jarla at the end of day yesterday, and he mentioned that, you know, this time he's playing fast decks. He's trying to hit people in the face. Yeah, that is kind of true of Druids. Like, the hitting people in the face part comes all at the same time when you have 9 mana, which is like turn 3 or whatever. But there is the opportunity, if you go aggro versus aggro and you have Druid and they don't, their lineup will get under yours, right? You'd expect to pick up a loss or two along the way, and you're starting to see a little bit of that happen here with the Druid, particularly with MeSmile's lineup, with just cult neophytes everywhere, as we're seeing, and also cult neophytes that are gravitating towards the opening hands very conveniently.
I think that mentality comes from the fact that when you're just doing the grid, the stats grid, the matchup grid, whatever you want to call it, Druid plays like an aggro deck, particularly into Rogue in this meta. So you get it in your head that it's another aggro deck and it goes in the aggro lineup, because the aggro lineup is kind of the anti-Rogue lineup, give or take. But yeah, as you've just pointed out, it actually isn't that at all. It's still a Druid deck. You still miss turns to have mana happen, and your opponent's just smacking you about while you do that.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, its matchup spread is quite unique. It does well in a lot of the same matchups that the aggro decks do, but then it picks up points against the hyper control decks, but then loses those points in what would be the aggro mirrors for a deck like Shaman or Demon Hunter. So you do have to very carefully consider how it's going to affect your spread to bring a deck like this. We have seen it eat a lot of bans though, Druid, throughout this tournament, as just a cursory glance at how things have been going. So, you know, its actual win rate might not be brilliant, but there is, you know, an affected win rate, a modified win rate that you can do where you take bans into account as a win, and I think it will end up performing a little bit better in that metric.
Yeah, shout out to Oncrad on Twitter, who does all that sort of thing. If you want to type in Oncrad and find the one that looks like a Hearthstone player, he'll almost certainly have the stats out there on Twitter.
Yeah, good luck. Imagine typing something into the Twitter search
That's
bar
also
and actually
a very
finding
good
what
point.
you want.
Anyway, moving swiftly on to the conversation about Hearthstone again.
Yeah.
Anything. Yeah. MeSmile wasn't messing around, had the choice last turn to take the greedy partner, get the coin and do all that good stuff, but instead just decided to make sure Jarla was hamstrung for another turn with the neophyte, because this is what you get from that, right? Jarla wasn't able to ramp if he'd had ramp, and now he would be in the same position looking to ramp again if he even had any.
Sorry, Dawn has just absolutely done me in our Discord chat, by the way. Like, yeah, fair point, well made.
Amazing scenes. Just while Jarla's wrestling with an unplayable hand, what do you make of Kill Jaden in this deck? It doesn't seem to fit for me.
So there are some matchups where you only have your 6 to 9 threats and they can be killed and then you lose, right? In theory, that's the world Hemlock thought he was living in against the Warrior, for example. It wasn't, but that's a possible world that you can run into against those kinds of decks. Whereas Kill Jaden actually allows you to play some kind of inevitability, infinite win condition yourself. I agree, like as a neutral card for a general matchup spread, I think it's a very bad choice. Like, probably not a card you want on ladder, unless ladder tilts significantly towards this tournament meta after this tournament, which it might.
Which it might,
yeah. But I think there is just enough of the super slow stuff in this tournament that it might be a reasonable inclusion at the very least.
And in those matchups, again, because we're probably not going to see it play one of those matchups, but I'm still curious to ask, how would you go about it? Because if you just play Dungar, you might just hit your Kill Jaden and have it on the board anyway. That's the part that feels so messy.
Yeah, it's the similar problem to Incendious in Big Shaman, right? It's that similar kind of thing of it's a card you really want in there because it's such an inflated win condition in certain matchups, but then it can potentially get in the way of the perfect role you want from your Cliff Dive, Reed, Dungar when you need your Unkiliax or your Walking Fountain against aggro, for example. Like, it's every decision that you make in strategy for anything that has a strategy, really, very few things are all positive, no negative, right? Everything is a push and pull. You gain something here and you lose something somewhere else in return. And your job as a strategy gamer is to figure out what the right balance of that is at any time.
Yeah, and your answer actually helped me a lot as well, because in the Shaman deck you can pull the Incendious out using the location, the Battlecry location. In this deck you can pull the Kill Jaden early on turn 3 with a Pendant quite often. It's not all gloom and doom and guaranteed to miss. And also it doesn't just have to be pulled out, right? There's 3 cards from that expansion in your set, only one of them gets pulled, so yeah, okay, fine. I'll take it as at least it can fit if it wants. That's all you're getting.
In terms of concessions from Lorinda that didn't take 6 straight days of back and forth discussion, that is pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, and even though Jarla's playing, we might not have 6 straight days. Otherwise, I'd have tried.
3-7. Well. I feel like Cheese has consistently rolled above average this weekend. Maybe that's just me.
I haven't got stats on it, but I have the exact same impression. Cheese and Cookie evolves as well.
Yeah. Things that need the average stat spreadsheet in general have seemed to roll above average in this tournament.
Good old average stat spreadsheet.
Love a good average stat spreadsheet.
Yeah. Yeah, weirdly, as spreadsheets go, you definitely had the edge on me on the old average stats, to be honest. As Jarla gives up that sort of Druid game that never went anywhere with no ramp. 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really do much focusing on the actual gameplay of that game because there wasn't any. Shaman just kind of played their stuff. Druid missed the ramp, tried to scramble to survive, couldn't do it, and then if you get Gorgonzormu into a decent sized cheese and Druid's missing ramp, they're gonna fall over and die. You know, this is where Druid is at. The more spell-based Druids that we used to see would have at least had some game, right? Spell damage location and some chalices, throw a swipe in there or whatever, maybe clear some of that stuff up. It's weird because the nerf to chalice now makes it a better removal tool, but the power level of the card has gone down so much that you just don't really run it in your deck anymore. But in theory, like, Druid having a problem with clearing early minions is a problem that is solved wonderfully by Seabreeze Chalice, but it's just that inability to go face now just makes it, too inconsequential to the deck's game plan as a whole to be able to do it, which is why now I think you're seeing this switch to Spell Burst and Forbidden Fruit, right? Like, the Druids have always wanted some sort of finality to get over the line and push the damage, and that extra push of 8 to 16 now to get over the line at the end is super, super important, replacing some of that lost damage from the swipes and chalices. But Druid just doing nothing in this series.
MeSmile had a decision though, didn't he? He did have to give up his only 2-drop to play Neophyte on 2 alongside the greedy partner that he kept in hand. That's a decision that he made. That I'm not saying it's the hardest decision in Hearthstone, but that's a choice. Like, get the Neophyte down, make sure the Druid can't coin out ramp, make sure you've got extra stuff on the board, and he gave up a coin for that, and trust your deck to draw another 2-drop. So even the very straightforward wins have some decisions to make.
Yeah, of course. They always do, particularly at this level. And even if you do play a game where your deck just played itself, well, you've made that decision in lineup creation. You've made that decision in matchup spreadsheets, in planning beforehand. Everything. Very few things happen by pure chance in this game, even though there might sometimes be the illusion to the contrary.
Yeah, it's something I mentioned a few times regarding specifically Druid, and I won't talk through this entire game about the last game. I was talking about other things throughout the last game. But bringing Druid to this tournament is a choice to give up some of your player agency in return for a deck that's doing the job you want.
Yeah. Brain Masseuse Ceaseless Expanse, your new favourite interaction, Neil?
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see that get wing thinged. It'll just get exploded for 100. Great.
I mean, you are playing Rogue. You could definitely find a way to generate a wing welding. It could
Do
happen.
it. Has anybody not had the stock on turn 1? Oh, somebody got it on turn 3 when they needed it on turn 3 because turns 1 and 2 the minions got removed. I remember that happening.
Mm-hmm. Game 2 for Yuansu, he had the unplayable hand that ended up being the perfect hand because it was just Bloodlust plus weapon after playing 0 minions for the entire game.
Okay.
So he didn't have sock on 1 that time either.
Can I interest you in some 4-drops? MeSmile has 4 of them in his hand.
Depends. What are you selling?
Snake oil.
Ah. Counterfeit amulets. That's what you're selling.
Yeah. Trying to look at how bad this hand is. It's not that horrific, is it? Even though it does nothing for turn or 2. Like, nothing does anything for turn or 2 in this deck.
Well, you have to be careful because the core of this deck is still very much Cycle Rogue. Right? There are still a lot of those cards available, so you can still start making that stuff happen. You know, you are giving up quick pick, but like Ethereal Oracle, Prep, Shadow Step, whatever. Like those starts are still all available, and those are kind of the most powerful starts that are available. Sandbox Scoundrel is still there. It's just, yeah, you're making room for. It's quick pick that's going down. It's backstab that's going down.
Gear shift.
Gear shift as well that allows some of the faster starts to make room for some very very greedy cards. Exodar, Ceaseless Expanse, Gravitational Displacer, etc.
Yeah, no time to mess around waiting for the coin into 4-drop. 4-drop, having to try and take some evasive action immediately. Oh, which one do you want first? The 3 damage to make sure the sock dies, I assume?
Yeah, I would imagine deal 3 was taken there. Draw or 2-2, I think, is a tough choice in that instance, though. Isn't going to prep it. Okay, fine. Did wonder whether that was going to be a thing.
Yeah. I'd have been tempted. Does make me wonder if he took deal 2 now, because prepping it looks good.
Hmm.
And if he took make a 2-2, prepping it looks very good, right? But maybe he wants to prep for the Grifter turn? Oh, he also has nothing to do next turn.
No, absolutely nothing. Which is why I think draw a card. Like, deal 3, draw a card, prep it out this turn, try and find something to do for next turn was something that was on my mind. But you can also just take a potion to play next turn. And just Tarslick potion next turn, something like that.
Yeah.
Well.
We're playing Control. Demon Hunter?
No. These players are good at the game, Lorinda. That's a you problem.
Why do I find it so hard not to point every single card I own at their face? Why is that so difficult? It should be the easiest thing in the world. This is a good pickup, by the way.
Imagine trading into this 2-1. It's honestly embarrassing.
Yeah. But it's going to come back and haunt Jarla now. There you go.
By trading into exactly the same minion it would. Oh no! Oh, it was 2 to face. Oh no! Disaster.
And it's back in hand. It can make another potion.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Maybe it's not that exciting.
It's not that exciting, is it? Yeah. So that is where the 2 damage would have gone anyway.
Okay, fine. It's 2 minions. That makes a difference. Okay. I was temporarily very scared why that Tarslick happened in that order.
Yeah. Does a little more damage to face, actually, to do it that way around if you're doing the 2 AoE. Makes sense.
How far are we from needing to get 12 healing from Grifter, because that's my favourite thing to say.
Oh, not very far. Not very far at all. I think we, from MeSmile's perspective, will probably be playing Defense Crystal into Grifter Potion and seeing where you are, and then seeing if you can get away with the Sonya or not, with the answer being probably no.
Unlikely,
no,
but yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes it interesting, actually. If you're trying to get away with a Sonya, you can Grifter first, ignore the crystal, and then Sonya double whatever you got from the Grifter. I like your original play better, just to be clear. But
yeah, I think that ends up being way too scary, though. Like, even now, you might have to consider playing around Kayn and just saying that the defense crystal's kind of fake. But I think, honestly, if your defense crystal's fake this game, you're probably not winning, is my read on this situation right now.
that seems reasonable, doesn't it? Yeah, if that never works, then yeah, make some plays here.
Ooh, triple pirate into the 2 pirate payoffs.
Yep. Jarla, as always, just checking that the obvious play is the good one.
Well, the thing is,
the location is so powerful.
Right, there are genuinely other powerful things that you can do here. Location hero power is also very powerful in this spot.
This is raw counting if you're doing this at home, right? You're just literally working out over 2 turns how much damage you're doing with both.
Yeah, then obviously offset against what Fan of Knives does to you, for example, because getting Hosen down now plays around Fan of Knives, especially when you've seen a Tarslick already. Whereas going Cliffside and then just saying your 1/1s will live for an additional turn, that is more damage over 2, but it's a very vulnerable more damage, right? You're going to be susceptible to a lot more things from your opponent.
Yeah, I'd probably made the mistake of, well, the play that Jarla didn't make at least, of going Cliffside hero power, 2/3 hero power, just so I can weave in 2 hero powers in a situation where it's not weaving in 1, it's weaving in a lot.
So going to go Mixie here, looking for AoE plus 3 damage, or AoE plus armor, I would imagine, at the premiums. Does wince at the sight of armor, though.
It's because the other you don't really want the armor, you want the AoE to be in the bag, don't you? And then you get your armor with the second play. And then there's 3 blank squares.
Your resummon is a defense crystal or a 2/2 rush, I believe? 2/1 rush, sorry. Humiliating mistake for me to have made, though.
I know, you're so bad at this sort of goodness.
But it does make it a pretty good res, right? Like, obviously
Yeah,
you preferred the crystal, but you know, a 2/1 rush is not actually the worst thing in the world there at all.
He is just on 19 still, effectively, as well, which we know that comes down so rapidly, which is why we're talking in terms as if this is terrifying. But he's starting to get into some mana that he can use every turn. If there is another turn, this is a lot. I'm only making it 16, I think.
Where'd you get 16 from?
You can Burning Heart your own minion, you can attack again. How much short am I?
That's only, what, 8 more than this, right?
So 11? I'm not usually that far out. Okay. I am that far out. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, control Demon Hunter.
Yeah. Thank you. Trick Sottle. 5. It was 14. It's okay.
It was 14. It was 14. Yeah, it was 14.
I must have put the 2 into the face. That's how Burning Heart works. I reckon that's what I must have done.
Sure. Right, surely this time, Mixologist Potion gets there.
Gets where, though? Like, where's it getting?
Deal 2 for armor.
Uh-huh. And is that getting there?
Yeah, maybe. It's a strong maybe.
I'm not sure it's getting there.
Well, this isn't getting there because it did not hit on the armor. Anything that you can do with Oracle here? You go like Oracle prep the potion that you just got. Find another prep.
Prep and a fan.
And nothing. Yeah, the AoE's already there though. You need some sort of health gain, which you're just not getting. Jarla's timed this out really well, where the boards have come at the right times. He's never conceded board on a turn where Grifter heal for 12 would have been viable.
Right, and that goes back to that play he had, right, when he could have played location and just done a load of damage, but then the board might have been wiped out, and probably would have been. Exactly, and then he wouldn't be able to make the secondary board you highlighted at the time.
Right, hero power, anything. Literally any hero power target on the board is lethal here. Very difficult to mess up. And play your hot coals.
Put me in, boss.
Is there a way that you can... No, it's very hard, isn't it? Unless you literally just hit end turn. Very hard not to kill your opponent that turn.
Yeah, because if you accidentally do everything wrong, you still get 2 more pirates, so yeah. Awkward.
Hit a minion, that just actually gains you 1 damage, technically. So
yeah. So
very, very tricky. Sure, you'd find a way though.
I could probably do it. I'd probably if I roped as much as Jarla, which I almost do. Right. So we're down to 2 decks for Jarla now. The Druid is still there, right? And the Shaman
Druid is still there. Yeah, Jarla choosing temporarily to divert from the Druid's suffering for a game. Just play a nice relaxing game of Pirate Demon Hunter instead. Who can blame him? But yeah, you see Druid and Shaman left remaining right down there. Conveniently. Right underneath me.
Which one of those two would you like to win with more easily? Which one do you think is the one he needs to get out? Which one do you think he's less scared of?
I mean, it's such an X factor with the Starship version of the deck that I confess I don't have as big a handle on the matchups as I would do with the regular version of Rogue. I imagine Druid still does Druid things and that the Rogue can't really get online quick enough with the response. Generally, the way that rogues like this have beaten Druids is just by like playing a Thief card very early and then jamming Velorok on curve, and then the Velorok lives because Druid just can't kill a minion ever, and then you snowball the game from there. But that's kind of a very specific out. It's an out that is available in this version of Rogue that isn't available in regular Cycle Rogue, I suppose, if you want to really look optimistically about it. But yeah, I think both of these decks are fast enough in theory that they look like they can get underneath this Rogue. But the Druid is, of course, vulnerable to just missing that early game ramp. But we shall see. No neophytes in the Rogue either to heavily disrupt. Hello. Hello. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
I'm hanging. Hanging on.
Thief card. Thief card. Velorok.
Ah, everyone's favourite. Okay.
I mean, MeSmile definitely knows the matchups with this deck better than I do.
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
I'm keeping this.
You're keeping the prep as well, then?
Yep.
Because if you're keeping Thief card Velorok, you want to prep things, right?
Yeah, probably only for, like, well, you might throw it, because the biggest eventuality that you probably end up with here is that you're going to prep like a powerful spell that you get off Velarok that still doesn't cost 0 the turn that you first attack with. Oh! Oh, no. This just got better. Okay, this just got a lot better.
Okay.
So now you can just play Schematic on 1. And then that dramatically increases your ability to just play Velarok on curve straight up. This is huge. He's actually managed to find the only way to do this faster in the deck.
Nice work. Worth pointing out that Furyhunter waits for the winner of this in the semi-finals, and he is hitting faces, although he does still have the Druid hanging out. And weirdly, it might look similar if MeSmile gets in, because even though there's a Pipsy Paladin in Jarla's deck and Furyhunter just has another hit you in the face deck, it could work out fairly similarly for him after the bans. If it gets that far.
And okay, fair enough. I guess, okay, it's the Shaman matchup and not the Druid matchup, so it's not just fast Velarok at all costs. I think that's a fair assessment from MeSmile. So actually does choose to just go with the minion version of the hand as opposed to the Starship Schematic immediately. Just gets the 3-2 in play to contest, which, yep, sure, that makes sense to me. Can now Starship piece on 2, Velarok on 3.
We've learned, and we already knew to some degree anyway, if you fight Shaman with just your spells as a rogue, there are more minions than there are spells you can remove them with. So,
Control Shaman. Disgusting.
Yay! Some of your minions have to act as removal spells, or you just get run over with any deck here.
Nice. Heart of the Legion. Velarok transforms. So you're now looking for 4-cost cards from your charging Velarok, because you have the Sonya alongside. So a 4-cost card will cost 1.
Ah, yeah.
After the Velarok discount.
4 is the new 1. Quite often. Well, we've got a Sigil in our hand and a Frog in our hand. That looks good.
Does, doesn't it? Roll this drone first, I suppose. If you get Rush, you might consider coining it out alongside the Sigil as well.
Yeah, especially as the mana next turn's probably not doing much, so... Obviously, coin on 7 for an early 8-8 might be relevant against Starships.
Yeah, I feel like the world where that's relevant is not the game you want to play if you're Jarla, though. I think you'd rather play the game where they die on turn 7.
Ah, the yellow spark. I know that you and Helix Fossil and a few others understand all the colours of spark bots, but I lost track when they got changed.
It's Divine Shield.
Thank you. There was a whole lore that people in my chat were giving me about why certain colours meant certain words, and none of it made an ounce of sense to me at all.
Yeah. Some of them do match the auras. Like Divine Shield, like if you picture Tyrion, it has a slight yellow tinge around the bubble that is the Divine Shield. But we try and point that out to you while it's on the screen, and you don't know what we're talking about. So we've got no chance retroactively.
If only you had to describe things for a living, sort of. Fine.
Yeah,
blaming you, not me.
So it's a very weird 4-cost card that has been found here from the Velarok, because it's a 4-cost card that could get discounted to 1 anyway. By other means. But it was a 4-cost card that got discounted to 1, that's fine. The other really good option was a 6-cost spell, where you could then Sonya prep the 6-cost spell, and then that would cost 1. But there was no such option given.
It gets so complicated so quick.
Really not that hard. It's just like it's primary school deduction to get back to the number 1. It's not that difficult.
So how many glow sticks can we do with a Sonya in one turn? Is it like 1 million?
No. Where are they all coming from?
Oh, it's just 2, isn't it? That's how numbers work.
What?
In the back of my mind, there is a combo you can do with Sonya that goes infinite because you generate another card that does the same thing. And for 1 second, my brain went, yeah, glow sticks is that, just to be clever, even though I know for what it's not. So there you go.
It's because glow sticks casts twice, right? That's how the card works.
Oh, that's it, yeah. Because you have... Because no one's ever cast it on its own, ever. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Well, Jarla has done basically no inroads at all here with Shaman in the first 5 turns.
MeSmile has done plenty of inroads, though.
Very good. Well, quite good. 7.
It's not. It's not. No, 5 at best. 5 at best.
7 for you. There we go.
Oh! Look who's getting feisty.
Yeah. It's finals day. I'm supposed to be feisty. It's exciting. This made a bit of a difference to the turn, right? He can at least like keep his frog and do some damage now.
Yeah, big deal. Big deal. Alright, Cookie. Things are looking up a little bit. MeSmile wants to greed, though. Ooh! Breakdance is an excellent reason to keep greeding for an extra turn or 2 here.
Arcane
6 mana now becomes infinitely better than 5 in this instance.
That's a lot. Alright. Everybody hold tight.
Oh!
All that effort to keep the frog.
That is how you rogue people.
Wow.
So now has Sonya plus card of choice plus breakdance on the following turn. Get that breakdance back. And then same again the following turn. Without the breakdance. So the second one available in deck.
Okay.
If you are playing particularly slow matchups with this Starship Rogue deck, then Sonya does become a incredibly powerful late game tool with discounted starship pieces, for example. But I don't think that's where your head is at when you're playing against Swarm Shaman.
Especially right now, he's got time to be greedy. Like, nothing's happening.
Yeah, but it will eventually, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You can't just sit around. We saw that already. Jarla saw that already. Where if you wait around, like it doesn't matter if the Demon Hunter's board is empty. They can kill you from off board with a location if you give them enough time to sit around. So I do think MeSmile will want to get on with things here. And when you have that breakdance, it's so low risk just to go in with the Sonya, which I think is why this neophyte has ended up being so crucial. Have to be an Oracle turn instead. Oracle fan clears all of this up very nicely. A little bit expensive, but what are you going to do?
Yeah. You've got to survive the neophyte turn at some point as the rogue, so get it out of the way.
How enigmatic.
And, you know, not just get it out of the way, draw a lot of stuff in the process still.
Oh, second breakdance now. Neophyte gone also. So very possible that MeSmile can now just play Sonya turns from now until the end of the game.
Having to read these. I haven't seen enough Starship. I know what they all do in theory, but yeah.
Don't start lying again.
I'm not arted up on the Starship pieces at all.
This is what, Spellburst, Activator, Death Rattle, I believe this one is.
I believe. Yep.
Witness true arcane magic.
Okay.
Jarla needs some real help here from the Oracle. World Championships very much hanging in the balance here. Clinging on by a thread. Couple of pirates, very nice. No real payoff for the pirates, though. Does have the cookie.
Yeah.
And this seems, if you're a Jarla fan, this seems like the time when everything we've been saying about random evolves rolling above average, where you need to pray that that holds true.
Set up a sigil this turn as well, right? Just in case there's a lethal out next turn with a gift.
Panna. All right, Panna. Panna 4-4.
4-4.
What do you mean? Someone check the levers. Someone at Blizzard HQ is on the levers. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Haven't sold enough cookies this week. Turn the cookie lever up. Ah. So good. What else is so good though is MeSmile just constantly being on 29, 28 health.
Yeah, spell damage sticking as well with another fan in hand. Not looking good, bro.
It's not. Well, yeah, for Jarla at least. Looking pretty good for MeSmile fans. And for MeSmile. And for the Americas region.
A little surprised this wasn't a Sonya turn, to be perfectly honest with you. Felt like Sonya had some work to be done here. Could end with Sonya breakdance on the Oracle and 0 mana breakdance on the Sonya. Get it all back to hand. Do it again.
Has ended with a lot of wands in his hand though. Which is maybe part of what he wanted to do there.
Yeah, true. Does set up 1 mana Mixie for the following turn this way, which is a big upside.
Looking for anything Jarla can do other than keep waiting for the gift. So putting an 8/8 down seems the best way to wait for gifts. Give your opponent something to distract them for a turn. Get rid of that pesky Oracle. Although its work is done to some degree.
Yeah. 10 cards remaining. We might actually end up in Starship territory here if we're not careful.
How long can you hold your
Laser pointer ready?
That is Orion the Hunter, you moron.
Oh, he's got the hang of this deal too now as well.
Yeah. Can't now cast the second one without everything going horribly wrong for the rest of the turn. But double freeze is chill. Yeah, we like this.
Very good.
And now you can just do breakdance to end the turn. Sure.
Yep.
Seems good.
Yeah, and Jarla, he didn't give up. He's not going to give up. He knows what can happen if he doesn't give up. But Jarla, just a little look of resignation there, because now he's seen the hand. He knows what he's up against. Like, no longer is it just a bad hand for him that he's struggling with, that's being controlled a bit. He also knows what his opponent's capable of.
Very small detail, but I think those 2 rush minions that came from the breakdance, I think I would have sent one of them into each of the 8/8s, because frozen minions eating board spaces for you is actually good right now, because it restricts space. It restricts space for charging pirates for bloodlust damage.
Okay.
And you have a 0 mana deal 2 AoE in your hand anyway for the following turn. So just bumping into both of them, putting them down to low health, seems a little bit more effective, just to cut off that one board space.
And you mentioned at the time that was part of the delaying Sonya for a turn to get the 1 mana mixologist that allowed a lot of that.
Yeah, for sure.
What's even the plan? Like, you're looking for a plan involving pirates and gifts here, but what is it? Got to find a weapon, right? Otherwise, this is not great anyway.
Yeah. Got to find a weapon so you can get yourself back into the position that I miscounted in the previous series, where you can use 2 charges of the same location to clear out 1 more board space and maximize bloodlust damage. You know the minions you're making here are not sticking because you know there's a 0 mana copy of the 2 damage AoE in hand.
It should make 0 difference, right? But under pressure, the Exodar getting burned there is just a reminder that things can go wrong. It's not a problem at all. But whilst you're under pressure, the last thing you want is your deck reminding you that maybe something could go wrong here. Kind of an amusing burn for me.
Yo, do we have time to play Scoundrel here? Interesting. Yeah, I guess we do. Oh, sure, okay. Why does add a random demon to your hand exist? Did anyone miss it if it just went away
Make
forever?
the card weaker? Because we've had problems before with that sort of card where they are too strong because every option's amazing? I don't know. It is amusing. And one day it'll be the right take, and I absolutely will not see it the day that it is. Because I don't see that option when I'm reading them. It's just, oh, I've only got 2 options this time. And the only out will be Magtherodon, and I'll miss it. There's no even way to, because of the double location, these pop-up books are basically useless, aren't they? I mean, they can remove a minion, great, but, you know. They're just representing a tiny amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm sat here silently just trying to find the 1% win condition, but they all involve weapon. Like, without the horn, it just seems very difficult to construct something useful here. Which maybe, shout out to the China build of the deck, right? With the 3rd copy of the weapon, essentially, in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't mind that right now, would you? Just to have something. But then we've seen turns where they have to pass and then play patches a turn late just because they've got a pirate. So it seems a bit weird, but might be okay.
How long can you hold you?
There's a neophyte?
Oh dear. Do some trades, break dance, pass, hit enter.
No. So I do like this. You have about 5 seconds to call yourself every 4-letter word you know, and then get back to playing Hearthstone. And just refocus on turning this into a real turn. Just lean back, reset your brain, and imagine that the turn has just started with you in this position, and figure out what the turn is.
Also, breakdance Sonya immediately so you don't do anything else stupid while you're flustered. Because that's what I would do, and I thoroughly respect it, honestly. It's obviously wrong to do that immediately. There's so many other things you could do this turn. But the one way you lose this is by doing something dumb and losing your Sonya, especially with Exarch gone. So,
Yeah.
Just don't do that.
Yeah. We've been waiting a long time.
It's a horrific Hearthstone turn, but it's a professional one.
We have been waiting a long time for Neil to bring their particular area of expertise to the stream, and it's finally happened. What to do when you're throwing massively. No one can give you better insight than Neil Larindabon.
Yeah, I've tried everything over the years, so... But it's a thing, right? Like, joking aside, making sure you don't lose here while your brain resets out of whatever scrambled mess it's in.
Yep. You saw as well there was a brief furrowing of the brow from Jarla as he reacted in an understated way to what was clearly a mess of a turn from the opponent. So you now sort of have to get into that mindset from Jarla of like, okay, my opponent is trying to throw. How do I help them?
Last time somebody did this, it got exciting. Let's do that again.
Wait, do I have lethal that I can rope out this turn?
God. Alright, well, that's cleared that one up. But there isn't a Sonya on the board, so it's okay for MeSmile, probably. Yeah. All in. This game has not been happening at all for Jarla. He has preserved his locations for a rainy day in case some buffs come along. And MeSmile has clearly spent the last 75 seconds resetting his brain and working out what he's going to do properly this time.
Yep.
There you go, infinite glow sticks. Told you. Every card was a glow stick this turn, pretty sure.
Oh, just about getting over the line there for MeSmile. Tried his best. The neophyte really made a mess of it, but yes, once you have enough mana to actually play with, the glow sticks will loop because they recursively discount themselves as the holy spell that has been played. So he gets there over the line in the end, and that is going to be a 3-1 victory for MeSmile. The hunt for Jarla ends once again. Just a little bit short of the World Championship. He's been further up the mountain than this, but once again, it's another close call. Another close but no cigar for Jarla in the end. But I think, small details aside of not factoring in a neophyte, a very comfortable and smooth performance from MeSmile.
Yeah, and he's looking in good shape. Again, I mentioned during the match, Furyhunter's lineup after one ban is not dissimilar from Jarla's at all. You know, they play tested together. Jarla did go with that Pipsy Paladin, but as it's banned, we're going to see a very similar matchup. So, MeSmile must be feeling good about things right now. Obviously.
Whoa. Something about Jarla series, I guess, that just bring out the bozo gene. I suppose that's where it's coming. Like there's just that little element of chaos in all of Jarla's series at the moment. But I guess there's bad news is for the viewing public and for fans of Jarla, that is going to be the last one that you're going to see for a little while. And MeSmile will be advancing, which means Neil, America's representation in the top.
Yes. We'll have to get me and TJ on that one, I think, for the America's chance of reaching the finals. But there's our lineup: Yuansu and Yanming taking on the top of the groups, top of the draw. I'm going to have a Chinese representative in the finals for the millionth year in a row where they've been here, and Furyhunter versus MeSmile will be the challenger.
We did have like Jarla versus APAC for an era as well, right? Like that just seemed to be the thing for a while. It was APAC versus APAC and then Jarla versus APAC or something like that. My World Championship history is not what it used to be. 2
previous Worlds he's played Glory 3 times is something I noticed earlier today already, and he won 2 of them and lost the final. Anyway, enough waffling about that. We have got a semi-final to get on with, so it's goodbye from me and Sottle just for now, and we'll get that set up for you and see you in about 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championships. We are getting ready to kick off the top 4, and to take you through that first match is myself, Dawn, joined today by Edelweiss. Edelweiss, we haven't gotten to cast together all weekend. I've been looking forward to this. How are you doing?
Good, and excited to jump into our first semifinal match. As Lorinda has mentioned a few times, we are guaranteed one of these Chinese players in the finals. Looks like no chance at this point of an all-China finals, but one of these players is definitely going to be there, and they're looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, they've both been performing pretty well throughout the weekend, and especially today, I would say. We have Yuansu versus Yanming, and to talk about Yuansu first here, this is his first appearance in a World Championship, but performed very strongly through those China qualifiers. And the lineup here, a little bit more aggressive with the Cycle Rogue, Attack Demon Hunter, of course, I say faster, but that slightly slower Discover Hunter and the Swarm Shaman. What do you make of this lineup?
Yeah, I'd like to be saying, oh, okay, we've got, full aggro versus full control, but each of them has that sort of, little wild card thrown in there. In Yuansu's case, it is that slower Discover Hunter and, of course, the Rogue, it seems. Just so many people have brought Rogue unless they were specifically targeting it. And yeah, here Yuansu with the Attack Demon Hunter. This is a deck that is kind of new on some people's radar, or at least coming into the tournament. It's only been around for a little bit, and now we're seeing it here. Sing Along Buddy, one of the emphasized cards, because not only can it double your regular Demon Hunter hero power, but if you get Metamorphosis going, that's 10 damage.
Yeah, it can be definitely a very powerful card, and we've seen it stick around, and we've also seen it definitely be targeted and removed off of the board as quickly as possible in some of the games that we've seen previously. But let's switch gears here a little bit and talk about Yanming. Also, first appearance in a World Championship, but placed second at the China qualifier. So definitely had a strong showing to get here in the first place, and has had a strong showing throughout this weekend. Very, very much more, as you said, kind of that control, slower style lineup with that slower Discover Hunter, the Armor Warlock, Cycle Rogue, and the Control Warrior, which we have definitely highlighted throughout this weekend. That's really kind of been one of those big captivating decks that we've seen with some interesting lines. But that one has been banned out, however, and Yanming's actually going to start with this Discover Hunter.
Yeah, and the Hunter, I think, is sort of one of the trickiest among this control lineup, because the only way you have to potentially heal yourself, really, is out of Rifta, or perhaps the Armor Vendor in the ETC, or the Taunt lifesteal. So not a whole lot of access to recovery tools the way that the Armor Warlock and the Warrior have, and I think that is what has led to some gaps in the defenses for some of these more controlling lineups.
Yeah, it really seems like the Hunter especially has really kind of relied a bit on finding those taunts with the alien encounters as kind of a more of a defensive line, instead of actually direct healing, kind of going for those taunts instead, which we are not going to see quite yet from Yuansu's hand here. But the Glacial Shard and Rangari Scout options for turn 1, not really anything that needs to happen yet, and Yuansu's just going to go ahead and pass. But Yanming on the other side has a pretty aggressive start here.
Yeah, and I think we may have the situation flipped here, right? Yuansu is on the Demon Hunter. Might have that wrong, but given what we know of the
yes,
the lineups, Yanming favorite cards, Svalna and Zyrella, right? Svalna Priest and Jarla his favorite card, so very much in his element on these slower controlling decks. Yeah, just keep in mind that Yanming is the top board and Yuansu is the bottom board here. Certainly an aggressive start for the attack Demon Hunter. Really going to come down in this early game to what these secrets have in store for Yanming.
We're just going to see a lot of damage pushed here. The patches come down, get those in the deck, continue that aggression here. And interestingly, no spell has been played until the coin. And now the Parched Desperado is actually active as we get this switched over for everyone so that we have the correct spectate here for you all.
We're casting from the upside down.
Sounds like a very dangerous place to be casting from.
Yeah, actually. Like, you know, a little more dangerous than just a board swap issue. Yeah. I am very curious to see if we'll have this Armor Warlock managing to pull through this time. I mentioned earlier in the day that I tried it out myself a bit on ladder and had pretty good success. 8-2 record. Maybe I was just hitting some favorable matchups. But I feel like we haven't gotten the chance to really see it perform yet. And the secrets here, seeing the bait and switch, and I'm not positive on that last one. Certainly, Yuansu believes it to be explosive and playing accordingly.
It is a rat trap.
Always nice when you can kind of get the value of your opponent thinking you have a particular secret, even when you don't.
I think we've seen that a few times before already this weekend, but pick up a Fan the Hammer here and continue pushing a little bit of damage. No hidden meaning, so another secret kind of eliminated from the possibilities.
Mm-hmm. And Yanming going for the bird watching without the scout, just to be able to play alien encounters in the same turn. And this could be tricky between sort of the immediate need of Mixologist and the eventual need of Exarch. Does go ahead and take the Exarch just because things can start gassing out very quickly if you don't have access to that hero power.
Yeah, and as well as you mentioned, getting the alien encounters discounted here, going to be able to play out some taunts very quickly. There's no Tidepool Pupil in hand, which we have seen a lot, which is something that a lot of these players have kind of been setting up to make sure that they have that Tidepool Pupil and can kind of put that alien encounters in there to create kind of what feels like an infinite amount of those taunts. But in this situation, just kind of having to play out the alien counters, put up some roadblocks to stop some of this damage from Yuansu.
Yeah, there was some consideration there about maybe just taking this, putting out the Parrot Sanctuary so that you can go digging for the Tidepool Pupil. You know, you'll get the alien encounters reduced to 1 the next turn, possibly 0. So that may have been the calculation about, do I just put out this Parrot Sanctuary and go in next turn? But I think you've got to start stemming some of this bleeding right now.
Yeah. And this Fan the Hammer so easily cleans up the second taunt here, allowing for even more pressure to come through from Yuansu's side. A second Parrot Sanctuary. Not quite what Yanming was looking for, but this is the point where things can shift a little bit with all of these discovers. There's the battle cries that can come down for cheaper here, and the Rangari Scouts, hero powers, all of these combos create a lot of value. We've seen a lot of this before from these players, and there is, I almost want to call it a classic now, the hero power into discovering tracking to continue that discover train.
Yeah, it is perhaps just a little too late though, with Metamorphosis in hand along with Acupuncture the following turn. I don't think there's going to be enough mana necessarily to pull a Grifta, even if it's found. But it's really going to come down to these next couple of turns. Rat Trap is one of those secrets where if you can force your opponent into activating it, it can help you a ton. But if they know it's there and can just play around it every turn, it's not really able to do that much for you. So Grifta is picked up, and once again, comes down to a Grifta trinket of where they survive.
There is healing.
How many times over the course of this event has Grifta been the determiner of match result?
Oh, Grifta has almost felt like an MVP across the whole of the tournament, I would say. It's in so many different decks, and we've seen it do so many different things. We've seen it for a lot of healing and kind of stall just to stay in the game and stay alive and end up winning a game that way. We've seen it for damage for closing out to win games. We've seen it for, even in the previous series earlier today, we saw the steal a minion and actually get to steal hand buff paladin minions and use those to actually close out the game. It's been an absolute, just complete roller coaster of Griftas.
Now, even with the face frozen here, that Metamorphosis power representing 5 damage and the Oracle pickup with Acupuncture means that Yuansu might have an opportunity to hit lethal here. No ability to hot coals on the same turn as the Oracle. So he can maybe afford to take things a little bit slow.
Yeah, does still have to worry about that rat trap as well. So it doesn't want to play like too many cards. So I do think that could be a consideration for holding back on the Oracle just yet.
This is actually pretty funny since that version of the trinket only really has value to heal 6, but actually having Arana take advantage of the fact that it would deal 6 damage to him to potentially could have gone face for 6 there, which would have been massive.
The star power pickup here, going to be able to clear off this board, stop a little bit of bleeding and heal up. That was a very stabilizing turn for Yanming. Very insta played as well once that was picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. The Demon Hunter can really hit the ground running quickly, but now that healing has just kind of closed the doors, and without a board in play to keep pushing damage, you know, the burn is just intended to get over the finish line. It's not intended to do the whole 27. And now that a Tide Pool has been picked up to discover even once again that 12 points of healing, I think Yuansu's window is just about ended.
Yeah. Oh, picks up the second hot coals.
And intentionally activating the trap before the coals to be able to take it out with the parachuter.
Yeah. I love the choice from Yuansu to play the top decked coals as well. Might not be as relevant, but, you know, if Yanming is paying attention, can maybe consider that a different card.
Bird watching for Yanming, probably looking for either an Astral Vigilant or the Rengari Scout, as I imagine he doesn't really want to pupil for the healing until he can get a second copy. The Paris Sanctuary is so interesting in this version of the deck. There's just very key battle cries, lots of one-cost things. So you can end up in these situations where you get multiple glacial shards, get to play them both for free, you know, the scarabs as well. It's a lot more useful than I initially thought, just sort of looking at the list.
Yeah. Kind of interestingly, I feel like we have I know there still has been quite a few discovers happening, but it almost feels like it's been slow on the discovers from this hunter, because we haven't seen this tracking come out. We haven't seen a lot of those repetitive, like consecutive discover options in turns yet. So it's almost felt like that has been lacking. But the second Rangari Scout picked up right off the top. We're going to see a lot more here into another tracking. Why not? More trackings. Could opt for the Scarab keychain for something else to play in there, but why not when you can just keep discovering and keep making choices?
Well, it may seem excessive to go for all these additional trackings, but something that it does is really helps to discount Ceaseless Expanse, getting all these 1 mana spells played, and if it gives you something like an Alien Encounters, which is free, you know, that's even more ways of discounting Ceaseless Expanse without having to pay mana. And so that's just one of the ways that Ceaseless is actually functional in this deck, right? It'll always get down there with time, but the more you can do to accelerate the ability to play Ceaseless, the better off you are.
Yeah, and I love this here from Yanming, discovering more alien encounters, being able to just fill up the board and continue that healing that we've seen, healing back to full. But this also does mean now at this point that Yanming kind of has control of the board. There's only a couple cards left for Yuansu. There is a Kane, but with all of the healing, is Kane and the other damage that's already been used kind of just not enough to close things out at this point, it's feeling like.
Yeah, I mean, Yanming has healed at least 30 points of damage. I think maybe more than that, maybe 40. So the Demon Hunter is just not designed to output that much. And being behind this much, having spent already acupunctures, both hot coals, I think just Yanming hitting that healing from the Grifta was really the turning point. Make or break discover.
Yeah. Now at this point, Yanming definitely has a lot of options. There's double Incendious in hand, there's the Ziliax, just picked up another Tide Pool. Gonna go ahead and Grifta. Finds discount, which is really interesting with this Incendious, and the Ceaseless is at 0. You don't need to worry about discounting that anymore, but what do you make of the pickup off of the Grifta this time?
Well, I think it's not quite what he was looking for. Probably was trying to go for the deal 6 to get that in the Tide Pool and just close things out more quickly. Amulet of Strides helps you further things along a little bit, but he's got it pretty much in the bag at this point. I don't think there's a card in Yuansu's deck that would be able to help.
Yeah, this is now kind of one of those positions of just making sure that Yanming can kind of stay in that lead. He is setting up his own lethal, but just making the trades with the Kane, kind of saying, I need to make sure that I'm not going to die somehow. And keep myself in this position where I am ahead in the game.
I must withdraw.
And yep, there's the concede. Really, really close one, right? Razor's Edge up until the point that Yanming got that healing, and at that point there's just so much ability to reiterate, get it again, right? Getting 2 copies of the healing from the start and then being able to pull multiples from Tide Pool.
Yeah. I mean, Yuansu had such a strong, aggressive start, even setting Yanming down to 3 there we saw at one point. But yeah, as you said, that stabilization and healing just was able to kind of outlast what Yuansu was able to piece together with the Demon Hunter.
It's got to be so heartbreaking when you're that close, 3 damage away, and it's not even healing that was in your opponent's deck, right? It had to be discovered, and then of course it's picked up and suddenly everything starts to fall apart. So hopefully Yuansu is able to, put that one aside, just sort of not think about it. These things happen. It's Hearthstone. You have to be prepared for unlucky discovers. But it does mean that one of the trickier matchups for Yanming potentially is now out of the way in that Hunter. So a lot will come down to whether these aggressive decks from Yuansu can take out the Rogue. Although perhaps the Warlock is a weaker point than we imagined.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those decks that we have kind of talked about a lot. The Chinese players have kind of all seemed to agree on some of these like slower, more control-y decks, and we haven't really seen a lot of that in the Americas and Europe players. So it's kind of been really interesting to kind of change things up a little bit and like look at this different perspective of these players' thoughts on these decks. And we are getting into game number 2 here. We are seeing Yanming on this Warlock now, this Armor Warlock as we're calling it, up against Yuansu's Hunter. So switched gears off of the Demon Hunter a little bit here.
Yeah, and this is the slowest of Yuansu's decks. It is in that same sort of vein of value, right, with the star power, the fizzle in the ETC, ceaseless expanse. So curious to see how that one plays out. Of course, Niall on 2 is exactly what you want if you're playing any of these Discover Hunter decks.
Yeah, definitely a very good start. On the other side for Yanming, though, a little bit of some removal, like freeze, some stall. Sure, the reverb could come out at some points, but does have one of those important starship pieces to be able to start some of that armor train if he wants to go that route here next turn as well.
This, I think, is very clever. While you can save Soul Freeze to use in combination with Slippery Slope for a ton of draw, or even just to freeze out, 3 minions, throwing it out with the Buccaneer here, just to sort of say, hey, if you don't deal with this immediately, and which your deck is not built to do, then I'm going to be able to get a Reborn Arcanite Defense Crystal and just start going on my armor game plan as quickly as possible, which a lot of times you otherwise have to wait until turn 6 to get that going.
And there it is, that Arcanite Defense Crystal coming down here. This Rangari Scout for Yuansu, gonna start getting this Discover train going as early as possible and start discounting that alien encounters. Picks up double Grifta.
Yeah, that could be, once again, the keystone card in terms of the matchup, right? If Yanming can't kill off the Arcanite and it gets stolen, that could spell disaster. Seems like Yuansu maybe is softening up and gonna freeze it, I have to imagine. So this way, if Grifta does hit the steel minion, he can rush it into the 1/4 and be able to kill it off.
Yeah. Does Yanming potentially just play Reverb on the Arcanite Defense Crystal here? If he is potentially thinking about that Grifta outcome?
It certainly merits thinking about, yeah. I think this way you kind of guarantee you'll at least be able to keep around one of them, even if the other gets stolen.
Yeah.
And was it Yanming that happened to earlier in the tournament? I don't entirely recall. certainly he may be aware that this is how an armor warlock lost earlier in the event, was getting their defense crystal stolen.
I mean, protecting your important pieces like that. If the name of the deck revolves around that card, it seems like it's probably a pretty key card there. So something worth protecting. And did pick up the amulet to steal.
Yeah, so Reverb doing some work to secure at least half of it. Not going to get the full benefit. But if you're Yanming, as long as you have, one piece of one fully filled starship with 2 Arcanites, then you're kind of happy, because the next step is to find Exodar, get those back as 1 cost, summon them again with Reborn. And once you've secured your high armor totals, then you start thinking about, all right, let's get Wheel going. And we win in 5 turns. So that's kind of how this deck approaches slower matchups. And actually, he can use the other piece to do the ship that resurrected on Yuansu's side, right? He can steal it back and run it in.
Yeah. It does set it to 1 attack, but that's fine.
Just gonna set up the harp, sort of in the waiting room for any of those big card draw payoffs. Right, there's 2 copies of Eat the Imp, which draw 3 cards for sacrificing a creature, and 2 copies of Slippery Slope, which combined with that Soul Freeze would draw potentially, I believe, 5 cards.
Here we go with more discover value for Yuansu.
the scout discovering scouts for even more scouts.
That's right. Infinite scouts. All right, here we found the infinite. There it is. We thought the infinite potential was banned away with Yanming's warrior. Never mind. Infinite discovers.
Titan Forge traps could pose an annoyance. Random secrets very frequently are frustrating to play around, and if you're already being mentally taxed by playing some of these slower control decks, playing around secrets can increase that burden.
Yeah, and it can be really difficult for playing around these secrets and then having to deal with them a second time, right? There's a copy that went to hand because of the Rangari scouts as well, so if you deal with them once, you're going to have to deal with them yet again as well.
Now, I do think ultimately this ETC is going to have to find Wheel, just because the Hunter has so much value on their side. You're going to need to put them on a clock like that. But if you do it now, then you can't really wing welding. Because discarding Kil'jaeden is okay, discarding Wheel less so.
Yeah.
Or is... Okay, goes for the Wheel, not the Fizzle.
Could you imagine if we saw the Fizzle?
I'd rather not, thank you.
You haven't had enough Fizzle yet this weekend?
You know, just watching it was enough. You were the one that had to endure casting that.
That sure was a game of all time, I'll tell you that.
For anyone familiar with APM Pirates in Battlegrounds, it was that, but how much armor can you gain?
And mana. There was a lot of mana gained as well. But talking about gaining...
Was it 50 by the end?
It was almost 60, just under 60. I think it was 59 mana.
Unbelievable.
Here we go, even more value. More trackings. All the trackings for Yuansu here. Has built up quite a board.
There's at least only one Ziliax, which, you know, sometimes they have a double Rangari and 2 Ziliax, and then you've got the 3 boards of alien encounters plus Ziliax to deal with.
And some Tide Pool pupils picked up here as well.
Yep, immediately putting alien encounters within them.
At this point, may not matter what else gets put in those Tide Pool pupils. That alien encounters is kind of the important one here, but noticeably, turn 8, the wheel did not come out on curve here. A little bit too much pressure potentially from Yuansu that Yanming kind of has to figure out how he's going to stay alive here through these next couple of turns if he were to play wheel.
Yeah, you really have to play the wheel after you've gained enough armor to feel comfortable, and we're certainly not quite there yet under this much pressure. Ceaseless does open up the wing welding play.
You know, for how much card draw and discover there has been, these Ceaseless Expanses still feel quite expensive.
I don't know what you're talking about. 28 is a perfectly reasonable amount to pay for that card.
You're right. Well, what am I thinking? I thought we were playing Hearthstone, where we play everything for 0.
I'm curious about not going for the wing welding. You know, on this board, it is... I get, you know, not the same as playing Ceaseless. You don't get a 15-15 in play. But if you're not expecting to do that some of the time, then it is just going to sit as a dead card quite often. I suppose there's a potential to, you know, after a wheel, make use of it. But in the meantime, he's struggling to hang on here. And the Ceaseless is not playable in sight right now.
Picks up a table flip.
Table flip doesn't even clear anything, though.
No. Yuansu has done a very good job at creating this really kind of indestructible feeling board here. Does have a Ceaseless Expanse of his own, so kind of knows what the mana cost is there.
So, a table flip is nice in the sense that it's something that discounts for your hand size. Making it cost 1 more isn't a huge deal. You could use it to pop the secret and then follow up with wing welding. Going instead for the freeze here, which I imagine he was holding onto that for so long in hopes of picking up a slippery slope to sort of maximize the draw.
And those secrets we have seen just kind of sitting on Yuansu's side. Finally, the ice trap activated. But again, there is an ice trap in hand to follow that up. So if Yuansu wants, he can just kind of reset up that ice trap to be really annoying here for things like the wheel or a table flip.
Something interesting that is kind of going in Yanming's favor here is that although he's -1 starship piece in his own, the fact that it's taking up a spot on Yuansu's board without representing any damage actually does slow things down somewhat. Until Yuansu's willing to pay a 5-mana tax for just a 3/4.
And more pressure coming out from Yuansu here, putting Yanming down to 9. Second
Double
table flip.
That's a clear.
Okay.
Even with the bounces. That's all you're doing that turn. But or
Yeah.
actually, no. Is it just barely not playable because he doesn't have cards enough in hand? So you try and play for 3, and then it gets bounced. It costs 1 more. You can play it for 4, but then your other one also costs 4 because your hand size is reduced.
Could just play the Ceaseless for 10.
That's true. That's true.
Could just slam it.
I think he's waiting to pick up Exodar and some other things.
I mean, I didn't say that it was the right play. I just said you could.
Okay, yeah. So here we go. You do that, and then... Oh, but... No, but the discounts! So the wheel is gone now. I don't know if that was intentional. Because I don't know to what extent you can win this game with Kil'jaeden demons.
Could put a price on such powerful artifact. I could. Find it.
And it
Well,
doesn't matter. Yep,
yeah.
12 damage there. Grifta, once again, sealing things up.
Well, that does mean that Yuansu is going to get on the board with a point, tie things up 1-1 with that hunter, and that means that both of the Discover Hunters have gotten a win in the series so far. I feel like that's probably not a surprise for anybody who has kind of been watching. I think this has kind of been one of those decks that everybody is really keeping an eye on at this point. So not surprised to see these hunters go through at all. That does mean that we still kind of have that more aggressive versus the rogue and this armor warlock from Yanming. So what do you think of the kind of remaining decks after these hunters have kind of gotten through the series so far?
Well, the hunter was certainly the most different from Yuansu's lineup for Yanming to have to deal with. I think going after these aggro decks is more sort of what Yanming is trying to do with his lineup. That said, there is still a rogue there, which can struggle against these aggressive decks. So it does feel like still anybody's game, in terms of what remains.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested in the Rogue versus Swarm Shaman matchup. I know that's kind of been a highlight that we talked about, so I gotta ask, how do you feel? Where do you stand in that matchup specifically?
Yeah, I'm still on the side of the Shaman most of the time. It really is just so heavily draw dependent for the Rogue. Sometimes they do get the turn 5 giants and blow you out, but a lot of times they don't. And if you're having to focus a lot on just churning through the deck while dealing with all the pressure that the Shaman can present, and it's not like you can just say, oh, their board's clear, I'm good to go, right? You do have to be concerned about Sigil into Bloodlust, top deck parachuters. So certainly with the pressure of this event, I would much rather only be having to think about what the Shaman has to do than everything that the Rogue has to do.
Well, we could see it come down to that as we see Yuansu get into game number 3 with this Demon Hunter. Has that Sock Puppet Slither Spear to start with the Spirit of the Team follow-up on turn 2. That definitely been, I know, one of Sottle's favorite things to see, so definitely seeing it come out here, and maybe not a ton of response from Yanming's side.
Yeah, it does have the Felstring Harp to at least be healing somewhat with this hero power. You know, you don't like to leave all that in play again. It's a considerable amount of damage. There are no brain masseuses in this deck for Yuansu, so even though the wing welding and ceaseless expanse are there, we are not going to see that conclusion to the game, since this is, you know, attack Demon Hunter and not pirates.
True arcane magic.
So, yep, sorry to have to break it to Lorinda. I know he's really looking forward to that, but not going to happen, at least not in this game here. But what a massive board that Yuansu has already put out. This is turn 3. Been able to play both Sock Puppet Slither Spears, the Spirit of the Team, the Oracle, but Wing Welding going to clear that up quite easily.
Yeah, and the weapon has, you know, allowed Yanming to stay topped up. It's the, you know, a nice tool when you are, you know, maybe in fatigue after wheel, but it is equally wonderful if you are having to tap in a matchup where your life total is very precious. And so just being able to actually gain life out of those taps rather than having to spend it feels very, very nice and comfortable.
And being able to get some of those extra taps in, continue drawing cards, finding things like the table flip, and some other resources, definitely good for Yanming. But on the other side, Yuansu here really kind of has to dig and find some more things to do now that that initial board was cleared.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if CCG is the pick here, right? To get some extra gas in the tank. You know, it'll be Outcast, so you'll get 2 first edition Demon Hunter cards right away. You know, if you're a little bit closer to finishing things, maybe you take the Glavesmith, but that extra value could be quite important. Decides to go for more consistent options, though. This lets him finale the Taste of Chaos, which could pull Metamorphosis. Not great options here. None of these go face except load the chamber very inefficiently, so.
Yeah, still going to take it, but Yuansu kind of recognizing needs to get rid of that Brittle Bone before the potential Arcanite Defense Crystal, which just gets drawn.
Yeah, that was an interesting play from Yanming, I think, kind of using it to threaten, right, the Defense Crystal more than anything else, but then actually picking it up. Had Yuansu, you know, called the bluff, he would have been disappointed to see Crystal actually show up.
Yeah.
But perhaps it's just Felfire under the 3-2?
Yeah, could be. Set up for the next turn where there's potential of the Arcanite Defense Crystal and potentially even just Reverb to set up multiples. Things have definitely slowed down a bit here from what we saw at the first part of the game.
And
both in what's happening and their play.
Yeah. You know, once you've sort of gotten past that early game as the Demon Hunter, things get a little bit trickier when the enemy life total is still 23. You've really got to consider how best to measure out your damage, get sort of the most value. And in that sense, Quick Pick is a welcome pickup for Yuansu here.
Yeah, definitely needs to start refilling the hand, find some other options. Hot Coals. It's a little bit more damage there that the going down swinging Acupuncture and Hot Coals in hand can piece together some damage here from Yuansu.
Mm-hmm. And Yanming might actually just play Arcanite and maybe even reverb it even not reborn, just for the extra armor. You know, it is certainly the kind of matchup where enough armor can let you feel pretty comfortable, even if you aren't getting the most value out of the taunt stats.
Yeah. I think Yanming just kind of doing some calculations here, though. Sitting at 14 health, there's a Metamorphosis equipped. Lots of potential damage that Yuansu could have that he hasn't seen yet.
Yep. And actually, I like this. So just guaranteeing the 12 armor, saying, actually the taunt is risky. The taunt doesn't always work out. We saw, and then we saw someone, you know, die from losing their life before the armor was gained before. So with this ordering, he gains the armor, gets to tap away the armor, and preserves his life total.
And that armor very significant in how Yuansu is going to go about this turn or these next couple of turns and doing his own calculations, trying to find enough damage to actually end the game. Oracle picked up pretty good.
Yeah, huge pickup. The only issue is that having played the demon here, there is no ability to Oracle, Acupuncture, and Hot Coals.
Yeah. You have to pick one or the other.
Witness true arcane magic.
So opting to make sure this gets cleared. Don't want any more double death rattles for armor. But now Yanming can freeze both these minions, and then Slippery Slope, or just freeze face in one of these minions. Draws 3 cards.
Does he actually want to clear the Oracle just because of the spell damage threat?
Probably, right? So you could just freeze face and the demon, draw your 3 cards, and Fellfire the Oracle, potentially.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I didn't realize that Slippery Slope could target face as well. So you can save the Glacial Shard.
I think Yanming kind of really deciding if he does want to clear that Oracle or not.
Huh. It is going to clear it, but wants to get the most out of this draw while the freezes are in play. And yeah, now this is what I'm talking about in terms of the deck having just this ability to churn through with the Slippery Slopes, the imps, etc. So now 2 Glacial Shards, you can keep Yuansu frozen down for multiple turns, and Exodar as well. He needs to launch that starship.
And the CCG picked up this time. I think those Illidari Studies options were the exact same 3 that we saw from the first one.
Oh, and maybe it would have been different if CCG came the first time, but I-Beam is not what you're looking for.
Feels like Yanming has so many options here with this full hand, can do tons of different things here now, just kind of has to figure out how do I stay in control of this game. We saw it kind of in the first game, I think, and we're kind of seeing it again here as well.
Yeah, and you know, just showing how important the armor is in that matchup. Not going to get the 1 cost piece back, just going to launch for 8 armor now, and the 6 that comes from the death rattle. And I think that is the window closing for Yuansu. Going down swinging will allow a pretty significant clear alongside buffing up the attack of this demon. But it's gotta hurt. Those I-beams, just not any amount of face damage, which is what Yuansu is hoping to pick up from the CCG.
Yeah, just going to use one of them just to clear up an additional 1/1 off the board, remove as much as possible, try to protect his own board, and hope that these minions stick around. But I don't think they are, and if they do stick around, they'll probably just end up being frozen anyways and not be allowed to attack.
Yeah, lots of options here for Yanming. Can, freeze the 7/2 and just play Sargeras for taunt, freeze face, and clear everything. Yeah, can always just start drawing again to look for the other starship piece. Table flip is a clear. And when you get to sort of these higher mana totals, but still all these cheap minions and draw effects, the Warlock gets to a point where it can do quite a lot to turn through its deck.
Yeah, we are going to see that clear come down, and here's the ETC. Take another clear. Yeah, this is kind of just signaling that at this point, Yanming just wants to stay alive, just stay in the game, and kind of let Yuansu run out of things to do.
And very clever, both times has just run out the Buccaneer because of the threat it poses, right? Like, regardless of whether you actually get the Reborn on the Arcanite Defense Crystal, the fact that you could means that Yuansu is very loath to leave those in play. And any damage he commits to clearing them is just, more life for Yanming.
Yeah. But can make use of the rush here through Felon Flames to at least clear that off. Same turn. Gonna play everything out here. The acupuncture finally getting played.
Yeah, I think was hoping that would have gone face and not killed the minion.
Yeah.
Since doesn't necessarily expect Rana to stick around for more than a turn. There's a kind of funny thing Yanming could do, which is to reverb the Arana and then tap and see if that clears it.
Yeah, there's, again, just so many options here.
Just set up infinite taunts forever. Sure. Oh! Wow.
No, I honestly, I like this. I think this is playing into the same exact line of thinking that Yanming has had these last 4, 5, 6 turns of really just, how do I lose from here, and allowing any sort of minion to stick around on the board. Could potentially be enough. There could be some sort of out, like hot coals that could clear up the taunts. Something, Yanming's just kind of hedging the bet that removing that and not even allowing a minion to stick around on board, even if he had taunts, really just solidifies his spot in the game.
Yeah, and Defense Crystal, last card, able to be Krakened now. Can use the Titan power to give future Demon Summons taunt. Interesting, gonna go for the Reverb instead. I assume that means Kraken is gonna be saved for launching the starship. And then the Harp is there to prevent fatigue, and I don't think he's gonna have to play Kill Jaden. not sure think it's gonna last that long. Interesting, just setting up the 6/6. Okay.
Well, quick pick for Yuansu, but it looks like he's kind of shaking his head a little bit. Kind of knows this, not a great spot for him to be in at all.
Patches!
Sure.
It's the opposite
get
Patches
some pirates.
situation, right? You want to draw Patches early. And yeah, just gonna launch the starship, Kraken to get the armor, and have another one ready to go.
Yeah. Could even Glacial Shard Yuansu's face as well, just to deny a draw.
And yeah, Acupuncture will hasten Yuansu's defeat, but not really going to help him in defeating Yanming. And we see the Armor Warlock take the win there, kind of finally getting the chance to show itself off, how much you can cycle through. It's quite effective at kind of drawing its whole deck when you're able to get the slippery slopes going like that.
Yeah, and now it's going to come down to just that rogue that we've been talking about. So just the rogue left for Yanming versus that attack demon hunter that we've already seen a bit, plus the swarm shaman for Yuansu. So I'm certainly not going to count Yuansu out of it at all. Could potentially still take it to game 5 and win versus the rogue, but I don't know. I mean, rogue can certainly do rogue things. We've seen it happen time and time again over the course of the weekend. And rogue and shaman over the weekend have had some kind of lacking results in their win rates, but we've also seen them facing into each other a lot as well. And in that case, that's going to bring that win rate down a bit.
Yeah, they're both decks that are targets of some people's lineups, and so that I think that's affecting their win rate pretty substantially. I don't know what the count stands in terms of the shaman versus rogue matchup specifically, but you know, things like attack demon hunter are there to prey on the druids, prey on the rogues, and it still feels like even with the score difference, maybe anybody's game here. You know, Yanming could have an explosive hand where he gets out giants on turn 5 with breakdances and everything. That does happen. We've seen it earlier in the event, but it's also very possible that there's explosive starts on the side of the shaman and demon hunter for Yuansu. So I'm not sure I would really give anyone the advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I want to slightly give the edge actually to Yanming, just because I feel like he has been playing so well over these games, especially the games that we've seen him in today. So already up 2-1, just has to get this rogue through, which, as we've talked about, can, you know, still kind of do what it wants to do in the hands of a player who knows what they're doing with it. And I think Yanming can get there.
For Doomhammer.
And we do see one notable difference that I don't know is in other people's rogue decks, which is that Yanming has the old ticking perfect Ziliax in the rogue. Not as, you know, good or standard as it once used to be for these rogues, because it no longer discounts for enemy minions at all, but you certainly can still get quite a few minions out on your later turns as the rogue. And if you do the math just right, on a Sonya turn, you can get out 2 of them and, you know, use that for a very powerful defensive swing.
And also another kind of difference in the list, both are running Incendious, but Yanming has the cover artist edition as well for that Incendious. But as we've seen the game kick off at a blazing pace, Yuansu been able to kind of get out on the board a little bit early, but even with the Sigil of Skydiving come out here, no clear answer quite yet for Yanming. Gonna have to work a little bit, and the Hosen pickup as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference in play speed here. Yuansu is like, yes, this is what I wanted. This is what I need. Oof.
There's no prep here, but
could get
Oracle
one
coin.
From the Oracle draw, yeah.
Yeah.
How enigmatic.
And actually,
Another
there's
backstab.
There it is. Yep. So you can, yeah. I was gonna say there's 4 draws for it, because with the coin you can, you know, shadow step the Oracle and then roll again because of the backstab.
Yeah.
And this might be one of those explosive draws for the rogue, right? Just able to discount the giants. They're already at 8. They're gonna be 7 on the turn, and then even with the Oracle cleared, That's backstab, dubious purchase
Yeah.
for another 3. Gear shift doesn't quite work because then you shuffle away the giants, but might have to be done.
Could just opt for.
You shuffle 1
oh,
away.
Gonna go. Yeah. Plenty of options, but I love the just drawing. The board here from Yuansu with an Oracle and 2 of these little 0/1 frogs. Not the most threatening at the moment. Going into turn 5 for Yuansu next turn, so the threat of Thrall's Gift and Bloodlust not quite there.
Yeah, but if you clear them, then there's no backstage bouncer. I mean, that's obviously information we have. There we go. Okay, sure. Just rip second Oracle. That's fine.
Yanming just doing the good things.
All right.
Yeah.
We did it. Turn 5. It's gonna be minimum 2 giants between the Playhouse and Breakdance. Sometimes rogue things, I guess.
Yeah. Certainly can't happen.
And this is a point in Soddle's favor, right? And I think many people who prefer the rogue to the shaman, right, is that sometimes you have starts like this, and even though they may seem like meager clear tools, spell damage has always been very potent in the hands of rogue with the amount of ways they have to cheat mana. And so, I mean, this can be just, yet again, spell damage is still there. Prep, Fan of Knives clears up most of this, and then you're off to the races with giants and breakdances.
That Ziliax coming into hand that you mentioned as well.
Yeah, and I like this getting down the Scoundrel to play the breakdance, even though, you know, it discounts way more than 1. There's just been circumstances before where not getting Scoundrel played has caused problems.
Yeah, and I think in this position as well, it also just creates another minion on board that can start pushing counter lethal, like in counter threat that Yuansu has to deal with.
Yeah, the bouncer is going to be put in here to hopefully like soften things up. Although if you do end up spending a lightning storm to then finish them off, that means you're overloaded going into the Grofin turn, which is not ideal.
This is treasure. This treasure ain't fit for our pirate.
And play all the pirates here. Dubious purchase coming out. Another Playhouse Giant just drawn as well.
And breakdance.
Oh my gosh. This is how you rogue.
Yeah. This is rogue racing, exactly. Plan A is a go. Just Playhouse Giants, breakdance.
This is treasure.
Yeah. Going for Pirate Dubious just to clear that up.
Yeah, the
still
freeze
turn
as
away.
well.
Yeah.
Glacial Shard not in all the lists, but is a way that you know, maybe gives an extra edge to the rogue, right? Horn coming into the hand, one of the only things that could have slowed things down, although realistically this board is much too wide for it to have made a difference all on its own. And yeah, big poison. Leave the giants or leave the 4/3s.
Yep. And that is it. We see the concede from Yuansu. So that means Yanming is going to take it and be our first finalist in the World Championships. Has to feel good.
Yeah, and he's been looking great all event. You know, there was that one match that maybe was a little strange, right? With Hemlock conceding that if the Druid wins there, things could have gone very differently for Yanming. but I think to take a championship, you always need a little bit of luck, and looking like a very positive outcome for Yanming. I'm sure happy to be in the finals, and will be even happier if he can take it.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. So we do still have another top 4 match and the finals to get through. Edelweiss, I want to ask your final thoughts here of the tournament of a whole. What do you think of these players, how things have shaken up, the year as a whole, as we wrap up our last showing here on broadcast?
Well, I have to say that this is really refreshing to see China come back onto the world stage and come back with such a big splash, right? That they have had the most different lineups in this event, and it has really paid off for most of them. I think they kind of bring out the best in all the players, right? When one group kind of raises the competitive level, others will rise to meet them. And so I'm very happy that we have the China region back at Hearthstone Worlds. And I'm honestly torn between our 3 remaining players, right? I have ties to each. I really love the lineups that Yanming has brought. Furyhunter is just an incredible player we've come to know, and we feel kind of deserves his chance here. And of course, MeSmile is from the Americas region, so it would be nice for us to have someone from Americas in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be a good showing, and I think a really awesome closing to the 2024 season. So I just want to say from myself, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to cast throughout the year, and for all of the other casters, thank you so much for having me and casting with me, and I cannot wait to see how today ends up and who we get to crown as the 2024 world champion. So still another top 4 match and those grand finals to get through, so you definitely don't want to miss these last couple of matches today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
welcome back. There we go. My name is CJ. I'm joined by Neil, aka Lorinda, aka Bond, for the second semifinal of the 2024 Hearthstone World Championship. Neil, I'm pumped to find out who's going to go in the finals. Are you?
Absolutely. Furyhunter or MeSmile, an American player or one of the people I've cheered on for years. Yeah, we take this one. It's going to be great. Furyhunter with a very similar lineup to Jarla, especially given that Jarla's Pipsy was banned out. Didn't work out too well for Jarla, so Furyhunter might have an uphill struggle here. MeSmile might have the lineup advantage, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I feel like I've had the read on lineups all throughout the tournament, and sometimes I've been right, sometimes I've been wrong, and that's what you like to see, though, right? When you come into a tournament like this, is not everything's just immediately spelled out for you when you jump into a match. We've had, I think a lot of that's a symptom of, nobody's bringing a full aggro lineup or a full combo lineup or a full control lineup. There's always something else stuck in between, and that has that X factor. But first player, Furyhunter, or second player, Furyhunter, whichever way you want to look at it. Swarm Shaman, the Pirate, Demon Hunter, Dungar, Druid, and Discover Hunter.
Yep. Just hitting people as hard and fast as possible. We talked about it, or I talked about it with Sottle a little bit about the Druid, but does generally have similar matchup spreads to the aggro decks, because it's kind of an aggro deck when you're killing people on turn 6 with that massive board. Just with the caveat that if it runs into other aggro decks, suddenly your Druid starts losing quite a lot. So there is that to it. But it matches up pretty much the same against things like Rogue, which is the reason for bringing it.
Yeah, and we've seen a ton of that matchup all throughout the weekend. But there's MeSmile, the second player, or first player, whichever way you want to look at it, with the Rainbow Death Knight, which we saw MeSmile navigate a fantastic game of Rainbow Death Knight against Warrior, which was just masterclass. And then we have Discover Hunter, the Swarm Shaman, and Starship Rogue, which is kind of like most of the other rogues. It just also has Starship stuff in it as well.
Starship stuff. So different bans this time around. This was banned in the Jarla matchup, but Furyhunter choosing to take it on. It's not a fun deck for an aggro lineup to take on, but he prefers to take it onto the Hunter, which is understandable in some ways. The Hunter just churning out 2/5 taunt minions, whereas the Rainbow DK does take a little while at least to start putting down things in your way. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes down.
Yeah, Rainbow Death Knight is quite an interesting deck in the metagame, because it's one of the only decks that it is not necessarily one-dimensional.
Yes.
There's a lot of different ways you can play Rainbow Death Knight, and it can adapt to any given circumstance, which is probably one of my favorite parts about the deck. It can curve out and put on a lot of pressure in the early game. It has control elements in the form of like Airlock Breach, where you're increasing your max life to be able to survive against combos. And then it has super powerful late game effects with both Climactic Necrotic Explosion and Primus, Headless Horseman, if we're talking about like really late game, once you get to the part where you can discover those undead. In this matchup, you're really just looking to take control of the early board, stop the aggression from the Shaman, and then gain some life.
It is interesting.
None of those cards do that.
Yeah, I disagree. I do agree with most of the things you just said. The one thing I will add is that it always feels like a collection of cards, not a great synergetic machine, right? When you're playing this deck, you kind of sometimes have to do what you're dealt a lot more than other decks.
Yeah, I think that's the downside to being flexible. If there was a deck that was flexible, that you queue into a game and you get to just choose which side of the deck you want to play. Oh, I'm playing Rainbow Death Knight. Let me just draw all my early stuff,
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm playing against control. Let me get my resource generation and disruption. Nah, you don't get to do that. So you get the hand that you're dealt, and that can sometimes be the downfall of the Rainbow Death Knight. Yeah. And Furyhunter wasting no time
Oh, talk about wasting time. How do you want to have a 6, a 7, a 9, a 10, and a card that doesn't do anything till next turn in your hand? You fancy some of that?
No, not particularly.
No. Nor do I. Yeah, gonna have to trade and like find a card that might do something. It's not just this turn that's at stake. There's several turns at stake. Okay, there we go.
Yep.
And there we go again. Kind of.
Yep. I like Might of Menethil. Feel like it's
Yeah. Rainbow.
Well, Soulbreaker could also be interesting. It's cheaper and it helps you generate corpses for the Airlock Breach. But Might of Menethil is the one that you'd like the most. But Seamstress is the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna undo all this good work that Furyhunter's put in.
Some of it, at the very least. I just want to play the second drone and
Sigil.
Try and see what happens first.
Yes, play it, see what happens, and then probably Sigil because you've got the frogs and you want to make the 4/5s.
Lifesteal.
That was Lifesteal. Yeah, caught that one.
Lifesteal is the easiest because it's the color of Lifesteal, you know, the little symbol. The two blue ones are a little bit weird. Never differentiate between those two.
They're very similar, actually. One's Wind Fury and one's blue, right? Reborn, maybe?
Yeah, they're both blue. And orange is taunt because we know that oranges means taunt.
Yeah, absolutely. Notice it's playing around the Rainbow Seamstress here, by the way. As well as just doing a load of damage, you know.
Yep. And I think this probably has to be just mining casualties, to be quite honest.
I think you're right, but yeah. Oh, it stings.
You're not just gonna throw out a Rainbow Seamstress and just sit and just call it a day. Yeah, let me deal a couple damage to your 5/5.
Yeah.
Backstage Bouncer seems decent here.
Yeah, just gotta work out if you want to bump or not. You do.
Yep. You don't really want to Sigil of Skydiving because you want to be able to activate the Oracle Spellburst next turn. Colt Neophyte, meh.
Can I interest you in a Menethor for just 2 and kill the other one?
The question is, do we want corpses for Airlock Breach next turn?
Yeah.
They just Seamstress and kill off the mech.
Yeah.
And then go Airlock Breach next turn.
I mean, sure. It's not pretty, is it? None of this is pretty for the DK, but it's hanging in there. My goodness. So Furyhunter does have to calculate now how much he can get through an airlock breach. Spoilers, he probably can't do it with the next turn gift. So he could play, he could play Neophyte and do it this way. Now he can, because that shuts down the coin.
And then even if you might have Menethil,
it's still lethal.
It's still lethal. Yeah. You would need to find a way to clear and gain life here. And there's just no way. So I think that's just going to be game for Furyhunter. That's what Furyhunter was working out. Like, alright, well, with 5 mana and a Neophyte on the board, you could either gain some life, not really, I guess, second Rainbow Seamstress, or clear the board. And if he only does one of those things, which he only can do one of those things with this much mana, then the Sigil of Skydiving and Thrall's Gift into Bloodlust is enough. From MeSmile's perspective, we know that he's dead, but what's the best way in his mind to be able to survive? If you might have Menethil, then you can no longer airlock breach next turn because you won't have the corpses.
So you have to threads
and
Okay. Second time today, Furyhunter's done exact lethal, and it's so easy to lose that game. He hasn't calculated that for 2 or 3 turns, exactly the numbers. He could lose that easy to airlock breach if things went badly. Bam. 1-0.
Yeah. Yep. And honestly, I think that the lineup for MeSmile in general could be considered to have a weak spot against the Swarm Shaman.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
With Rainbow DK sort of being a toss-up, I'd say. And the Rogue also in the lineup, even though he's playing the Starship Rogue. Being a tough matchup. I mean, Shaman's the deck to beat. We've seen games be kind of just one from nowhere. There's always a threat of potential lethals, even without a board, especially if they get early damage, because, you know, just there, right? It's a Sigil of Skydiving, which is a card that you can't interact with unless you put, like, taunts in the way. And then a Bloodlust.
And that's it. It's just 12, and you've done so much in 1s and 2s, and in Furyhunter's case, 5s for no particular reason, to shut down the Rainbow there, Rainbow Seamstress. So, just looks easy when the top players do that, but guarantee that on ladder, if I'm up against that same hand and that same player, I'm sitting here now facing down the airlock breach and the weapon, and I've got them to 3, and I'm crying how unlucky I am. But Furyhunter calculated nicely.
Sorry.
Hello?
A cat. Oh, he's I don't know what he's doing. He's rubbing against all my lights. Keeps jumping on me. Very distracting.
So if it goes dark, we know why now at least.
Yeah, he's back. He's reasonably careful, but however, there's a lot going on here. But yeah, Furyhunter takes a nice quick win to start things off.
Reasonably careful cat. I don't even know what that might mean. It wasn't unreasonably careful cat.
So there's a lot of cats who are purposefully destructive.
Fair. Okay.
Who will knock things off and, you know, do weird stuff, and he's very, calculated in particular, but he doesn't knock bases off counters and.
Okay. Glad to hear it.
Everywhere. I'll be quite honest with you. I'm a rather inexperienced cat owner. We've had 2 Caster brothers for about 3 years, and other than that, I've only ever had dogs. So.
Yeah, I think it sounds like you've got it nailed, TJ. That description of everything sounded really good. What else looks really good is MeSmile's opening hand, though. Getting to get this Observer down early with some stuff on board. That will slow Furyhunter down. You may have to control DH, which is never fun.
I mean, it can do that.
Or
relax your mind.
Okay. Spray masseuse.
bit of an awkward curve here for MeSmile. Not getting the second spell he needed.
Yeah.
No discover. I think you just play the Observer and...
I think you do too. Yeah, just put something in the way, buy some time. Because when are you going to fit in that 2 mana?
There's no... Yeah, I think he's currently just thinking about how unlucky he is and seeing what he wants to draw next turn. rather than actually considering anything else, right? Oh, he's not. He's actually going for this. Okay.
And keeps the snakes stealthed as well.
Yeah.
Which is important to note. Doesn't want to just let these be eaten up by the Brave Masseuse. And if you can stick some damage, you can put the Demon Hunter in awkward spots, which they did many times with acupuncture.
Absolutely, yeah. Put them to 4.
No, no attack either. Okay, there we go. Alright, so a couple thought processes here. If you Rangari Scout and tracking, yes, you get duplicate, but if you tracking into something for 2 mana that you'd otherwise want to play, you can no longer play it. But I guess MeSmile going with the I want 2 copies of whatever I'm gonna get.
It's good efficiency, right? As well, it gets the aliens down next turn.
Yeah, and Titan Forge Traps is probably the best out of these. The Vicious Slither Spear does allow MeSmile to put more stuff on the board, play a little bit more aggressively on the board. Tidepool Pupil, I guess, also has some merit because of the alien encounters, but then you would only have alien encounters as the only spell in the hand.
Yeah, I think I might have gambled on the Pupil there, but the traps makes a lot of sense. The more I think about it, it's so disruptive. And it's weird, right? This board of a 1-2 and a couple of 1-1s is very frustrating for Furyhunter because you can't leave that 1-2 up forever, although maybe you can. The board is threatening to come back at you. The Observer buffs things really rapidly when it gets going. So, just this annoying board actually drawing some attention here. The Furyhunter does have double location, and this is why he didn't swing last turn. Now he can swing 2 turns running without having to pay mana. Yep, pays the attention that was due, and now he's just going to hit some face. Traps into explosive trap.
Yep.
Okay, take your time, make sure it looks like you haven't insta-picked it, but then make it look like you've at least thought about it. Yeah, it's fine.
And then bargain bin?
I like bait and switch with alien encounters in hand, actually.
True, and then you attack in with 1, and then leave the other stealth.
There you go.
Oh.
Haha, next turn.
Well. What
your
have we here?
move. Well. Might be Grifter here in case he does get into trouble. Exarch's obviously the aggressive choice, but he's got pretty good aggressive hand already. Exarch does always fit on curve with the Observer later though as well. Not on curve, but on mana, on attack curve. Buff curve.
Yep, this is a big push here for MeSmile. You really want to capitalize on the Demon Hunter not doing anything. And that's another, you get a trade, but it's also 3 damage to face, so. Ziliax, huh?
Well, haha. It's all happening. You take the bait and switch.
No! Package type for trader transport.
My goodness. So many pirates. MeSmile's not going to like this. Yeah. Furyhunter's still got 2 mana left, TJ. What's happening? He's just got infinite mana.
Still needs to acknowledge the explosive trap, however.
He does. He has seen most of the other things, I think, tested. This allows him to play the Sigil, I think. Yeah. So doing it in that order meant he got to play the Sigil if it wasn't a ice trap.
Okay.
None can stand against Tejala. Defensive formation, champions.
All this violence, it's 21 versus 19 health as they battle to try and get control of this board.
It's got to be a lethal here, right?
Oh, plus that. Oh my goodness. I'm going to say yes and nod wisely. It's definitely a huge amount of damage. I'm not quite sure if it's lethal.
It's 7, 8, 12, 16. So it wasn't quite. You can hero power and then go.
It is lethal. It's 4 from the reopened box.
Oh, you attack, you reopen, and then yeah, it is. Yeah, I missed.
He wasn't sure himself.
The re-up. Yep. So that last turn, the turn before this lethal turn, was beautiful from Furyhunter. Just like max efficiency on everything he did, perfect ordering to completely dismantle the board, and at the same time continuously push damage and present the threat with the Sigil of Skydiving. Like, fit all that into 5 mana's worth, cleared through 2 alien encounter taunts, and also still had a board refill to get through it. So very nicely done from Furyhunter, and now the Demon Hunter and the Shaman across the board. So Furyhunter looking fantastic in this series.
Yeah, he did so much damage there. He knew the most efficient order to do things, but it was only about halfway through the turn that he actually knew himself that he had lethal, I think. He just, he did the things he had to do. He also...
Yeah.
The board before, he took down 15, 17 health of minions as well last turn. Like, so much damage. That was turn 5 or 6. Like, what on earth? Love it.
And now it's just the Druid left. 3 chances to get ramp into Dungar, right? Now there's a couple of tougher matchups in the mix, but not the toughest, right? The decks that MeSmile has outside of the Shaman, which is banned, are kind of like those mid-rangey, can be more aggressive, I guess, with the exception of Rainbow Death Knight, even though we talked about its flexibility earlier. But they're not Swarm Shaman, they're not the aggro Demon Hunter. It is the sort of more aggressive version of the Hunter with the Slither Spear, the bananas, and the Sneaky Snakes. But it still won't kill you as fast as Shaman or as fast as Demon Hunter most of the time. So we'll see if these decks can be fast enough to beat the Druid, which is quite good. Now, Druid does have a lot of kind of fail-safes in it. One being, drawing all the stuff before you draw Dungar. That's never good. Then you're just playing big, expensive stuff. But double new heights in the opening hand. But MeSmile on the play with Slither Spear. That's also good.
Yep, needs the Observer in my opinion as well, or the traps to get the ice trap into doing that again. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
For Furyhunter at the moment, we are looking for Pendant or just Dungar. Oh. Double. You just double Slither Spear.
I think so. It's very, very tempting though not to. If you get control with traps, then things start going well. But you've got to put the pressure on, right? You've got to get some efficiency out of your cards.
Yeah.
Just going for the roll now.
Ice Trap.
Knows what's coming. Misses.
Didn't hit it. You go Hidden Beaning.
Yeah, you do. But yeah, looking for Ice Trap there, knowing full well what it means with that trail mix. What it means is he's in a world of trouble, is what it means.
All of the ramp. All of it.
Yep.
Next turn, though, still on 7, and that's a Hidden Beaning. A lot of pressure on the...
Oh, no! Really needed to put so much more pressure on this turn.
Dungar. That's Dungar.
You've got to be kidding me.
This is going to be the quickest series ever.
Furyhunter hasn't lost a game of Hearthstone today, and it doesn't look like he's going to start now, TJ. This is murderous. This is where, obviously, from MeSmile's point of view, you've got to hope that the 8 drop or the 9 drop or the 10 drop that's coming isn't very good. We can see from Furyhunter that it's pretty great. 75% chance of Ziliax next turn from the Dungar, on top of all the other good things that can happen. I don't see Furyhunter this excited before the turn is over. Yeah, he's got to. Imagine showing this to somebody who doesn't understand the game very well, like your opponent's down to 5 and you're looking sad. Why is this?
Picture the adventure of a lifetime.
Misses on the Ziliax.
Okay.
Hasn't got a proc for the spell damage, for the spell burst.
Yep. Do you just hold? Do you hold?
I think you have to hold.
I don't know if you can hold. Okay. I didn't think the board mattered all that much. And I was thinking, what if Yogg kills you? Twisting Nether!
Yeah.
Twisting Nether!
Oh my.
And it's only a Space Rock! And still doesn't have the Spell Burst. That's game! He lost!
My goodness!
He lost!
Oh my goodness! And MeSmile choosing to weave in a couple of hero powers along the way. You were saying it, TJ. You were thinking of holding there. MeSmile doesn't quite know what's happened. Furyhunter was, like I was saying, was happy before the last turn for the first time I've ever seen because he couldn't see a way he could lose. And then Yogg happened. And now we have a match.
Oh my goodness. Everything went right until everything went wrong.
Lost the 75% shot to hit Ziliax, which would have just ended the game, and then he wouldn't have pressed the Yogg, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Then you wouldn't press Yogg because I'd be worried about 2 things, right? I'd be worried about 1, Yogg twisting Nether, or 2, Yogg dealing 3 damage to you, right?
Yes.
So that the hero power gets you.
Yeah. Not to mention the top deck 3 damage, by the way.
There was a lot of damage on board, right? I'd be worried about like the argument for pressing Yogg is like Observer of Myths into Cult Neophyte or something into
Ziliax.
Ziliax, yeah, like multiple ways to buff up the board to get through. It's 14 health worth of taunt and then 5 more health. There was what? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage on the board.
Yeah, it does add up quickly.
The Slither Spears is +2 attack for every spell, so it's not unheard of to be able to, get 8 more damage or whatever is needed to get through both of those things. Especially knowing, MeSmile did not know, but we knew that the other Stargazer was in hand, so it's not getting pulled from the Thunderbringer. It was just the Space Rock that was getting pulled from the Thunderbringer. So I can understand it. I think it's a risk either way. I think it's more likely that MeSmile finds the damage through the taunts.
I think you're right.
Than it is Yogg deals 3 damage to you or clears your own board. So I don't know if I can really fault him.
I think
results oriented thinking though, Neil.
Yeah, I mean he's just wrong, right? He just lost, so it can't be right.
Yeah,
like how can it be right?
He made a decision. He lost. Decision's wrong, right? That's the Hearthstone way. No, kidding, of course. That's a very difficult situation. Druid giveth, Yogg taketh away is the lesson. And Furyhunter Demeter completely changed. Has to go again with the Druid, and now it's the Rainbow Death Knight for MeSmile.
Yeah, the good news for Furyhunter is that was the hardest of the 3, for sure. Like, that's the one he's supposed to lose, even though he thought he'd won it. Bad news is it could happen twice more.
I don't know. Starship Rogue might be pretty good also. I don't know. There's no disruption.
Furyhunter's not under any pressure in that one. Like, sometimes you just lose to the Hunter even if you don't do it wrong, or you know what I mean? Hello?
Hi. Oh, you're not saying hello to me. Okay.
I never say hello to you, TJ. We're so friendly, we just don't need to get in such pleasantries.
Gotcha. Copy that.
Yeah. Right, well, MeSmile's got super aggressive curve. 1, 2, 3. Look at that. That's definitely going to get through a Druid in 4 turns.
I don't mind this, honestly. Dungar. Trail makes Crimson Closer Dungar. Oh my gosh.
Just needs to draw a ramp next turn.
Oh, here we go. Hell yeah, that's good.
Okay. Now there's some pressure.
Yeah.
Furyhunter might just have to pass twice. This is a really important top deck now.
And you don't want to play it.
How come?
Do you really? You already have 2 big. Really?
Yeah,
okay.
I want to find an 8. I want to go 8, 9.
You have an 8.
10. Sure, okay, you didn't have to play it, but I think you do take it.
Okay.
I don't think it ever disrupts what you want to do. I don't think it can give you a combination of 3 cards that messes up your Dungar. Are you thinking if you draw another one this turn and then another one the turn after, maybe it messes you up? Okay.
Yeah, that's my thought process.
Okay.
Like you have an 8 and then you have Dungar, but you're getting some of the heal. You're banking some healing, I guess, but you can always heal after. Maybe not. Maybe he's worried about taking a lot of damage this turn and then a lot of damage the next turn.
Yeah, the other side of that, he's now curated the Dungar so that there's more chance of the Stargrazer, the taunt one, being in the Dungar. So after he plays the one this turn, next turn he could have another one appear, for instance. By taking the thing he didn't want to hit with the Dungar from the Discover.
I wonder.
Yep. Sometimes forget the spell burst, just have the good card. MeSmile's curve's falling apart, isn't it? So he's gonna have to get a good hit from the runes here, I think. This game can definitely go long, can't it? This one. Well,
I don't know.
Take the staff and hope he draws a frost plate.
Yeah, that's it. That's where my mind was.
Also.
Yeah, and you're gonna have an extra mana too. Ooh, Seamstress.
Amazing. It's such a long shot, but go for it.
Yeah, now there's 4 plagues in deck. Let's see what it is. Is it Frost Plague? No, it's Unholy Plague.
Picture the adventure of a lifetime.
Me smells like 2 ice in a row. Oh, the kill Jaden though.
Yeah. No
but
Ziliax for you.
You got A&R though. Like, let's clean the board up. Oh no, restored to full health. Okay. I don't want to go
the
too
third
much in.
hidden ability that no one knows exists. Yeah.
There's always a threads.
Well, he's got to get to that Yogg, I think, at some point as well. Yogging the Ziliax is a win condition, I think, isn't it, for MeSmile here? You can steal the Ziliax so it can't get hydration station much. Seems good. If he can survive, you know, the onslaught that's happening.
Yeah, he's gonna hero power threads, I think.
Yeah, looks like it to me too.
And then you have a. Oh, why there? I think you just hero power threads and then attack.
Yeah. That's why there.
Okay.
Needed the
that was actually, yeah,
curve.
that was a clean threads. I'm gonna be real honest.
I
No
would not
way.
have worked that out. No chance.
No way.
Yeah. That was very well calculated. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But also, hydration station just immediately after both Stargrazers died in the Dungar. Oh, well, I guess there's Thunderbringer and A&R Taunt as well, but okay, that's got to wrap it up, right?
That'll teach you to make one of the best calculated plays in Hearthstone history. Well done. Ah. Furyhunter's not so excited this time, is he?
Could use a trim.
Oh, yeah.
So it's 14, 22, 30.
It's lethal on board.
30.
Hero power.
That's 30. And you can... there are the plagues. You can beat the Dungar once, but you can't beat the Dungar twice as Furyhunter. I mean, for how this weekend has gone so far, a very quick series in this second semifinal. And Furyhunter, one more match. Moving on to the finals and one match away from being the world champion.
That's how he's always done it, TJ. Just one game, one match at a time. That's Furyhunter, as we remember him.
It's been close before.
He has, but this is still his first World Championships. It's incredible to believe it, but here we are.
Yeah.
Like, it is just another tournament with very similar players to ones he's won massive Masters tours with twice and DreamHack once. But, you know, it is still just the same as those in a way, but it's for so much more. And for Furyhunter in particular, you know, the title of World Champion, he's one of those players who really wants titles. Very, very competitive, even in this sort of field of competitive people.
Yeah, has been, you know, arguably the best player in the world for quite some time now with, I don't want to say nothing to show for it, but I suppose in Furyhunter's mind, maybe that's...
Yes.
That's nothing to show for it. In a lot of competitive players' minds, if you listen to them, especially after like a world championship run cut short. I heard Maxibon on his stream day after he got eliminated, saying, you know, I just want to win worlds and then I could quit. Like that's like the crowning achievement, and some players have chased that for a long time, and some players chased it, got it, then kept going, and almost got it again. There's, you know, been so many paths that these top players have branched out to, and I mean, is it Furyhunter's time? That's the big question.
And it'd be, I mean, so weird, but so fitting in a way if it was, because in 2022 he devoted to winning this tournament, and didn't even qualify for it. Incredible! Like, it still amazes me every time I check the results from 2022. Why is Furyhunter not in this event? He came close in Grandmasters. He came close. I can't remember exactly how the qualification went, but he had to get to a certain position in Masters Tour and somebody else not do a thing, and he got the position, but the other person did the thing. He had the results to qualify spread over 2 years, but where the break was in the results meant that he didn't qualify for either of the 2 years because he did well in both of them. And then he sort of just said, okay, well, that was the year I gave it a go. Basically didn't play last year. Come back this year, giving it another go. Straight to the World Finals. It's easy, really, isn't it?
It's easy. Yeah, easy. All right, it looks like we do have actually a pre-finals interview with Furyhunter that's lined up, and yeah, there he is. Fury, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. This is a first for us, a pre-finals interview. First off, congratulations on the win, a big one. But you know, I kind of want to look forward a little bit. I feel like we're back to where Hearthstone should be with a Europe and Chinese final. How you feeling going up against Yanming here in a little bit, a couple minutes probably?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great to be in the final, but yeah, the job is not done yet. Gotta beat Yanming. EU versus China, but as it should be. Like, yeah, I'm happy that China is back because they are probably the best in the world right now. But I will prove that EU can still do it. You know, you still got what it takes.
Amazing. I'm just curious, were you always going to make that ban, or did Jarla's result change your mind?
It was really close between Shaman and DK. Like, all my decks are like pretty bad against both, except my Druid is really good against DK, and it was like really close, and then I just chose to ban Shaman because, yeah, I don't know, reasons.
Got it.
One quick question. Did you think about not using Yogg, like not activating the ability for Yogg, or was it always?
I mean, I thought about it, but the thing is, I have an 8/8 and a 6/6. Like, he can get that through that pretty much on board, and my Thunderbringer actually doesn't get a taunt from my deck. So I thought I just wasn't far enough ahead to not click it. I'm a little bit more annoyed that one turn I used like double new heights without thinking about it. I should have at least thought about hero powering because I could Donga next turn anyways. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you clicked there, with the York. I mean, sometimes it costs Twisting Nether. It is what it is. But yeah.
Yeah. And final question before we wrap up and let you, prep for Grand Finals. Expectations for Grand Finals? You have a prediction? Are you going to predict yourself to win? Do you have that confidence in the lineup? How you feeling?
I mean, I did beat what's it called? Who was I playing against? I forgot already.
ProYun?
Sorry.
Same lineup?
Yeah, ProYun. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, and so why not again, right? I beat him 3-0, so another 3-0, right? Surely.
Yeah, surely. That's right. Yeah, another 3-0. Same lineup, same result. All right, Fury. Well, we appreciate you joining us for the interview. We'll let you go take a couple minutes and set up and prep for the Grand Finals. But congratulations on making to the finals and good luck in the final match.
Yeah, thanks. Can I give some shout-outs before, if I don't win?
Yep, absolutely. Go for it.
Because I did another interview and
I
forgot to. Yeah, so shout out to Requiem and Jarla for prepping with me, and also Pocket Train and Otuna for helping out, and Pescoa, and Sacco from VS. Also, the VS reports were really good. So yeah, I think those were the shout-outs this time. Shout out to all everyone watching. Thanks for supporting me. So yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll get some more after if you win. You get another interview. You can get another round of shout-outs. Double up. All right, Fury. Thanks so much. Good luck, bud.
Take care.
Thanks. See ya.
Oh man, pre-finals interviews. I love it. I want to do more of those. Don't have a chance to now since the finals are already set up. But let's go and take, I guess, a second to last look at this bracket as things have shaken out all the way through the day. Yanming versus Furyhunter is our finals. Europe versus China, as it should be in the Hearthstone world. The top two regions of the game for almost throughout its entire history at this point, Neil, I feel.
Yeah, there was a time back in the dawn of time, in the dawn of Firebat, where the China results weren't very good. You'd have China versus EU, China versus APAC, whatever, and China just never won anything. They were even making memes about how they always lost in their own promotional videos, saying it was going to be was it 2037 or something, the year one of the videos where they first won a game. But then, I don't know, 2017, 2018, suddenly China just started topping everything, going head-to-head with Europe, and it feels like as you say, it's been the same ever since. And here we are again.
Yeah, 5 or 6 years, I feel it's been that way. But, Neil, we're done. We're done for the year, me and you, as we won't be casting the finals. I just want to give you a quick opportunity to give some final thoughts on the tournament or the year, whatever you want to say. I love.
Yeah, just want to.
Go ahead.
Go. After you.
No, you go. I was gonna say I know that you love when I ask you open-ended questions, but go.
I'm so good at these, yeah, because I always, just say I'm not going to answer it and then take 20 minutes to answer it. I just want to thank all the people who have streamed their qualification process, whether they made it or not through the year. I think that's added a lot to watch, some of these players either making it or try to make it, streaming hours and hours of content, hours and hours of this tournament, basically on the ladder to start with. And then, thanks to all the people who've turned up to watch today. It's very much appreciated that you're showing your support for esports, and hope to see you again next year.
Yeah, share the deep appreciation for the players that continue to grind and work to, perfect their skills at this game. We've been doing it for such a long time now that I feel like that's lost sometimes. But players honing their craft and putting on a good show for us is something that I will never not appreciate in this world of competitive Hearthstone. But that's it for me and Neil. We got one more match left on the day, which is the Grand Finals. We are going to have to take a quick break while Yanming and Furyhunter do get ready for that match. But don't go anywhere. Right after this, we crown our 2024 World Champion.
China versus Europe, as it should be. Those were Furyhunter's words mere moments ago, and we are ready to see who is going to be victorious after one more match of Hearthstone. I'm Raven, and joining me, of course, is Sottle. We're going to be taking you through this finals. In the blink of an eye, Sol, we're here at the finals of the World Championship for 2024. How have you felt getting up to this point so far? How do you feel it's all gone? And how do you feel about the players that are going to be playing out, which is not MeSmile?
No, I hope not. I've prepped for the wrong game if that happens. There we go.
My intro was rubbish if MeSmile was played in this finals.
Yeah, Yanming going up against Furyhunter, and I think a very, very fitting final. Yanming, if anyone is familiar with High Legend Ladder on basically any server, they will have run into him very regularly. Obviously, a very consistent performer through China tournaments when they were previously running, when they've started running again. You see there, placed second at the China qualifier. That was a massive tournament to come second in. The Chinese tournaments always are. And what I like about him the most is he's it's a good way to put it, he's a very archetype agnostic player. It's not like, you can sometimes get the vibe with like, I think Furyhunter also fits into this gap, but like other players, you're like, okay, they look super happy playing aggro, but if you ask them to play infinite fizzle, ceaseless expanse control warrior mirrors, they look a bit lost, right? Or this person's a really good combo player, but they don't understand tempo, right? Like Maxibon, for example, I would put into that category. Incredibly good complex deck player. Ask them to play a 3-3 and hit their opponent in the face. Absolutely no idea what they're doing. Both of these players in this final, I think you could craft any lineup of any 4 decks for them and give it to them, and they would play it to like 99% efficiency.
They play the game.
They're just incredibly multifaceted. They understand Hearthstone at a top-end level, not just how to play any individual archetype or style.
Yeah, 100%. And as we look over the 2 players that we've got here and also the 2 lineups as well as the 2 starting decks, how surprised are you that we're seeing 2 pretty different lineups, or at least approaches, in the finals? Because I'll tell you something, Control Warrior Armor Warlock was not on my bingo card for a finals contender.
No, it wasn't. But yeah, I think if you'd have asked me Thursday night, then yeah, I probably would have agreed with you. Oh, what? Armor Warlock, Infinite Control Warrior. Seems too much. They're going to get hit in the head and just die. Right. But I think as we watch the tournament develop come Friday afternoon, Friday evening, Saturday afternoon, then suddenly we're like, every question that's being asked of this lineup that we're seeing from multiple players, they're ticking off. You know, they're getting there. And yeah, a couple of them have fallen away. And yes, Furyhunter has had success against it already, but the lineup itself has certainly shown a lot more resilience than you might have expected.
It really has, yeah. Really, truly surprising. And also being fun. Obviously, we've had some lengthy matches so far in the World Championship, but they've definitely been interesting ones, as there are like different approaches to the game being highlighted quite a lot here. But we are in game 1 now. Yanming on the top on this Death Knight, and Furyhunter on the bottom on the Shaman.
Furyhunter taking the time over this mulligan, as you should. Growthin Sigil Backstage Bouncer is a fantastic looking curve, but you really have to look at your opponent's options, figure out whether or not this can get picked apart. But honestly, hard to imagine too many things you want any more than that. And yeah, Furyhunter seems to agree.
And by Death Knight, I obviously mean Warlock, because I did stupid brain, saw Death Knight card, said Death Knight. Sometimes you just say what's on the screen, and it makes you look very, very silly. I will say, though, Furyhunter, I think you mentioned it just a few moments ago, but Furyhunter must be feeling confident going into this, knowing that he's effectively already beaten this lineup. What was it, 3-0 earlier today, right? Against, like, almost card for card this lineup, right? So it's like you've got to be, if there's ever a finals you want to go up against, it's against this kind of lineup when you've already had this kind of success.
Just Growthin. Interesting.
Yeah, holding on to, is this just valuing Bouncer?
It is valuing bouncer, yeah, but there was options for just mega tempo early there. You know, you could go coin partner, coin growth in, or you could just go coin sigil, which would probably be ill-advised because that would strand the partner in your hand. There was a lot of ways to go about that.
I do think this might just be a nod to the AoE that you are expecting to deal with the table flip, right? Like, if you can just get the bouncers down, it just makes the board so much tankier overall. And obviously, one thing that Furyhunter doesn't want to give to Yanming here is time.
You could also present that argument in a different form, though, right? And say, well, the more 1-1s we can get down earlier by like coining out Sigil and going real turbo, the more damage those will do before they can get table flipped, right? Because table flip does not get down to castable mana costs before turn 4 usually.
True, but I wonder if that has a slight worry of stranding the bouncers in the hand, right?
Agreed.
And just not having as clean a turn.
Fully
so this
agree.
gives, you know, like the acceleration now, doing these on turn 3 and then having an option for turn 4 is quite nice. Oh, Bopper Book as well. Yeah, not going to be too much of a surprise here.
Coin frog.
So already
left and right. Have we trained? Yes, we have. There was a couple of players who were not doing this in this tournament, and it's not relevant in this match. But there's no reason not to do it. And when it's relevant, when you put them next to each other, oh boy, does it suck. So you can see a lot of players have just hard disciplined themselves to put the frogs left and right.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to. The problem is, the second you take it easy is the moment you do it in a matchup or moment that it does matter, and then it gets very, very scary indeed. Here, though, a good chunk of the board has been cleaned up, just leaving the one bouncer. Furyhunter does have options. Pop-up book, Sigil as well, to not necessarily have to really go for a bouncer right now, although we could, of course, with the coin, but I'll just set up a slightly beefier turn, and then save the coin for the weapon. But it does look like it is going to be pop-up book into coin bouncer, and just kind of going, I don't want to say all in, but going very heavy on the board right now, and then potentially having a sort of minion generation turn next turn with Sigil, and then just going to a slightly slower Horn of the Windlord.
Yeah, might also be thinking super long term about, you know, we might even see Cactus Cutter into something next turn. And then using that Sigil, you know, maybe waiting a turn or two, trying to draw a gift, and not committing the Sigil until you can follow it up immediately with the Bloodlust.
Oh, well, what if you just had 2? Because that is kind of interesting, right? If gift is drawn, that becomes a pretty clear-cut setup.
Would have loved that to be gift, right? Absolutely would have loved it to be gift.
Yeah.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, you can get rid of the bouncer without too much trouble.
And then we have to have
just push face, right?
We have to have the full board Sigil chat, except we didn't have enough time really to have the full board Sigil chat because Fury just jammed it anyway.
We just went the mass amphibian board instead, with just frogs as far as the eye can see. Or is the bouncer a toad? I'm not sure.
I'll be honest, I don't really know the difference.
See, I'm sure there's a technical difference, but I think the way I see the difference is they're actually different shapes. If that makes any sense whatsoever. No, I'm being serious. Like, a frog doesn't look like a toad when you see them next to each other.
I tend not to look at either of them in any great detail, to be honest.
Yeah. Yanming doesn't have a ton of options, although I find it's a really difficult decision when to get the crystal down, because a lot of the time at glance you'd be like, oh, you could just play crystal, so it's just on board, you've spent the mana, it's there. But you have so many combinations that you don't want to just play it gets removed, and then all these other tools you have just sort of fly by the wayside, right, and may as well not count.
Goes for the death rattle discount just to enable some combos on the following turn. Having to pay full cost for the crystal does make your hand incredibly slow. I think if he had just played the crystal there, Fury just would have quite happily chewed through it with the horn and push damage.
Exactly.
And just had the lethal set up for the following turn.
This feels like a tough turn though, because Furyhunter could be very clean here and just play Horn, maybe send the damage to face, fantastic. But that then sigils another turn delayed. Cactus Cutter doesn't get played to then see what you draw. The problem is, if you commit to Cactus Cutter, you can't Horn this turn, so then that's delayed, right? So I think this is actually a tough call. I could see reasonings for both.
This is
Like,
what we
one's
want.
guaranteed, but less payoff.
We just absolutely want one of those in our lives.
Yeah. Okay,
Cactus-
you're always just going for the guaranteed damage.
I think that's the upside of the Cactus Cutter play, right? Is that you can take another roll at Gift, just straight up the spell draw. You also thin your deck. You can then reload up the second sigil, really have things set up. But the wall is going to start to come down now for Fury.
Here comes the juice. Going for the reverbs. Although we've seen Furyhunter get through reverbs. It was a different matchup. But the reverb ships, we've seen him get through in quite a funny way. I'm trying not to be too phased here. It's going to be trusty.
It's not the one. Again, I hate to be a broken record, but hexes would be quite useful now.
Literally, yeah, like literally, yeah. Even if it had to be like trade storm or something as a worse, if you really wanted to clear and retain minions or something, like literally just anything from that card would be perfect.
Yeah.
Trusty companion though. Now, what's the plan here? I'm guessing these just get cleaned off, right? You don't want any more shenanigans, do you? This is just double swing of the weapon.
Played the minion fetch there, by the way. I think looking for Cookie primarily to retain this board as the trades are made. Hits the other growth in instead. Big old bummer for Fury.
Oh, it's so much armor.
It's just back to full. The game has reset.
Yeah.
Yanming can almost just click Starship. Forget the almost part. Is just clicking Starship.
Yeah.
And 52.
All the work gone away. Just like that. I mean, Fury does have follow-up, right? With 2 Growthins just in hand. Like, that is... In this situation, it's the sort of stuff you want, right?
Yeah, there's Sargeras, there's wing welding. Obviously, Fury doesn't know that, and Fury has to try and find himself a win condition.
It's used as the last weapon swing to get through the huge ship. 72 armor was that before the attacks? Yeah, I imagine this is going to chomp up the board this turn. Yeah, probably not going to go for the taunt and plus health on the demons for the first go there.
No, seems a little risky. So this is about the time in proceedings where a former world champion and Hearthstone great named James Fireback Kostasic would be asking, "Can we fatigue them?"
Yeah, just every time. It's like, no! There's literally a card that stops that. It'd be like, but can we though? Congratulations to Yanming, of course, on that first game victory. And you saw the kind of weird scenario that Warlock can generate, right? Which is, yes, Furyhunter was, certain draws away from a good time, let's call it, in these stages of the game, getting the Warlock low. But the second Yanming just had the time and setup to do the crystal plays, you just think, oh, well, now they may as well have 1,000,000 health because they're just not going to get through it, right? And obviously, not only the crystal combined with the Sargeras, and we could see Kill Jaden in hand as well. It's like, yeah, the game just transforms into like one of those boss fights in games that you are meant to die on, right? Like, that's what it feels like. You go into it, you go, try to fight it, realize, wait, how are you supposed to beat this? That's the point. You're not at that point. And it's a weird deck, but it works.
And if you will forgive me a small diatribe, like this is what happens when you continually remove lethality from the game, right? Like, people don't like dying from hand, but you have to be able to die from hand, or else that's the game you end up playing over and over again, because we saw it, like, super hype moment in in Fury's previous series, right? Where, like, the big wall of Reborn taunts came down, but Fury was playing a deck that had the ability to find lethals from hand and was able to do it without interaction from the taunts. You know, if you completely remove the idea of burn damage from hand being able to end the game, those are the kind of problems that you dig into. And you can see the trickle down with Shaman, right? Like, Bolt not being in Gift anymore is a huge impact on that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's it, because then it quickly becomes bigger number better. Done. Right? Like, that's kind of as simple as it gets. But we are going to jump straight into our next game here.
Growth in Bouncer again for Fury. Little tougher mulligan decision this time around, I think. Just the Growth in this time around. Wants to fight for board a little more aggressively through the early turns. No Oracle in that previous game, of course, turning out to be a big deal as well when he was so obviously fishing for the particular spell outs throughout the whole thing.
Let me just triple remind myself of Yanming's Hunter, because it's so easy to mess up the Hunter builds right now in this tournament. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. Does have the Incendious, does have some of the late game stuff. Not a bad opening though. Whenever you have Sigil and Cookie, you're normally feeling quite good, especially with an alternate plan of the Oracle, as you mentioned. So, like, it's kind of, the hand's ticking a lot of boxes so far for Furyhunter. Ming did go for the Forge as well on the traps, which again is, you know, just good solid value overall. Now, is this a pre-lock-in a bait and switch kind of scenario? I think so, because Ice Trap, after you know there's 2 coins in hand, probably isn't going to cause too much trouble.
Yeah.
Maybe Hidden Meaning here, like, or Rat Trap with the coins, if you're expecting that. You know, this is a little bit tricky. Not the best time to do secrets, basically.
Does end up being the bait and switch Hidden Meaning, which makes a lot of sense there, I think. Yep, throw out a nice juicy 2-1. Fury goes, no thank you. You think I was born yesterday? Absolutely not. Insta-face attack to test for the explosive. Let's have a little look at Ice Trap. Nope, we've got none of those either.
And now I'd say Fury is a very good idea what it is. Like, I guess Rat Trap is the question mark, right? At this point, it's just going to end with a totem. We'll get the knowledge of Hidden Meaning. Yeah, roll of the eyes, of course. I guess it's 3-4, okay.
Yeah, big deal.
When I shoot ya, it's gonna hurt.
Too bad, a little bit of extra damage, why not? Clears as well. But there is the Sigil locked in this turn, of course, so Furyhunter is going to have the option, at least, to have this generate and then go for Cookie to maybe cause some trouble. Was it you and Lorinda who were talking about the Cookie and Cheese generations?
Yeah.
Generations. Were just a weird sentence. Cookie and Cheese generation. There's Gen Z. There's
the baby boomers, the millennials, Gen Z, Gen X, and the cheese generation. That's what they're called.
Furyhunter will want something good to happen here, though, but will be expecting bait and switch, which is one of the sort of tricky problems with this plan, right? But I guess you have to trade it at some point. You can't just never hit a minion for the rest of the game.
For sure, yeah.
And, you know, there is a bonus that he's getting with this cookie, of course. Well, that's a very scary elemental. Okay.
So can now coin Ziliax, free from the threat of Rat Trap, having revealed the second secret, and can trade the majority of the rest of this stuff down. That's a 3-2. Don't get baited now by the fact everything looks massive coming off the cookie trade.
Oh, these are really lucky.
yeah. Deep breath. Yep. Fury's like, okay, we've navigated. Secrets are scary, but they're gone now. They can't hurt you anymore.
Unless. This is not.
It's not
really
it, is it?
The best.
Nothing about this draw from Yanming has been it.
No.
I don't know about you, but I think this build of the deck, you know, without Sneaky Snakes, Slither Spears, all that kind of stuff, suffers more when you don't hit Exarch. Like, this seems unplayable if you don't get to click Discover every single time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely... There's the middle ground, I think, with the starships. There's the more consistent huntery deck with the aggro stuff like what Furyhunter was running. And then there's I will discover the meaning of life. And that's this build that Yanming is playing. So it's like, yeah, those at least for me are like the three levels of this hunter at the moment. I personally enjoyed the starship one, but yeah, I do agree, like if you don't get the Exarch, the whole deck feels like it's built around it, whereas the other decks have a little bit more leeway for sure.
Alright, start juicing some 3-drops. 3-drop. Redrop.
Constellation is extra bright.
What on earth is that? Oh, it's on a postcard? No one knows. No one knows what that card is.
What I do know is Yanming is very nearly just dead at this point.
Yep. Tracking, encounters. Okay. Naga is already full, though. So I don't actually think that offers enough defense. Yep, I think this is smart. Has to take the scout and then rebuy.
There are the traps in there, right?
Yes.
So that's at least something as an emergency scenario here.
Needed that one to be alien encounters, I think. Needs one of these.
This one to be
alien encounters. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. The fact this is doable in Hunter is just wild. Ask me 5 years ago if this was going to be possible. I would have slapped you in the face and called you a liar.
Now we've got to talk. Do we need more aliens?
Or do we just have to encounter some aliens?
Alright, we need more aliens, apparently. Clicks the button just to get it out of the way more than anything else.
And it's still active, right? So it's fine.
Yeah, I think there was already one. Oh, no, because he played the Naga this turn, right? So
yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, got to be lethal, right?
1, 2, 5 goes there.
The poison kills 1. I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, actually.
1, 2, 5 goes there. 5 goes there. 5 goes there. 10? No, it's not. 3 off, I think.
Do we know what the death rattle does? I was just thinking of the, the
is
sniper.
it lethal? Wait, is it lethal with Titan? Is this actually
more
more
damage? Clear, deal 3 AoE, that's... Wait.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
more.
3 and then
this
11
way.
from the thing. Yeah, wow.
I never would have even considered that was more damage than weapon, but yeah, it absolutely was. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, it makes sense because of the way the attacks were spread. It's not like everything had 3 attack, right, or anything like that. It was very spiky, especially with the elemental there. So yeah, really good win there for Furyhunter. And that is game 2, right? Because I think there was a slight visual bug at the start that showed the match at 1-1, and I was like, did I just blank on a whole game? But no, that is 1-1 there. Furyhunter going to take the victory with the Shaman, and Yanming going to have to get this Hunter over the line at some point.
Yeah, completely blanked on the Titan there. Which, yeah, I guess if you're playing Titan and clicking deal 3 to 5 different taunts, that's dealing 15 as opposed to the weapon which deals 6.
Right.
So, like, yes, that
And
is
as
going
long
to
as-
be more effective damage.
Yeah, as we can see there, the 6 and 5 versus like some of the others, like 3 attack on the Zilix or whatever, was like a big enough difference to reach there. I was so focused on the weapon though. I was right there with you because you think Wind Fury weapon that kills 2 of anything. Surely that's the way, right? But clearly not. Furyhunter one step ahead of us as always. And that is going to even the series up. And it's been an interesting one so far. Both players sort of pulling the good plays out of the bag. But I think both players seem very calm, very relaxed, even just on camera, right? Just sitting down. They know the job they've got to do and they're just working on get it done. No sort of flapping or flustered by the looks of things from either player right now.
No, I think, Fury is just a naturally more emotive player than Yanming is, but I think both of them are very, very hard to drive off their game. I think you saw it was highlighted there in the little end of game recap as well. There was a little moment where Fury clearly felt, getting a little bit nervous, trying to figure out how to deal with those traps. Just took a moment, deep breath, calmed it down, hit the karma, and moved on with the game. So I'm suspecting there is still a long way to go here for both of these players, because still a couple of pretty grindy decks that Fury has to fight his way through. Not in the least, that Hunter still coming back again. And you saw, right, like, that was the most unplayable draw I've ever seen in my life. And still, it
there was game, right?
So close once the X-Arc came down and actually got into play.
Yeah, look at that. Cool, calm, collected Furyhunter. Never seen a more calm person in my life. But yeah, I think the element, weirdly enough, of being 1-0 down and struggling in a game, going, oh no, now it's going to be 2-0, right? Like that just adds something more to your potential frustrations, even momentarily. But now that the series is evened up, yeah, there's everything to play for right now. I didn't even ask you because we sort of just dove straight into the game, but If you got a favourite at this point, now we've seen a couple of decks get over the line, is anyone particularly favoured in your opinion?
I think it's really close. I think Fury demonstrated before that against a very, very skilled aggro player, these decks don't necessarily have as big an advantage as you think. Because I think the temptation here would be to say, I think Yanming's playing against the lineup he wants to in the final. I think this is why he's here. But I think, Fury being the world-class aggro player that he is probably squeezing these a lot closer than they would have been otherwise. Right. It's worth noting he did have a few lucky rolls in clutch moments in that previous series. I think Edelweiss pointed out brilliantly that actually what happened is the Oracle drew a pirate spell off the actual Oracle effect. Then that just ripped into the hot coals off the cantrip, which is an absurd way to end up winning that game. And there were there was no other ways that the game was going to end. Like, Fury needed exactly those combinations of cards. So it's definitely tough, but if you're going to do anything with this Demon Hunter deck,
it's this.
Do this.
Yeah, this gonna analyze the hand. Looks good. Yeah, okay. Already tons of damage being pushed out here. Yanming, though, does have a decent opening hand in terms of at least having access to a lot of card draw and also having access to Grifter, which can change everything. I think right now, and maybe I guess for a while, Grifter has been one of the sort of key pieces in the meta, obviously being neutral, but having massive impacts on the meta game and in this tournament.
Time to massage some brains. Lets you squeeze in 2 extra damage. Lets you weave Hunter hero power, essentially.
Ooh.
Relax your mind.
The good old days. Now I just discover cards with my Hunter hero power.
Yeah, true. Backstab required. Ooh, Tarslet. Prep now also incredibly good. Hard to whiff, honestly, off of this Oracle at this point with that fan draw. He sure did manage it, though.
Hard, but doable. Oh, that is rough, actually, isn't it? One more, I guess, weapon swing is worth?
Yeah.
It must be, right? Because if a prep's drawn, it feels like game over.
The problem is, though, like, you want to commit to the Tarslick before you weapon swing, because otherwise you end up wasting the damage. So yeah, I think you just kind of have to do this. Makes sense. Damn, that's rough. That is so rough.
Is that Ziliax? Yeah, okay. Ugh. Yeah, that is. And look, and the rest of the hand just keeps on coming, doesn't it, with Fury?
There's his favourite card.
Yeah.
A lot of damage from cliffsides. Helps him control DH down the Oracle, which is necessary here, of course. Can't leave that spell damage hanging around.
Look at this damage already.
And
hold
doesn't click. Yep, correct. Because he can still get maximum value out of that next turn alongside the Hosen. Yep. And just summoning them now will do 2 extra damage. Great. But your whole board just gets deleted by Fan of Knives, and you're missing out on damage over the course of 2 turns.
Yeah, just good discipline overall. Knows, especially with this hand, there aren't that many draws that are going to make this plan bad, right? They're not going to dramatically change the plan. And the only way they would change the plan is if they somehow improved it, right? Which is unlikely, I would say, at least for now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this a lot. Just set up for the good turn you know you have. There's Kane just sat in the back, ready to go for the last minute push. Hot Coals to join as well. Furyhunter's got this all lined up. But this is Rogue that he's against, and we know that Rogue is capable of miraculous things if they can just get hold of the right cards.
The good news here, though, if you're a Fury fan, is this is going to make a massive board with location, Hosen, attack, click again. And what Yanming needs to do to really have any chance of winning this game is play Grifter and take 12 heal. And if he does that, he leaves up this entire massive board on the other side, so it achieves pretty much nothing. Which means he has to find a more creative solution than that to find his way out of here, which is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, look at all this damage getting pushed here. Absolute ton of pressure, and like you said, it's kind of problematic either way. It looks like Yanming's just insta-locking in the Oracle into prep go scenario here to just try and get hold of something good. Of course, we'll have the Fan of Knives to clear off the 2/2s. Is the Hosen gonna live? I wonder if it's worth the gear shift, although how many other tools are there actually left to... Would it just be Tarslick?
Both Tarslicks were used.
Oh, right. Oh, I guess Breakdance?
Breakdance, yeah.
Would do the job, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, is that pretty much it?
And Breakdance actually would do the job, specifically in this instance, because it would remove the viable target for Burning Heart from Fury as well, which would actually be absolutely massive in this spot. Because as it stands, really, anything Yanming does doesn't particularly matter. Wait,
yeah, this was the issue, right? Because the damage backstab.
Wait,
oh,
prep, breakdance, breakdance.
Wow.
Never mind. Yeah, it just has the self-target, 5 health minion on Kane, he's absolutely fine.
Huge, and there's the fist pump there. One more, Fury's saying one more, and wow, just clean wins here for Furyhunter. And he's got to be feeling it right now because the game's just, obviously at least these two are just going how he wants them to go, right? That was a very straightforward, very clean Demon Hunter game, and Yanming just didn't really have the outs. I definitely think he played to them very well and, hit what he needed to hit, but it was just, it felt like half a step too late, right? Like, a lot of the damage already got done by the time these things could be cleared up, and of course Furyhunter had such a strong opening, and Yanming just had to just card draw, just to get any kind of answers, never mind, like, the good ones.
But this is the turn right here, right? Holding back for one turn on the click of the location, pushes 2 less damage immediately, but it builds this massive board of 2/2s on the following turn. which means going into your opponent's turn 5, they have to react to your board, and if they have to react to your board, then they cannot slam that Grifter and heal for 12, which is the win condition for Rogue in this matchup so very, very often. Shout out to Yanming, by the way, for recognizing in the end how crucial denying the Burning Heart target might actually end up being, getting the perfect solution with the breakdance from his perspective, but Fury 2 steps ahead, of course, had the Cane, which was the best possible answer. Pretty much the only thing in the Demon Hunter deck that they can throw into play, get damage with, and activate Burning Heart with at the same time. A couple of other minions that you can get away with, but not that are going to cause immediate damage as well. So really, really smooth stuff from Fury after going 1-0 down, bouncing back very quickly with 2 really dominant aggro games with Shaman and Demon Hunter. And finally, Fury has 1 deck left to win with. He is right on the hill of becoming the 2024 World Champion.
Yeah, it's going to be this Druid to get over the line here as we go into game number 4. Could be the last game of this series, the last game of this tournament. So make sure you're sticking around to watch it. What do you think of these matchups? Sort of like starting, of course, with Druid versus Rogue. If Yanming gets this done, how's the Druid versus Hunter potentially looking?
So Fury has a great shot here with Druid versus Rogue, first and foremost. If it then comes down instead to the Hunter, there's a bit more game from both sides. Hunter has more survivability. It really does come down to the explosivity of the start from Druid, because Hunter's weakness is, turn 0 to 6. If Hunter can get through that and start putting down the infinite walls of 2/5s and get a Ceaseless down to 0, then they can control the Druid out of the game and exhaust all the threats, and then you basically have to pray for Kill Jaden at that point if you're Fury. Yep. But that's in the future. This is the now. Fury will just be hoping not to absolutely brick on the ramp here, which he's not going to do, because he has Trail Mix into Crystal Cluster, which is a fantastic opening for him.
Yeah, the help of that coin now going up to 5. Oh, well, had Innovate anyway, okay, sure, to get there. And that is going to be a ton of ramp. And Yanming, of course, like, knowing this is going to be the plan for Fury, then just play the Oracle. No rush to try and get it activated. It is extremely unlikely to actually go away. So good recognition there from Yanming, as he's just going to start doing rogue things, drawing a lot of cards, keeping this Oracle alive to get even more value from it.
Witness true arcane
Now with this
magic.
Innovate, can actually just go straight to sleep. If Furyhunter wants to.
The dream.
How enigmatic.
I would imagine you probably pendant for the Dungar and then hold the Innovate for Vate Dungar next turn.
Sure.
Yeah, that's probably the way you want to approach this from here. Although that turn was incredibly illegal from Yanming while we were waiting. Giants down to 2 on turn 4.
Yeah, the value of doing whatever you want with an Oracle and knowing there's no sort of payback coming, right? Like, the Oracle just sat there, and again, like I said, just really cashing in on the fact that it's like, well, yeah, my opponent's playing Druid, they will be wanting to ramp. If they don't ramp, that's very good for me. And if they do ramp, they're not taking out the Oracle.
Ooh, those are not the hits. Those are not the hits. Takes the Yogg. But he is getting gianted this turn. He is getting gianted extra hard.
I hate when that happens.
Scoundrel, quick pick, Giant 2-0. Incendious in hand now as well. Hold this 8-8 real quick.
Yep, even jamming the Shadow Steps on Oracle again, just going for maximum amount of card draw opportunity here. Now what does Fury do? What are the options here? Innovate still sticking around in hand, so it can accelerate into a Yogg if he wants to next turn.
Draw 2, still looking for that Dungar, I think. If he did hit the Dungar, he would still be able to play Dungar next turn, and then hitting Eonar as his Titan with Yogg already in hand. Eonar refresh mana, and then innovate out the 10 mana Yogg to be able to clear anything that's on the opponent's side of the board. But from here, still no Dungar in sight. It could be game 10.
I thought you said game 10 then. I was like, wait, what best of are we playing in the finals? Would the rules I mean, I'm down for it, to be honest, but like, would the rules change? But yeah, it could just be the armor, because I think the downside, right, is if you don't hit Dungar, then
yeah,
it felt like a bit of a waste, whereas you can kind of negate the push for this turn, at least initially.
Now this is treasure.
No Sonya just yet, so no real way to set up full degeneracy here. Oh, I spoke too soon. And is a Sonya right there. Just going to go with the single Incendious, though. Juice up those eruptions. No step or dance available. So we'll be committed to a Giants plan after this.
There's the option for the Innovate Yogg, though. Fury wants it.
Yeah.
You might have to take it now.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's too much of an option about it. Awkward numbers. I don't think by any means a guaranteed clear here. Still an 8-2. Okay, alright, we take those. We take those for sure.
Okay. Right. That was incredible.
Yeah, kill something.
Yeah.
Give us a Reska? No, okay, close enough.
One eruption, okay. Yeah, I mean, that was a big deal. That giant being left on could have caused some more headaches there for Fury. This turn is about to get silly, I think.
Going for the spell damage. These will be 3 damage eruptions apiece. 4 damage eruptions apiece. Has the Tarslick for extra damage as well to activate the spell burst.
How enigmatic.
Oh. And you can tell Yanming has done this 1,000 times. You can just tell, can't you? Just
8.
Not even a thought, just lock it in.
12.
Another, what, 4 off the Tarslick in hand?
Oh, and the other Tarslick was drawn.
3, sorry.
The other Tarslick
they got
was
it
drawn.
beforehand, yeah. Yeah.
Which means Dagger Up is going to be lethal here, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quick
there
pick,
it is.
but yeah, close
quick pick will
enough.
do it too. Yep.
Wow. We're going down to game 5, Subtle, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's so huge, and as I was saying then, like, I just think like how comfortable Yanming is on Rogue is so impressive, because these decisions, you know, are just beyond the point of even having to think about them. It's just, no, this is the thing I need to do. No, this is what I need to do. It's just as simple as that. It's like there's not actually decisions to be made for him, because he just knows the outcomes.
And this is what I was alluding to at the start of the series when we were leading in the intro, is how many players do you know that can comfortably sit there for, 45 turns, just looping armor gain and mana gain and get up to 900 armor, and also do that with an APM combo deck, right? Like, yes, those two things sort of hold something in common in that they're both APM turns. But then there's the Armor Warlock thrown on top of that as well, and like the decision-making that Yanming shows just to be able to stabilize and play hard control with basically a no-win condition deck on his own side. Like, he's such a well-rounded player with such a wide variety of decks. Like, it just speaks to the experience that he has. Like, I don't know the guy. I don't know him personally. I don't want to, make sweeping statements about his lifestyle. But does he do anything else apart from playing Hearthstone? Because how else do you gain this knowledge base of this wide a number of decks?
That's the thing for me is, and especially I think it really displayed it with the Rogue games, because they're the easiest ones to pick up on this, but there's a lot going on those turns, right? There's a lot of actions required, but it's the 0 delay. It's just, oh, it's my turn. Done. Whereas a lot of players, a lot of the best players we have seen, think about their turns and go, right, if I do this, and then like there's that thing about then they execute it, which is still very impressive. Don't get me wrong, but the fact that Yanming just basically like the turn begins and within like half a second, it's like yeah, okay, so this is what I'm supposed to do. Boom, 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 done.
Yeah,
and it just looks whilst being so calm, at least on the surface, of course, we can only judge what we can see, but it just looks so impressive to me because I would sit and think, then the rope would burn. I'd just about get a turn in, and I'd realise every decision I made in that turn was wrong, right? that's the options I would take with Rogue. But super impressive play from both of these players in this final, and it's all going to come down to this: the final game, winner takes all.
And where else would you rather be than right here? Game 5, 2024 Hearthstone World Championship Finals. It's Europe versus China the way it should be, as Fury said it, but I think he would much rather have had an easier time of it than he's having here.
Yeah.
Same goes for Yanming.
Especially after seeing this X-Arc.
Insta X-Arc.
Yeah.
This could be our home.
We see the true honourable classes ending this World Championship out, right? Honourable Hunter, Honourable Druid. No one's ever complained about these classes of him.
Is that how that works?
I think so.
Okay.
But yes, of course, X-Arc, nice and early, is exactly what you want. Dodging the issues you were talking about, right? Of like, if you can't just spam Discover all game, how good is the deck going to actually perform? Well, Yanming won't have to think about that because the Discover options, they're ready and waiting. He'd go for the Grifter. Now, there's a tempo option here, but not sure you need the second X-Arc. Well, Fury, gonna have to start playing this out. Nothing too great to try and hit, so he's gonna go dig in first. Before that trail mix is played, obviously you need some really good payoff. And hitting all the cards doesn't particularly need right now.
These could belong to a brand new species.
Rangari with Grifter. Oh, no, they're tracking. Okay. Oh wait, you can just get another copy of it with the Draenei, right?
That's right. Yeah. Insta Ceaseless Expanse.
Yeah.
77 mana Ceaseless Expanse. Yep, that's my jam right there.
Yep. Strictly correct pick. That's what I mean though. Yanming's just like, yeah, this is what I need to do. Click, click, click.
Yep.
Done. Next. Move on.
Yep. Just considering the contents of the pupil.
Yeah.
Decides that he does want to get the alien encounters in there.
Yeah, and it's something especially in this deck. You do not want to mess up Pupil, right? If there's one thing you need to take a second to triple check, because it could ruin the whole game. But of course, Yanming not going to do that. Going to put in the alien encounters, get more on board. Does still have the option of generating another Rangari Scout as well. And now Yanming's doing the weird thing this Hunter can do sometimes, which is be weirdly aggressive with small minions.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Oh, and the Grifter. Yeah, Fury's response, like the Rangari's still there.
Finds the steal as well. Steal and reduce, I think, have to be the two premiums there.
Yeah. I like the steal though against Fury right now. Yeah. I think that's a very, very good choice here. And the Ceaseless Expanse is a little bit of a ways off for both players.
Yep. Does have Innovate Yogg once again, though.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be, isn't it?
Was not enough to save him in the previous game. We'll have to hope that even with the incredible outcome, full board full of 2-drops looked like it might have been absolutely game-ending. Not quite in the end.
Yeah, it's got to be done.
We've got to go again. The
frustration for Fury is he knows that the board can just basically more or less get regenerated, right, with the encounters. And the Grifter lives.
It
6
does.
damage you would rather not have on that board right now for Fury. Yep, gonna get the Rangari back.
These could belong to a brand new species.
And look, there's the board again, and this time there's no Yogg. And I think Fury's starting with a shake of the head there because it's what's, you know, he can't regenerate Yoggs like Yanming can regenerate boards right now. He even gets to keep the Grifter by using one of these spells to steal, which is huge, just dealing an extra 6 damage.
Yeah, which I think goes to show the goes to show the confidence that he has in his position. Those steel amulets are fantastic tools against a deck that basically plays nothing but high value minions. But Yanming, again, talking about that situational recognition that he has as a player, just to say, you know what? Tempo. I don't need these amulets anymore. Just max tempo, clear the board for 1 mana, smash face for 6, set up lethal.
And with the pickup of Kill Jade, and we saw Fury, you know, sort of wince and lean back because, yeah, that is not the draw, is it? You know, that's not going to save him in any way, shape, or form. So what's that, 10 on board?
And say Agrimar get them.
Agrimar goes to 15.
Yeah.
And something miraculous needs to happen if Furyhunter wants to take this victory, because Yanming is lining himself up for quite the win right now over Furyhunter. I don't even know if it's possible for Fury to come back here.
He needs to borrow some of the mana from that warrior game so he can hard cast this Ceaseless Expanse for 40 if he's going to have any chance of getting out of this one. Drawing through, begging for answers which I think are just not to be found in the remainder of his deck. He has some defensive options. Eonard, Ziliax, they look good, but there's just so much brutality still to come from the Hunter that I'm just not convinced the stabilization is there.
Yeah, Fury has to give it a try, though. If there's any way to just try and survive, even for just another turn, we are, of course, going to see Eonar come down. I think it realistically is the only option there, right?
Mm-hmm. There are still 2 options, though, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. What is the actual play?
Refresh Unkiliax or go to full. And I think Refresh Unkiliax feels a little bit more like winning. Neither of them particularly feel like winning.
Yeah. Well, if this Eonar gets to live because of the Unkiliax, then, you know, then there's option 2 as well, right? You can have everything there for Furyhunter. Yanming, now he's gonna try and find a way to get through this. There is still the a mixologist there in the hand as well, so if there's some kind of potion that can help hack through this board, normally, you know, deal 3, deal 2, whatever, can help out with these scenarios, but that Ziliax is a pain to deal with.
Yeah, you have the other amulet, of course, which you can use on the other 5/5 taunt. You can't use it on the Unkiliax, right, because of the elusive. It does at least solve one of the problems for you.
Take a look at the traps first.
Bait and switch.
Is that explosive as well, I think? Just for damage. He's gonna take the
Eonar instead.
Yeah. Oh, big heal there. +1.
First turn, Yanming looked a little bit unsure about what was going on. Shake of the head, not happy with it. Stole the ANR really just to deny the Reno from Furyhunter, it looks like, at the end there.
Yeah.
I'll use it so you can't.
This is interesting because it's like faking freezing, and I don't think freezing was offered, right? Oh wait, it is freezing. I missed it.
It is freezing.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, take it all back. Sorry, I didn't think freezing was offered on the second one, but it was. Okay, so it is freezing, which was I think Yanming's plan, right? Don't hack through the Ziliax, freezing, buy a little bit more time for one more turn. But I just don't know what the progression is because I don't think Fury's ever gonna go, well, I hope it's not freezing and try and send the Ziliax in, right? Like, that's never going to happen. So it's interesting that was the option that Yanming went for. But I think the focus was probably on just taking away the full heal from Eonar.
He might. Like, it is still playable from hand, like, on the following
It
turn.
is.
He does have a massive wall of taunts.
True now, yeah.
Alright, gonna chill.
Just gonna leave it. Oh, Furyhunter is fighting back subtle. This is, it looks at least doable. However, there are 2 Ceaseless Expanse in Yanming's hand.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a problem if you are Furyhunter.
Is the goal ever for Fury to get, like, kill Jaden down soon? Is that, like, you know, to try and just create outs? I don't know. It's so tricky and get matchups like this.
Yeah, it is one of the few remaining win conditions at this point, I think, because, like, yeah, you know, Fury is stabilized. Fury is not dead. These are great things to hear if you're Furyhunter. You know, if you told Furyhunter of 3.5 minutes ago that he is not dead in 3.5 minutes' time, I think he would have bitten your hand off and taken that deal. But the problem is the Druid needed to be the aggro in this matchup because Yanming is the one that can, like, loop infinite curated hands with the ETC.
Yeah, this is the thing, like, Yanming can more or less just go, right, forever at this point. So the onus is on Furyhunter to get something done. Now just taking a little look, see what's left for Fury. Yeah, when you look at it like that, nothing's really standing out, is it? As like game-winning cards in the deck still.
No, you can ignore the Ziliax as well. That never quite populates properly because of the way the modules work.
Oh. So, is this Kill Jaden? Because if it's not Kill Jaden now, are you never playing Kill Jaden this game? I feel like this is as safe as Furyhunter's realistically going to be.
You've had one Stargrazer already, your Ziliax is in play, so your hydration stations are kind of set up.
Time waits for no one.
And you have them both in hand already.
And you've got Ceaseless.
It might well be, you know.
Just looking at what the cards that were left, I just don't know if any of those cards are better than stacking this now.
Yeah.
And it looks like Fury agrees.
I think the Malfurion's gifts are the biggest loss from this position from Fury, just because of the extra flexibility that they provide.
Here comes ETC.
And here comes 2 copies of Fizzle, which means we are looping infinite snapshots. Everyone's favourite thing.
This is what surprised me the most about this Hunter build is just the fact that Rangari Scout can live.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a 1/2.
Yeah.
Why is it always alive? Like, but it is. It's just the way the meta, like, obviously, like, other than, like, against Rogue, it just lives because of all the taunts.
Yanming now just pushing through. Going to allow the taunts to die, which does activate the hydration stations. Obviously, no guarantee that Furyhunter hasn't just set the hydration stations on fire.
Right.
Which sounds like an incredibly counterintuitive thing to do when you say it out loud. And away we go.
Destruction.
Yeah, this is scary by itself, actually, isn't it?
Yep, sure is.
So it's going to have to be pendant
for the ice trap, and then
hydration.
Yeah,
if you play hydration station, it's just GG, right? It feels like. So luckily there is a pendant there to eat the first ice trap.
The good news is you can always use that pendant again to make the same play.
Yep. Yeah, because you'll know there's a second one, right, from the Rangari.
Yep, gone to hand. Well, it depends the level of granularity with which you hand track there, because one secret that was cast was played at 10 cards, so did not go back to the hand. So if you know exactly which one of the secrets that is, then good on you. But I suspect you do not.
Oh, he's actually going to play it now. Procs the rat trap as well. This Ziliax is definitely tanky enough, right? It's going to be awkward. And Sol, honestly, I don't know where this game's going to go.
Yeah, and I think the real reason why the pendant gets cast there is not to get any minion from the portal into Fury's hand. It was just to activate the spell burst and push 8, because Fury recognizes I will lose this game eventually to infinite ceaseless expanse now that this is set up with the fizzle.
Yeah, take what you can get sort of thing.
Yeah, for now, my best win condition is just trying to push damage at every turn. Maybe I can find some direct damage from the portal at the right time to get that last piece over the line. Yanming deciding that health is completely fake now for Furyhunter.
Just interesting as well, because there was those trades and now a pause. It's like, with the considerations, they're going to be ceaseless number 2.
Destruction.
Okay, so no ice trap gets replayed this turn.
Did get draw a card though. Well, I'm going to assume draw a card was picked there.
What is that? Hostile Invader. What do you do?
It's the thingy card, right?
I have seen creation.
What's the thingy card?
And I will.
It's the warrior.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I don't recognize cards when they have the wrong stat lines on them. That's the problem that I have.
Well, that's hydration station number 2. Fury. Full prey.
Yeah, had to pray that this board stuck. But tracking for snapshot, Yanming needs the hand space.
Yeah.
To pretend, or else so I think he will always get the ceaselesses. They were in the good position. But he wants to make enough hand space to be able to continue to infinite loop here, which is trickier. Much trickier.
Yeah. Also, with this much stats on board, it's not like Yanming can say, oh, it's okay, I'll wait a turn before doing anything, right? There's way too much on the board.
The good news is he can spend all of his mana beforehand because, you know, the universal board clear just costs 0. So there's that.
And again.
Wait, no fizzle. No fizzle.
Yeah, also, no way to actually fully clear the board because of the death trap. There's still going to be something left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I've been told, better than nothing.
Hold. Please hold. We have a game of Hearthstone breaking out.
Yeah.
Just Dungar and see what expansions you have in your deck.
This is information we need to know. I mean, honestly, the demon doesn't look so bad because it will death rattle into another minion, right? Is the death rattles into 5/5?
Probably, yeah. I don't think Dunga actually does anything, does it? Because generally cards that say deck on them don't actually interact with the portal because the portal isn't a deck. But I concede I have never actually been in this position personally.
Yeah, I think this is good. Just get death rattles down again and just make it that much harder to clear.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is not as cozy as it was looking beforehand. Yanming.
So this gives you Rangari, and then with the Rangari you can play the Pupil, and then with the Pupil you can take the... No, I thought the Snapshot was in there. The Snapshot is not in there.
So tracking. Going for eruptions. Which help clear the little ones, but...
Hold on. Hold the phone, Raven.
Yeah, I've lost track of this game, I'll be honest, Sol. This was not the way I thought this end was going to go here. I thought Yanming had easier access to the infinite. That looks like it's long gone, or even the next step's long gone.
More eruptions.
That eruption again.
More eruptions, yeah.
Furyhunter does have that Magtheridon as well.
That's true.
Which is just, I'm not saying it's game winning, but it's something to keep an eye on, right?
Mm-hmm. Again, I don't think it does anything because it says the word deck on it, so it's just a massive 4-mana minion. Kind of good.
Well, it might do the animation, right?
Your guess
I
is
think
as
it
good as
might
mine.
do the animation, but it doesn't matter because it's burning random cards, yeah?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is huge. Look, now the deal 3 to clear the board with the help of the Warrior Demon. Is he doing it, Sottle?
I mean, Yanming is running out of resources. Very genuinely. It's happening. It's happening slowly because you still have so much repeated value per turn with the scouts and the hero power and everything else, but it's happening.
The problem is, because Fury's on, like, because the health totals have flipped now, where Fury's the one with tons of health and infinite value to an extent, obviously, with the portal. So, Yanming now has to worry because suddenly these generated demons could cause big problems.
For a second, I was like, well, that has Frenzy, so you've just killed it, but it's Spellburst, not Frenzy. I'm completely mixing it up. With
and
Warrior
Death
card.
Rattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the things apart from Frenzy. Okay. So now they're going to lose it, yeah. Okay, yeah. And there's another snapshot. Magtheridon's going to push another 3. Oh,
just actively trolling at this point. And yeah, now the other snapshot has been found.
Yeah.
Now Yanming will be feeling a little bit more secure.
Yeah, there was a window there, wasn't there?
Okay, it does work. It does work. Okay, interesting.
I mean, it's simply a lot of stats, right? Furyhunter just may as well at this point.
We get to find out the answers to the real questions, though, like whether this actually burns cards. Oh, it does! Heck yeah!
Yeah, I thought it would, yeah, but it burns, like, pointless cards because
it doesn't
never matters, obviously,
Yeah,
but yeah. It's like other things like that I've seen happen, that's why I assumed it did.
Okay.
Yeah, always time for a Parrot Sanctuary.
Got to dig out some hand space here.
Yeah.
Hopefully more than last time. This might have been the last hurrah for Furyhunter, though. to get as many cards as humanly possible out of hand here. Hope that 6 is enough.
I have seen creation.
But that is like now it.
That's it,
right?
That's it
for
Yep.
Yanming. Like
Yep.
that's basically Yanming's hand. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of stuff.
But
wait, what's in the tide pool? I don't even know.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Right. What a game 5. Honestly, I didn't expect this. This has been so back and forth.
The Magtherodon's awake? I swear that only got played like last turn. Jeez. Okay, fine.
Okay, we've got Excavate. Not quite going to achieve too much.
No.
But it's a massive minion, though, to be fair. Like, obviously, I know there's a Ceaseless, right? Of course, in the hand for Yanming. But a 16-17 isn't nothing.
Eruption and 1 fatigue now for Yanming. Can only survive 2, 3, 4 from here. Will die on the 5. Does have some potions for a bit of potential armor gain that can change that breakpoint by 1.
I cannot tell you how far I'm leaning forward watching this game. I'm nearly headbutting my monitor, I'm not going to lie. I've just got progressively more hunched over staring at this.
But the thing is, we don't know. Like, rewind to 2015, right? And I'll sit here and tell you this game is solved and sap all of the fun out of proceedings because it is solved, because all of the information is revealed. I literally don't know what Fury's next card is going to be, so we have no idea.
It's like another Worlds Finals we had to cast at one point.
Yeah, except that was free, because Warlock had never won a game in its entire life.
But
so.
still, it had the same theme, okay?
Yeah.
Right, well, this is a huge push from Yanming. Furyhunter's now going to just be, praying to the gods. What's this, 5? This wasn't deal 3, was it? No.
No. What even is the minion here, though? What's the savior? A 2020 rush?
I know you got me. If it had taunt, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't think that's it.
I don't think that's it either. I think Fury has to take one more cursory glance around his hand and realize that the dream has come to an end for one more year. Spellburst on the Urzel Raider. Yanming sees the cards. He throws his hands in the air. He's figured it out, even if no one else in the world has. I think at the first attempt, China has crowned a Hearthstone World Champion. Yanming gives the round of applause, and that is the most animated we have seen him for 3 straight days. Oh my goodness, what a last series, Raven.
Yeah, and the claps there from Fury as well. Obviously, disappointment for Fury. Huge congratulations to Yanming, our 2024 Hearthstone World Champion. What a final game to finish off on an amazing series, Sottle. Honestly, the ups and downs of this series, the ups and downs of this game, this is why we cast Hearthstone. Huge congratulations to Yanming. And I don't know, I can't say enough about that last game especially. That could have gone anywhere, and it kind of did go everywhere at this point.
It did. It's a really fitting way to end the tournament, especially with what I was talking about before, with both players kind of showing their flexibility, their range of ability, with 2 ridiculous situations that they found themselves in with their respective decks. Yanming being able to pilot all the way through, but also real credit to Fury there for quickly recognizing pressure. I cannot let Yanming curate his hand before the snapshots come down. Right. I need to make him play an imperfect snapshot hand. That gives me outs. That's what he found. He found out. He had a couple of turns where it looked like he might be able to get there. A couple of good rolls. Magtheridon was a great hit. Very, very nearly able to get there. But in the end, Yanming's cool head and his ability with these hyper control decks, his brave choice of lineup, and some clutch decision making in these key moments in this final game and in this series as a whole, just about, and I mean just about, squeaked him over the line. And Raven, I'll pass it over to you, because I've just gone on for way too long already. But what a story this is for China as a region as well.
It really is. Obviously, you know, them getting back into the game not too long ago now, let's be honest. And within matches, within the first couple of groups, we were instantly witnessing the power, right? We saw how good these players are, whether you as viewers at home know these names or not. Obviously, it's more likely that you are not used to these names. But you see them winning the groups, just boom, 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 done. And just doing absolutely everything and impressing all the way down until the final moments of the World Championship. Honestly, huge shout out to Fury, of course, once again proving he's one of the best Hearthstone players to ever play the game. But Yanming and honestly just the rest of the players from the China qualifiers, incredibly impressive over the course of this tournament. It's been an absolute joy to watch all these matches and see how good these players are, and that $100,000 and the title of world champion is going to be going to Yanming. What a weekend, Sottle.
What a weekend, yeah. Final word on China, like I lack the words to describe it, but you know, sometimes like you have a hole in your heart, but you don't realize it's there until it gets filled again. You don't know what you were missing until you experience it again after all this time. We've had some great tournaments over the last year or so, and I didn't realize it felt like something was missing, but it was. Like the China players add so much as an experience to these events. There is a reason, I haven't just been saying it for fun, that China versus Europe was really the standout rivalry that was developing in Hearthstone esports. Fury called it out himself when he got to speak to us in interviews, that, you know, Europe versus China was the way the finals felt like they should be, and it absolutely was. So obviously Fury's a good friend of mine, friend of yours. We've hung out, we play games with Fury. He's a great guy, we adore him. But you'd be a cold-hearted man to begrudge China taking this one down after, you know, the ride that they've been through for the past year. So, huge round of applause. Congratulations wholeheartedly to Yanming for taking it down.
Yeah, 100%. Just incredible tournament overall, incredible play, and also just a great set of lineups and decks overall. Like, even though there might have been a lot of similar archetypes, or you know, certain archetypes represented a lot, even within those archetypes, we've proven that there's a lot of different ways to go, and you can be successful. So that's been absolutely fantastic. But just in a blink of an eye, that's the World Championships done, just like that. They always go too fast. However, we really appreciate you watching. We hope you had a great time at home. So thank you for watching. Thank you to production. It's been a fantastic weekend. Thank you to everyone involved, my co-casters, of course. We hope you had a great time. We'll see you next year.